the ones on the other platforms as well. Welcome, welcome. We are live, and we are going to be live all day because we are prepared. So first of all, I want to address the elephant in the room. Again, lack of streams, lack of consistency, and then yesterday, the most fatal flaw. I said I was going to stream and I didn't. And then I said I was going to stream later and then I didn't. But in my defense, I'm live now. There's so many things. I used to be really good at like ignoring everything in my life and just pressing go live and then stream until fatigued and then go to bed. And it's just that recently I'm not able to ignore things anymore. So like the other day when I didn't stream, like last week, I think I set up the stream right here. And then I noticed that the plant that used to be here in this corner was like completely effed and about to die. And like I had noticed before, but like it was so imminent that I needed to take action, right? And like there's just so many things in my life that's just a, you know, metaphor. That's not, the plant is not the only reason, right? I don't want to go into detail about like all the like little construction sites in my life right now, but just to be sure that everyone is on the same page, like there is some things happening. There's some things that I need to take care of, that need to, some situations that are not sustainable any longer that need fixing in order to ensure the longevity of the content, but the temporary lack. Even though I know I promised that this is the period where the big return comes, I feel a little bit like the GGG promising the next year will be the year of racing. But what can I do? I just want you all to know I'm still fully on board. I just need to do some things because I've lived like a savage for a long time. Not a savage, but like I've not lived life like a normal person for the longest. I can't go into details here on stream too much because of reasons, but I just want you to know that I don't forget you, that I'm not like what I always say, I also said that last time, is like the biggest person that suffers when I like disappoint you by not streaming is myself, because ultimately I'm building like this prison for myself where I'm really hard on myself, and I know I shouldn't be, but like I don't know, it's rough. I'm battling it out with myself, and there will be more content. Most importantly, like we need to urgently continue that playthrough in Grim Dawn. And then there's also probably still some things that I want to do in Path of Exile before the season ends. Probably also produce some content for next season. But today we wanted to finally catch up with the PoE interviews, as there was the interview with Subtractum and Jonathan and the two other creators 2 weeks ago that I haven't listened to yet. This is definitely on the list. And another thing that is like really in my head marked for today is the Forever Exiled episode with Rory Rackham, because that's 3 weeks ago already. Wow. But yeah, I don't think we had Rory in a public podcast in a while, right? Or maybe there was one with the most recent series of PoE2 interviews. Rory Rackham interview. Nah, it's been a while. I think like with Legion when they did the well, when they did the melee rework for Legion, I mean, Rory was at Gamescom. Rory was probably at obviously at ExileCon, probably at that LA event. I don't know. Jonathan was there, right? And or he's still very present, is what I'm trying to say. It's just like he hasn't been on any sort of interview, so it's gonna be cool to see him speak here. Probably a lot on the behind the scenes for PoE2. And while we're all doing this, I'm gonna have to take notes because, right, I need to come up with a bunch of podcast talking points. As we'll be resuming the podcasts soon again. So let's just dive right into it, I guess.
You guys ready? You guys ready?
We're ready.
Ready.
All right.
Ready.
All right. Hello. All right. Welcome everyone. Today, as I gave them a little lead in. Me, Palstron, and Captain Lance are interviewing the gracious Jonathan Rogers up here at 9:01 a.m. in New Zealand for them. Very, very early for a game developer, as he was just telling us a few minutes ago. We're going to be asking him some questions about PoE2. Very exciting. We got a whole host of them to ask, and we're ready to get going.
Can I scroll this?
I don't know if any of you guys want to
Perfect.
introduce yourselves or anything. Feel free to go around the table and just say hello real quickly.
Oh, hello. Yeah, my name's as you just said. My name's Jonathan Rogers, and I'm the game director on PoE2.
Maybe I can do it like this. It doesn't cut off any relevant part of the picture, and then
All right.
subtract his name
I'm
is still
Lance.
displayed.
I play a lot of PoE1s. I'm an addict, but I'm really excited
Also
for
not
PoE2.
subscribed to subtract him. How
Hopefully,
come?
Gonna try to get some good answers here. We'll see.
I'm Pal. I make PoE stuff as well. I'm also an addict. So yeah, I make YouTube stuff, Twitch stuff.
All right.
There
Okay,
you go.
let me let's see, getting some feedback.
Okay, before we get into this completely, the volumes are okay, right? Or are these guys, should I make them a little bit louder so that it's on par with me talking, or is it too much of a difference between the podcast content and my commentary?
Feedback that Jonathan's a little quiet. Let's see if I can turn him up. Gonna turn him up to 200% volume.
All
There we
right.
go. All right. Yeah, you guys let me know in chat if the volume is down. And yeah. All right. Hey, Jonathan. I was at the LA event. If you
Right.
didn't know, I don't know.
I mean, it was very busy. Honestly, I wish I had had more time to just go around and talk to everyone. But it was a very tight schedule because I was flying out that evening. So next time we do an event like that, I'm definitely going to reserve more time to just walk around and chat to people and get to know them a bit better.
Yeah. Happy to be able to talk to you now. So with that feedback, yeah, I am the only person of these three people that has played Path of Exile 2 yet. I was also at Exile
Right,
2.
okay.
So I've played it at both of them.
Mhm.
So that's gonna be my perspective. So the first thing that I wanted to ask about, I think, is probably the biggest thing that we've seen so far is WASD and what WASD has done to the game. The fact that you had to rebalance it. Oh, hold on. People in YouTube are saying that we're getting all of the tech stuff sorted out real quick. Hopefully, I'm going to just
Okay.
turn these things on. All right. Hopefully you.
It's a bit too low, but it doesn't matter as I really don't care about PoE2. I mean, I care about what they got cooking. I care about like Jonathan and Rory and their thoughts and what they want to talk about. I care about PoE2 personally, but like even if I didn't care about PoE2, I would still be interested in like what they got going because I think I really like the guys. But it's a little bit weird to say I don't care about PoE2, so I don't care about a shit viewing experience. but thanks for letting me know that was slow. What up, Balder?
YouTube has sound now. WASD dramatically changed the game in some very interesting ways. I'm not going to try to lead the question with my opinions on it, but it felt like I was playing a very, very different game. And you clearly had to rebalance the way that monsters worked. Very, very interactive gameplay. And I just want to start off asking how, what's been the feedback from that so far with that big of a change to the game? And, are you going to go further down that line around WASD? And, we'll just open up, kind of open-ended there a little bit.
So definitely, we've had a huge positive response from that element. Like, I think that was the thing, honestly, that surprised the most people at that event about what the feel of that was like and how much it changes the game. I definitely think that. I mean, I've even said there, like the way it changed the game. Like, we had to be really open-minded to the kinds of like implications that would have. And I think probably one of the biggest ones there was trying to get rid of the idea that click to move and WASD necessarily have to be completely balanced against each other. Because when we first did it, we kind of had this idea of like, oh, if we put
When I full screen it, then it like overlaps too much. Also, then there's not their names on the screen. I feel like it's fair to be like, to answer the question, this is a YouTube video with Jonathan Rogers, Captain Lance Palstron, and subtract him, and I don't know. Maybe I'm just too old school, but I feel like I feel like I owe that.
it was WASD in, we have to make it so that click to move people aren't disadvantaged by that. And I think that the change of mindset around that was really important because it led to like a huge amount of things that we could that we could improve on. So effectively, like WASD probably will have.
Yeah, but then it disappears if I hover. I wish I could just hover here and like have this title and bar permanently shown. That would be perfect. It
Have a
just
slight
feels so
advantage.
naked.
Not as much as you might expect, but it is one of those things that I think has just led to just much better action combat overall.
Wait. WASD is not as much advantage over keyboard and mouse players, like over like traditional mouse players, as you'd expect. Is that what he said?
When we first did it, we kind of had this idea of like, oh, if we put WASD in, we have to make it so that click to move people aren't disadvantaged by that. And I think that the change of mindset around that was really important because it led to like a huge amount of things that we could that we could improve on. So
I mean, if it plays well on a controller, I'm not opposed to that. Like, I'm like, the thing is, I haven't played the WASD or the move and attack myself in PoE2 yet, right? Like the only thing that I played was traditional like point and click druid and warrior. So that I'm as skeptical as you guys are. I mean, for a long time I've like been very vocal about like I don't really want this in PoE2 because I also don't want it in PoE1. But I mean, literally everyone who's tried it has said that it's so much better. Do you think it will be backported to PoE1, ZB? I really hope not. I really hope that that's where they like keep their individual identities. But like the thing is, what I really like about it is that it's more accessible, like super granular gameplay, right? Because in PoE1, like having to point and click everywhere means you have to do like so much quick and precise mouse movement. Whereas I feel like finer, more granular control. I mean, it's not just a feeling, like more granular control and precise control with controller or like sticks or WASD in this case is much easier than like doing it with the role-playing micromanagement. Very much feel like they're trying to make it work in PoE1 as well. I feel like they've not been clearly communicating that yet, but I mean, the thing is, I don't mind the idea of WASD being possible in PoE1. I just don't want, and I don't think that they're going to do that. I don't like PoE1 completely, like changing completely into the same thing mechanically as PoE2, where you pretty much only attack or cast while moving.
So effectively,
I don't know. I think higher move speed does actually not always make click controls easier. Actually, I don't know whether that's an unpopular take, but I've like had many situations where I'm fine with 10-15% MS, but if I get 20, 30, 40 plus, then I can't do certain things anymore because they just happen too fast. and I can't do the precise mouse movements in the time that I have left.
Like WASD probably will have a slight advantage, not as much as you might expect, but it is one of those things that I think has just led to just much better action combat overall, and so that is something that we just kind of had to do. And since LA, we've been doing more of the work that we need to do to get more skills able to be used while moving at the LA.
Yeah, ZB, but it will be like it will be the difference between like in PoE1, I mean, where in PoE2 it's like a game-breaking difference. In PoE1, the difference between using WASD and using like mouse thing, the regular controls, is the difference between like making a 1-button build and a 5-button build or something like that, right? Like it's like, because WASD and attacking is always two-handed, right? You have to have both hands there. With like certain builds, like 1-button, 2-button builds, you can just have one hand free and like just use your mouse at times. Like obviously you'll still want the keyboard for certain things, but yeah, I think in the same way that's the kind of difference that it will be, is like you can make builds to play like with mouse and keyboard, so you can do like the one-hand luxury.
Event, a lot of the sorceress skills were still requiring a stop in order to be able to use them, and now we've changed a lot of those over, and then as we're working on other classes as well, we're doing further changes in that direction. So we now have all spellcast animations now.
I was strictly speaking about Boots Chaotix, and it was an example.
Now allow for movement, like we've changed all of the animations over to allow for them, whether or not we act like, and now the decision about whether something has to be a stop or not is now a balance decision rather than like a technical problem, if you know what I mean. Like we can say that your character has to come to a stop for a given skill, but that is now a decision that we just get to make based on feel and everything, rather than because we just couldn't do it anymore. And that did require a huge amount of animation work to get to be able to happen. Especially because spells, unlike attacks, can be used with any weapon type. So there's like a vastly larger number of animations that implies. But we're doing the work for that and getting all of that sorted. And now as I said, it's just a balance thing. And so what that'll mean sometimes is like as you start using the skill, your like character comes to like slows down slowly and then speeds up again afterwards and that kind of thing. It kind of just depends on the feel. But it is nice to be able to have control over that. And I think it's just really improved the game.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah,
go ahead, Palstrom.
Oh no, I was gonna ask, since you now basically have this new game that you want to feel a lot different. There's other games in the genre that just came out recently that also try new stuff. Like for example, you talked about Ori, how you really like that game, and now that No Rest for the Wicked is out, do you have any thoughts or maybe takeaways from how that game was received in general? Maybe some things that have you reconsidered stuff.
So it's actually very interesting looking at that game, because I think that game is what people fear that PoE2 is in a way.
Oh, that's funny.
Because like that game is really what you get if you really slow the game down, if you know what I mean. Like that is very much a much more slower paced game, like stamina and all of those kind of mechanics from those games. And so really
durability.
Yeah, I mean that game, I would say, sure, durability. That game really is what I would. I mean, okay, so durability aside, right? Because I think that's a different type of mechanic than the type of the combat stuff that we're talking about. So as far as combat goes, what they've done is they've embraced like the sort of maximum kinetic feel of what combat can feel like. By slowing it down that much, they've effectively made it so that like every attack feels like an absolute frickin' slam to the face. You know what I mean? Like it's just like the camera moves and screen shaking, like everything just like up to like absolute 11. But in order to do that, you have to slow the game down a huge amount as a decision, but it certainly isn't what we've done. Like people look at our game and say we've slowed it down, but we have not slowed it down to the degree that I think some weapons in that game have like 6-second default attacks. That's like a different level as far as a much more methodical feel. So PoE2 isn't like that, and I think that that's something that people have feared in our player base, that will be, a real, like a really slow game. And as I said, I don't think that's what we're going for. But that being said, it is quite nice to look at that game and appreciate some of the combat stuff they've got going on. They do have some really excellent feel on some of their attacks. And I think we can still do a little bit better even without slowing things down. I think there's still some stuff we can do to improve. So yeah, like I'm just do that. But what I don't like about it, I would say, is the feeling of losing control of your character. And it happens in two ways. One of them is that you get committed to these really long attacks, and you don't really have the ability to change direction so much with a lot of them, like how, like where you're going. So that feeling, I think, the feeling of losing control there is bad. In my opinion. And then the other one is that because of their stamina system, you get a similar effect where if you run out of stamina, you can't do anything because everything uses stamina, including the dodge roll and all that stuff. So you kind of just feel like, oh crap, suddenly I'm pushing a button, my character's not responding. And so that's kind of the part about the combat system that I don't like, is just that feeling of losing control. Yeah, I guess that's kind of where I'm at with that. But as I said, where they have succeeded really well is just the kinetic feeling of hitting stuff does feel really good. Yeah, just not the same type of game in the end, I think. So yeah, that's pretty interesting. I don't know if you guys have any thoughts about it, if you guys have been playing it, and what you guys think about it.
I've mostly just looked at the reviews, and I've seen gameplay of it. And I mean, the community is kind of split between, is it an actual ARPG? But I mean, the genre is very vast. I would say it probably still falls in.
Well, they had some.
It's not a hack and slash, right? Like it's more. Yeah.
Right. It definitely isn't a hack and slash. But the reviews, I think, the first day, the durability system was like ultra punishing, and then they patched that. They changed that really quickly. I actually got soft locked myself at the beginning of that game due to the durability system. I guess I like to think I have some idea what I'm doing when it comes to playing a game like this. So yeah, it definitely was like way too easy to soft lock yourself with durability in that game. Then they did some patches, and it's a lot more forgiving now. I guess the other thing as well is that that's a game that relies heavily on consumables. And so that kind of means that inherently it is hard for them to do a balance that's going to allow you to just, like, you can't just die over and over in that game with zero cost. Even so, I mean, other than the fact, like, because there's like 3 different costs. There's like the durability, there's the consumables that you're using. Wait, no, I guess it's just 2, right? Yeah, sure. There's those 2 costs to dying, and so then that just means that like.
I feel like I need to do homework and play that game now in order to actually understand this discussion. It's definitely super interesting, but like, I can't contextualize much of it.
It changes the feel, I think, in a way that I'm not so, like, that's the way that you get soft locked. So in PoE2 though, you can die to a boss and it's fine. There's zero cost to that. You just die, you try again, and it's fine. I mean, the only cost is the time you spent playing against it. And so that quick reload, I think, means that we can be more punishing on bosses than if we didn't do that. Whereas they've got punishing bosses, but also the cost. So yeah, that's kind of the issue there. So yeah, that's kind of my feelings on that game. I definitely am keen to play more of it. I got to the end of the content, I'm keen to try more. I do like, I sort of vacillate between whether or not I really love it or not. I definitely have sort of a few mixed feelings, but I definitely think there's a lot of potential there. So I'm definitely keen to play more.
Yeah, kind of related to that with going back to WASD a little bit. I found PoE2 very button intensive, to say the least, with WASD. Regarding like boss fights, it felt awesome having that amount of control over my character. But I do have to say, like, fighting trash monsters and going through, just particularly if you died and you have to redo a zone, and like really taking your time methodically through all those encounters. Like that type of gameplay, is that intended to kind of stay all the way through PoE until the end game? Or is it just like we're kind of building up into something a little bit different and things get a little bit more automated and you kind of can get into more of a flow state?
So I guess there's a few things I would say. One of them is that for the amount of time that you had, I don't know that you necessarily had enough time to kind of build the level of, like, it's because the game's so different than what you're used to playing. I don't know if you've had time to sort of build the muscle memory of like what you're doing with your character to kind of get to the point where you do get that flow state, because I definitely feel like you do get that after after several more hours.
For reference, unfortunately, I played Sork, so it also,
right, okay, sure.
it also comes with that, yeah.
Right. But like generally speaking, when you're fighting against trash monsters, I wouldn't expect that you use most of the time more than kind of like sort of 3 to 4 skills. But the main thing is that you still get like a spike of like, oh crap, here's a monster that's gonna, that's gonna be hard. I need to think about this for a second. You know what I mean? And I think that having that moment of having to, like a new challenge has arrived, I need to actually do that, sort of keeps the engagement up, which I quite like. There is more automation towards the end game. So we've got all the spirit systems, and so you definitely get to that point where things get more where you can effectively choose to do more automation at the expense of potentially some efficiency. But I do want to make sure that there is a certain level of engagement, and especially in the case of bosses, like a boss should feel engaging to fight against. I really don't love it when you kind of have the you kill a boss in 5 seconds, and I mean, sure, that can happen if you get really ultra geared, but I prefer at least the first time you fight a boss generally to feel like there's some challenge. You have to learn the mechanics and do some and do some stuff around that. So that's the main thing. I just don't want people.
Not really much to comment here. I think that's a fair assessment. I'm kind of surprised he's fine with 5-second deleting the bosses at all, like after a while. But I guess if you're like super overgeared and it's like an early boss or something like that.
People to trivialize bosses too much the first time they fight them. Obviously, you're going to get like good to the point where you can start to really do that, and that's just the nature of an RPG where you've got stats and everything. You can pump your stats to the point where you're just really awesome. But ideally, at least the first time, you're taking the boss seriously. In the LA demo, I think there were a few characters who managed to trivialize some of the bosses by like in certain ways, and that wasn't fully intentional. Like you should be able to find a good item and kind of do very well, but there were a couple of people I think who managed to find a few strategies that I think were not quite right. But that's kind of something that happens, I guess, and we'll work it out. But I think the other thing as well post LA is that I guess there were 2 other pieces of feedback. One of them was that people falling into like not having good enough items, and we've tried to solve that with gold. So we increase the amount of gold that you get quite a lot.
Oh, more gold
and
now.
that means that you can fix your problems with the shop a lot more easily. And the other big one was the flask system.
Oh man, I can't wait. One day I'll play this game, and then I want to try that. Like I mean, how often have you gotten something useful from the vendor in PoE1? I want to know whether they really hit the point there, where like you really feel like, wow, I'm going back to town. I got 1,500 gold, and we're going in, and it's like, oh, look at that amulet. That boosts my damage by 10 to 20%. And then check here, move speed upgrades on the boots. I just wonder whether it really actually will feel like that during the acts, whether you actually feel that like rewarding boost off of going to a vendor and like getting things. Because clearly, like the potential is there right now in PoE1, right? The game can spawn incredibly good items at the vendor, but like most of the times that I've seen good items at the vendor while leveling, it was usually either items early that I couldn't afford, like really good stats on like wands or stuff like that, but then they cost alks or something like that. You know damn well it will not feel like that. If it's designed to feel like that, I don't think PoE1 is designed to feel like that. You have to think about like I don't know. We'll see.
And people unhappy with that. So we are actually changing the flask system as well.
Oh, can you tell?
Yeah, so
okay, flask system changes. I have not heard about this at all. Like I even avoided like the review videos, the discussion videos for this one. Let's see.
I guess it's interesting because when we looked at the issue there, the main thing that I wanted to make happen was that player state matters more. And in PoE1, it's very easy for flasks to like for you to effectively just have infinite flasks. Like you kill a pack and your flasks are just back to full, and so effectively your character is just the same after you kill a pack as it was beforehand. And I wanted to address that by making it so that white monsters didn't drop flask charges. But the problem we ran into is effectively there's just very little tolerance for having to go back to town in order to recharge your flasks. And it was interesting because when I look at
wow, how surprising.
other games that have mechanics like that, they tend to like. There's a lot of, once again, you've got the kind of.
I honestly, can we go back just a second? What is the problem with white monsters giving you flash charges? I didn't really understand how he identified the problem.
In PoE1, it's very easy for flasks to like for you to effectively just have infinite flasks. Like you kill a pack and your flasks are all just back to full, and so effectively your character is just the same after you kill a pack as it was beforehand. And I wanted to address that by making it so that white monsters didn't drop flash charges. But the problem we ran into is effectively there's just very little tolerance for having to go back to town in order to recharge your flasks.
Yeah, but like, how could you like? I just don't see like why would you have to take away white monsters giving you flash charges? That's what I mean. Like if you could easily like solve it by just reducing the amount that you get. Although I guess they've tried and done that in the past, and I don't know whether it actually accomplished what they wanted. You don't have to make decisions if you have charges all the time. Yeah, in Path of Exile 1, your flask setup is essentially, at least that's like the goal in the long run, is that your flask setup is like a central part of your character. It's like part of your build, kind of. It's a permanent part of your build. It's not like temporary buffs. They try to make the temporary buff attractive, and like some people actually use the flasks with the increased effect, like with the enkindling orb, right? I mean, outside of Mage Blood builds, obviously. But yeah, exactly. To the point, ZB. Like the idea is like you want to have a decision-making process between when do you decide you have your flask uptime and you don't have flask uptime. But yeah, I don't think you have to completely strip the ability to regain charges from killing white monsters.
And it was interesting because when I look at other games that have mechanics like that, they tend to like. There's a lot of, once again, you've got the kind of Elden Ring style games, where they've got like a limited number of flash charges, and that's fine and it works. They seem to be fine with that, but in PoE it doesn't seem to be fine. And I was kind of like questioning like, why is that? Like, what's the reason why? And it felt like the issue was that we're in this kind of middle ground with the version we have. So it's like we could either go more hardcore or we could go more casual. With regard to this, so if we were like we did decide to go like basically walk back to more like how PoE1 is in this regard, but the way we could have decided to go was like more hardcore. We're effectively like what if we just like straight up like didn't have town portaling, like what if you just had to like get through a zone without running out of flash charge or something like that. So we sort of discussed that for a while, but in the end we rejected it, and we decided to basically go to a more PoE1 like system. But the one change that we are making, that we still need to make sure that is actually going to work, that I think will improve things with regard to PoE1, is that in PoE1 all monsters give you a single flash charge, and I think that actually isn't good, because what it means is that fighting big monsters and fighting small monsters, you have to effectively balance the flash charges around fighting lots of big monsters, because if you have lots of little monsters, and then what that means is that all the little monsters are going to be lots of flash charges. So what we're going to do is we're going to change it so that the flash charges are no longer like guaranteed.
So like a little monkey or like a like a slug or something like that gives you fewer flash charges than a big monkey or a bear or something like that. I can get behind that. I guess it could be tied to the HP of the enemy, maybe. But I find it funny that it's like we get into this topic with the announcement of there's been some flash changes, and then Jonathan talks about all these changes that they wanted to do, and then decided in the end concludes, but then we decided we don't want to do that, and we'll just go back to a more PoE1 like system.
One per kill. Instead, we're going to have it be based on.
I mean, not to say it wasn't interesting. It's just like I expected there to be like a complete difference in how PoE2 flasks work from PoE1, and then we go back to, that's the conclusion of the entire.
What's called monster effectiveness, which is like an internal metric, which is effectively like how hard a monster is. And what that will mean is that when you're killing like lots of little trash mobs, they might have like a 30% chance to give you a flash charge each, because you can like kill hundreds of them. And when you're fighting big monsters, they might give you like 2 flash charges each, because they're like way more damaging than the little ones are. And what that should mean is that we can effectively have a much better balance control over the amount of flask charge generation, and we should be able to, ideally with that, nail it exactly right so that you don't, if you have the right flasks, that you won't ever have to go back to town. But if you have the wrong number of flasks, then you will have to go to if you don't have enough flasks or you haven't got like recent ones or something like that, that you still will have to go back to town in that case. But the idea is that you need to keep up with your flask charge generation. But if you're doing the right thing, you never have to go back. And I think that's probably the thing that players will probably appreciate, just the fact that you can, if you gear yourself correctly, then you never have to go back to town, which seems to be basically one of the major complaints that we had at the event. So I think that change will hopefully address all of those concerns, and we should end up with something that is both better than PoE1, but also not having the problems that the current system had. So I guess we'll see how we go with that once we try it out. But yeah, that's what we're changing there.
Just to harp a little bit back on, you said the flask system is going to be a little bit more towards PoE1 again. Is that only about the flash charges that you just talked about, or does that also mean? So it's still going to be reactive flasks though, right? Like not like in PoE1 where it's basically auras.
Yes, we're not going to do the thing where you're constantly just keeping a buff up effectively. That's still important to me. But effectively just making sure that we don't have that kind of like, so people just didn't appreciate the town cycle thing. We actually came up with like a lot of kind of crazy ideas around this, but in the end we decided that going back to more of what PoE1 had was probably just going to be fine, as far as just making it so
Have you guys noticed how Jonathan hasn't mentioned the well a single time? Like, not specifically, but like, Baldur, you noticed, right? Like, he just says that the people didn't appreciate the town cycle aspect that much. And so we're going back to a more PoE1 system. I mean, you'll still portal out and click the well during a boss fight, I think, if you need to. But like, as far as going back to refill flasks and having to click the well frequently during leveling, it doesn't sound like it. It sounds like it's an only boss thing now. Possibly not even only boss. Maybe they get charge refill mechanics on some bosses as well. If you leave boss zone, didn't boss region life to full? I think only if you die. At least in the demo that I played, it was completely legit to portal out during the boss. What they did do is that the portals don't open instantly when you want to open them during a boss, but that the portal has a cast animation that is like 1.5 or 2 seconds during the boss. So that's the punishment for for wanting to leave during the boss, is you need to find a safe opening where you can stand still and fully go through that portal cast animation. But yeah, I mean, that sounds very promising. I'm gonna write that down. Back to a more PoE1 system. People didn't appreciate town cycle aspect, which means apparently no more. Wow, dude, I can't type on this. No more well refilling back for well.
Yeah, you don't have to usually go back.
Okay.
You don't have to usually go back.
The town cycle thing. We actually came up with looking short effectively. That's still important to me. But effectively just making sure that we don't have that kind of like, so people just didn't appreciate the town cycle thing. We actually came up with like a lot of kind of crazy ideas around this, but in the end we decided that going back to more of what PoE1 had was probably just going to be fine, as far as just making it so you don't have to usually go back.
Okay.
That was kind of a long answer.
Yeah, just a little add on there. Is there any concern with the amount of buttons that you press, considering with the flat, you get the full WASD? I found it pretty intense.
Right.
Or just not intense. Like there was a time where I was like trying to hold W and D, and I had to use my pinky finger to press a flask, and yeah, it definitely becomes a little intense with having 5 different flasks, and I had to use Flame Wall, Frostbolt, Ice Nova, Cold Snap, and try to move around at the same time.
this is something I'm interested in as well, because a lot of people reported that there was a lot of action load on the left hand with the WASD movement and and flasking falling onto the left hand and using abilities other than your main like shots, like right your primary damaging abilities are of course on the mouse buttons, but if you don't have like a gamer mouse with side buttons, then you have to use your ability, your movement skill, and all that stuff on the left hand on top of flasking and moving. So it's a little bit of a lot, a little bit too much. Curious what Jonathan is going to say, because obviously I hope that I get to play the game at Gamescom this year again. So I'm most curious about how it will feel then, and how much different it will be.
Is there like
I mean, okay, like it is. There's certainly a lot of buttons there. I don't think personally that it goes above my level of like uncomfortableness around that. I mean, obviously you seem to like you feel differently, right? But then I'm not really sure what we could do about that, as long as we want to also have like skill variety. The flask thing is certainly something that I've looked at. Like, so what I have noticed from looking at people who are completely like,
I'm not sure I would call it a Souls-like. It's more of like a Souls-like, or a Souls-like.
new to action RPGs playing the game, is that the main thing that they find challenging is using flasks. Like the having to care about like what your health is doing and what your mana is doing is a thing that new players find difficult. But at the same time, I don't really want to just like remove flasks or something like that, or make them auto use or something like that. Like that doesn't feel right. So that is just a hard one to solve. Like at the end of the day, you need to pay a bit of attention to that stuff. But as I said, I think you kind of get used to how it is, and it's fine. One thing that I do think is important is, and something you couldn't do in the demo you did, is rebinding the keys. I think that the ones we chose for the defaults there were not so good, and experimenting with using Z and C instead for the extra controls instead of F and R and T, I think actually helps a lot as far as like the finger dexterity goes. But sure, it can still be an issue when you're trying to flask at the same time as using your as moving around. But
is there?
Go on.
Oh, sorry, go ahead. I was just going to ask about like instilling orbs and stuff like that. Maybe certain conditions are met if a certain flask is pressed, even if you only let that happen on like one or two different flasks, not maybe automate all of them, but have a little bit more agency over that, maybe.
For the end game, I'm okay with having some of those kind of automation type systems for flasks, but certainly, but I mean, what I'm talking about with new players there is literally like the very beginning of the game when you're just like like the second area of the game and stuff like that. Like new players definitely still find it to be a little bit of a challenge to just notice the fact that they're low on life. And so on, and it's something that I wouldn't necessarily have expected, because I guess playing action RPGs for so long, I'm just used to the idea that like, oh yeah, pay attention to your life, like use the flasks at the right time. But as I said, I just noticed that it's something that that newer players tend to have trouble with.
Okay.
I think I'm kind of, if we're all good on the button question, I kind of want to move on to about a little bit of build making in PoE2. Just because I'm curious, currently PoE is like this huge sandbox of freedom of whatever you want to do. You can make it happen. You can make a spellcasting champion, even though he looks like a melee character, you can make it work to some degree. And then on the other spectrum, a lot of ARPGs say if you're this class, you get this skill.
Right.
Is PoE2 going to fall similar, like right where PoE is in terms of freedom, or is they going to try to restrict that, or what?
So
What's the overall
it is absolutely PoE1's philosophy here. The only actual difference is that we've restricted skills that use weapons to that weapon type, but so which does reduce the degree to which you can use certain skills. However, spells can still be used with all weapon types. You can use a spell from any class or any other class, etc., just like how PoE1 is. We still have the tree and so on, like how that works. So that is still that freedom. But the main thing is that when we're presenting the system to new users, we try to present it as if there's like, here's the skills for your class, even though that's not really the case, because we want to make sure, like, just to give you the, like, if you're a new user and you don't understand, like, it is much easier to just be like, here are your choices, right? Like, and sure, there's all these other tabs here that have all of the skills for the other classes, and you could just pick them and you could just use those. But for a new player, we want to make it seem as if, oh, here are the ones that you should be choosing, if you know what I mean, just to like guide you down a path that's going to be easier for you. While still allowing all of the ability to explore outside of that. And what I'm imagining is that the weapon swap stuff that we've got in PoE2 now will just allow for an absolute explosion of like weird build stuff that goes on, and it should definitely allow that. One of the other things that happened in that maybe I believe it was in the LA build, but I can't remember, is that attributes now you can choose which attribute you want. Like all attribute nodes allow you to choose from any of the three, and that's actually partly to allow for making it so that you can more easily go into other class specializations, even from the early game if you want, while starting still in the place for the class that you're starting in. So we're definitely keen on the more sort of sandboxy build design thing. That's still our philosophy.
That is awesome.
Yeah, I think Jonathan could have elaborated here. No shade. I'm just gonna give a little bit context here because this reminded me. Well, I guess he did mention it briefly, but like, just for those of you who are unaware, the weapon swap in PoE2 does allow you to allocate a portion of the tree. Like, there's a certain amount of swap points that are associated with the weapon set that you have currently equipped, right? Like, or with that is currently active out of your 2 equipped weapon sets, rather. So that means you can specialize into axes, I guess, on the 1 weapon set, and then weapon swap to a mace for single target and have the specialized points into mace rather than the axes, which means that that's why it's brought up in the context of more weapon type restrictions for attack skills. That's just easier to deal with if the game is more restrictive, because the game also gives you more tools to deal with those restrictions. Right, in PoE1, you can't have a single target mace and well, yeah, I guess you could have a single target mace and a clear axe, but then you have to build a very generic tree, probably a crit tree, without specific weapon nodes, but just like going into the melee crit. Even though I don't know, I think you would be hard pressed to get good values there without going into either axe crit or mace crit. That joke is old, Boulder. PoE2 is gonna be melee. Like, if they don't manage to fix melee in PoE1, then PoE2 will be the melee game for sure.
I was hoping you'd say that. And then with allowing people to have that sort of focus initially will solve the other problem of throwing so many skills at them, it overwhelms, but then it takes away. Awesome.
Right. I mean, one of the things even that we've been doing since the LA event, because we've been focusing more on support gems, is and in terms of like making things appear like your choices are restricted while actually not being at all, is the uncut support gem, which is the thing that allows you to pick what support gem you want to pick. The way the UI for that works is that you can click on like a socket that isn't filled for one of the skills that you have, and then it shows you what support gems could go there that would work with the skill that you've got. And so once again, it really very much...
Does it also give you like the numbers of like which one would give you the best numerical benefit?
Looks like the
Probably
kind of system
not, right?
where like you've got a skill, here are some ways you can expand that skill, but then reality, of course, you can just pick from any of the support gems you want, and you can freely move them and so on. But it's just by presenting it that way, you kind of just get that like much better ease of use, and like the idea that like like it just looks like, oh, here are some things that are going to improve the skill.
And that sounds like a great idea, especially for new players. I can't wait to see how that's actually implemented.
So that kind of presentation really does help, I think.
So I guess to go back to that, so you guys want people to press more buttons, want to have more than one skill being used, and the way you do that is obviously with a lot of synergies towards the skills. Do you have just exactly what Lance said right now? Do you have any consideration that this might be leading to a gameplay where it feels like you kind of shoehorned into certain skill combinations, where it feels like the devs are kind of making the build for you? Or
that is something that our devs take very seriously. Like, it definitely comes up all the time. And anytime we're ever talking about the skill works with that skill, there's always the intention to try and broaden the conditions under which it occurs. So, for example, with that the ranger that I showed at the meetup, you've got the lightning bolt that hits the ground, and then you can use lightning arrow to bounce arcs between it. But it does work with any arc, and like we try to make sure that like other skills that have anything that looks like it is an arc kind of like work. So for example, other arcs that you've got like just arc, the skill that the sorceress has. You've got the arcs that come from the what's it called? Geez, I don't remember the name of the skill now, but the lightning ball that you put on the ground, and then every time you use a lightning skill near it, it arcs to nearby enemies. I can't remember what it's called now.
Orb Storms.
And then there's also
Orb Storms. Orb Storms. Yeah,
I'm terrible with names. Then basically any other skill that has like arcs of lightning, like it'll work with that. And so as I said, we just try and make sure that like these things can work with as many types of skills as possible. And in some cases we might make a category and there's only one skill that kind of fits the definition right now, but the intention is always to expand the number of skills that it can work with. And that basically is how we sort of ensure that we're not like, picking the build for you. But at the same time, there needs to be stuff that looks obvious to players at the start of the game so they can feel like they've got build synergy without having to like think too hard. And so the game needs to sort of present those things to you fairly well. So it's just a question of making sure that they're general enough. And I mean, I think that we've mostly done that. There are people on the dev team though who like you've made the skill and it can only really work with that one, and that's a problem. And we just have to sort of bear that in mind and try to expand the categories as much as we can. Now,
with that said, are we anticipating that it requires that amount of like an insane amount of work to make a build that works in the end game? Or with some of the curated skills that have that synergy, are we anticipating maybe a first or second time player being able to kind of logically put together something that works and feels decent in the end game? Because PoE1 absolutely like lost that years ago.
Right. That's a very hard question to answer, I think, because it depends a bit on your definition of what endgame even is. Like, I think even a basic player can come up with something that's going to work in like the first few tiers of maps. That shouldn't really be an issue. It's a question of how deep should the point be. Like, how far into the end game should it be that you require that you've done something that isn't obvious? And I don't even know really what the answer to that question should be. Like, you want to have room for your skill to improve. Like that is important. But then at the same time, like, they're kind of no one feels like they should ever get to the point where what they're doing isn't okay. Like that kind of like it can be sort of a bad feeling. So that really is a bit of a tough one, right? Like how do we define that? And I really don't have an answer. All I can say is that we'll just do it by feel and see what we end up with. It's really hard to have a more compelling answer to that question than that. But effectively, that is a tension for sure. And ideally we can, at the very least, you need to be able to get through the campaign, assuming that you're not like a complete idiot. You should be able to get through the campaign without having like running into major issues. Like sure.
Shots fired at IGN.
Assuming that you're not like a complete idiot, you should be able to get through the campaign without having running into major issues. Like sure, maybe it'll take you a few more deaths to each boss than what some other people might take if you pick some suboptimal choices, but it should be possible to get through the campaign.
All right, I'm gonna save that voice line for later. Okay.
Okay.
Anyone who complains about the campaign in PoE2, Jonathan says you're an idiot.
Well,
okay.
all right. I mean, that implies we get the balance perfect, but sure.
Right.
At least that's the goal, right? So there you go.
Yeah, I guess Sup, you wanted to ask about third-party tools, I think?
Oh,
Sure.
yeah. So, again, kind of related. That's actually what I was reading when I asked the question that I said before. So yeah, exact same line of questioning. We might just get the same answer right now. Is like PoE1 to do basically anything. To feel comfortable playing the game right now it just went down the rabbit hole of third-party tools. But it's been like kind of synergistic as well, where it feels like as players have gotten better doing things using these third-party tools, whether it's crafting, making a build, or trading,
Third-party tools.
the devs have been receptive to that in a certain way, and it's kind of been like a synergy both through game balance and all of that. But now it's kind of this obstacle where there's a huge ramp up time. There's this reliance on third-party tools to feel that comfort. Like, how are you going to craft? Well, here, go to one of these websites or whatever. Is that something that is being addressed and trying to being like nipped in the bud right off the bat with PoE2, integrating it, making it more beginner friendly, that ramp up time better? Or are we just kind of saying, hey, PoE, whether it's 1 or 2, are just very complex games, and there's a line that we have to draw with, like, hey, we can't just like put the whole wiki in there in your face.
So I mean, I definitely have very mixed opinions about this one, and it sort of depends on the situation. My general feeling in the past has been that if the community, well, so first of all, the community will make tools no matter what we do, right? Like we can't stop that from happening. So there will always be a path of building, like that kind of tool going on, right? So like the idea of somehow stopping that from happening certainly can't happen. So the question then is, how much of that do we put in the game, and that kind of stuff. And generally speaking, I'm in favor of doing anything in game that doesn't feel like it takes you out of the game or doesn't kind of give you so like even as much as I talked about like giving you an obvious path to follow, I don't want to make your decisions for you. And so anything that's going to feel like the game effectively like makes your decision for you, I definitely don't want to do that. But it really comes down to the case by case. And I mean, I've talked before about things like the item filter, like item filter creation in the game client, and me kind of being like, oh, you might like it's easier to do that out in a web browser than it is in the game client, and that kind of stuff. Like I've talked about that. So it really comes down to the specific tool. And so I'd ask you then, like, if you have particular opinions about specific tools, like let's go through what tools you're talking about, and we can discuss each on a case by case basis what I feel about each one, and you'll probably get a more honestly productive answer that way. So rattle them off, and we'll talk about them.
Hob.
So path of building. So in the case of path of building, definitely never will be in the game client, and the reason for that is ultimately what path of building is a way to check what happens with your items without you getting them, and that's kind of not something that I want players who aren't like specifically seeking that to be able to do. Like you should get the item before you can actually test how it works. So that one not going to happen. But that being said, I am fine with more tools in the game client around finding out what will happen for items you do already have. So like I've already talked about the fact that being able to see what the changes to your character are based on equipping a certain item, this kind of thing in game, I'm fine with. But what I'm not okay with is like, what if I had all these items? Like, what would my character look like? Like that's kind of not the type of thing that I think the game should be doing. And third-party tools are better for that kind of stuff.
I guess to talk about damage tooltips for a second, because I saw you talk about that with Josh. When it comes to enemy debuffs and stuff like that, you can't really show that at the tooltip or like pen or anything like that. Is there any consideration that might actually deceive players into undervaluing certain stats versus
so
other
it
stats
could,
that are more obvious?
I see what you mean. So what you're saying is, because the debuff is, your build relies on putting this debuff on enemy before you do stuff, and there's no way to see that. So that is definitely a concern. However, I guess what I'd say in the case of the debuff thing, I would say that that most players I think can understand that. What is more annoying is that there are skills that show like their damage is really low for various reasons that aren't to do with debuffs. They're just to do with the way that like the assumptions that we're making around calculating the damage. And what I'm trying to do with that is actually display what our assumptions are. So first of all, we're going to be improving the way that we calculate.
So basically this means if a skill like Molten Strike that hits with multiple projectiles that shows you that it like what the damage that each individual projectile hit does or melee hit does in the case of Molten Strike. Is it the melee damage that it shows or the projectile damage? I think the projectile damage is a percentage of the melee damage. I mean, that just goes to show how obscure it is. But what I'm trying to say is, like, obviously it doesn't take into account that enemies for every hit get hit by multiple projectiles with the Molten Strike. So in PoE2, at least we can assume that a skill that has a mechanic like that will then tell you based on what assumptions the damage calculation is made, or the damage prediction calculation, I should say.
Calculate damage for a lot of these things. And then the second thing is that we're going to state our assumptions. So for example, like a thing that I think is important is like, okay, you've got this AoE skill. It'll say like against one enemy or something like that, and it's kind of obvious when you see that. They're like, okay, well, if we're talking Ice Nova, right? Like, sure, it doesn't do much damage against one enemy, but like, so the expectation obviously there is like that you'll be able to hit more than one of them, and then you kind of get the idea from that what's going on. And where it gets more complicated is you've got a skill like Double Slam that hits twice. So in the way in PoE2 right now, the damage tooltip for double slam is not good. It shows you each slam at a DPS for each one, which doesn't even make sense. What I want to do instead is we show the hit value for each slam, and then we've got an overarching DPS for both of the slams. And the assumption is that if a monster is hit by both slams, and so effectively, like, you've got a DPS, and it will say, like, yeah, like if you hit by both slams. And then what we can do is for each skill, we want to decide what we think is the sort of the normal case for that skill, and then kind of display DPS with the assumption that case is occurring. Like for a skill like the ice combo, we have to use it 3 times in a row. Like, we'll show DPS as like assuming you use all 3 parts of the combo. And then that way we can kind of like establish that. So effectively, we do have to do some custom work for each skill to make sure that we understand like what the right conditions are. But I think that it will be a lot less deceptive as far as things go. And I do want to make sure that the all the values that we show, like, I never want to lie in a tooltip if we can get away with it. Like, and I do think that PoE1 has cases where they're definitely showing incorrect information. So ideally, like, even if we can't show information that's correct, we can at least show even if we can't show the most useful information, I should say, we should at least show correct information that states what the assumptions are that we use to get to that information. If you know what I'm saying. So that's kind of my feeling about this, is like, like, sure, there are some cases that are just going to be really difficult, but that's like a thing. But then the question you might have is like, okay, so why can't I simulate what happens if shock is applied to an enemy or something like that? And like, I just feel like that's such a big rabbit hole that I don't think the game should really be going down it.
Yeah, more of the question that I would have is, usually when you have green and red numbers in a game, you kind of over rely on them because you can kind of get used to them, and you don't really, because you said earlier it's kind of obvious that penetration would not be on the tooltip, but for some people, like, if you're over reliant on it and maybe you're not even like reading every single item, you're just hovering over and
no, I understand. No, that is definitely a danger, and that I think that comes down to not being so keen on displaying that information. Like, okay, so first out, you do have to hold a button to see this information, and we're not necessarily going to because of the way that it shows the DPS for each skill rather than just for one skill. It's not like there's just like boiling down your things to one number. Like, you'll sort of see the differences for a variety of your different attacks that you have in your character. And it's certainly the case that there's going to be things that, like, I actually don't know how we would create a system that could fully inform you nicely in the game client under every situation you could possibly. Like, we don't know what situation matters, and you'd effectively have to allow a path of building like thing where you can say, like, oh, assuming these debuffs and assuming that, and as I said, it's just
that was not my implication.
And as I said,
sure.
It's an endless path.
Is it I know it's always memed about, but like, is there, I'm forgetting the reason for not having a target dummy. Is it like architecture reason, or
no, it isn't architecture. That one, it's interesting. Okay, right. So the reason for that one is because
good old target dummy.
This is especially a Chris thing. He really doesn't like the idea of making a situation where you can get unlimited uptime on a target and just optimize for just that. Now, in PoE2, we're going to add the damage numbers to the above the health bar for bosses, and that will effectively let you see how well your build does against a real enemy. But because when you're doing that, you have to actually have real damage uptime, like, it is actually a realistic situation, that will give you like an actual good DPS value that you can use against a real target. So that will effectively do that. But we weren't so keen on the target dummy still.
Okay.
So basically, if you want to use a target dummy, find a boss, go kill it, and you'll know what your DPS is against that boss. And that is kind of like the way that we intend to solve that. But that isn't an architectural thing, as I said. We are going to have to do some changes to get the DPS, the damage value sent to the client. But that is something that I think is important. And now that we understand a way to do that without like losing immersion, then we're happy to do that. So that'll effectively let you get those kind of that information from the actual game client of like, how much damage am I actually dealing when I fight this boss.
Okay. This is kind of a sidetrack on the third-party tool thing, just because of morbid curiosity. Where would you think on a tool like Awaken PoE Trade, which is pretty widely used in the trade economy?
Absolutely. I do think that there would be room to put something like that in the game, but that isn't the biggest problem that trade has right now. The biggest problems that trade has are things we've already talked about, which is the whole, the fact there's no buyouts and everything, right? So we're going to be solving that problem. And then the solution to as I've already talked about on another podcast, like having like, the solutions that we're planning on doing there. And then after we've done that, then we can potentially think about like what we want to do as far as like market values for certain things. I'm a little bit hesitant about that one. It does technically meet the definition of something that you could argue should be in the game client. What I most don't like about that mod, I guess, is just that. Well, no, I guess. Well, no, there's really no way around it, right? Like that's just something that's something that can happen, and therefore it will happen. So yeah, I guess that's just kind of one of those things.
It's something that needs to happen.
But sure, I
the
understand.
game is essentially in trade. Like if you need to play with that, it would be really cool if there was sufficient functionality in game that you could say, well, you don't really need a third-party application for the trade, right? It's still always going to be better, and you're going to get more functionality out of the third-party app. But right now, there's some things that Awaken PoE trade does that just make it 100% unfeasible to play the game without it if you're playing in a trade economy.
Understand why, of course, there's that. But the thing we mostly need to fix around trade is just to do with the fact that, you know, you've got the whole like giant list of people and none of them respond to you and like all that crap. So we need to sort that problem out first. I think that's the bigger problem with trade right now. We'll sort that one out first.
Yeah. Okay. What do you feel about?
I'm gonna.
Oh, go ahead.
Sorry,
go
on.
Yeah. What do you feel about
please.
just the last third-party tool that I'm thinking of right now? It's just like things that desecrate the GGPK and they explode it and they get all of the stats and everything. Sometimes kind of inaccurately, we've seen as well.
Well, that's going to happen. Ideally, I would actually want to put as much information server-side only as I can and as little on the client as possible. And I don't know if I can really explain that philosophy other than just the fact that in general, like I'm a believer in the idea of just like information security and not exposing any information that isn't strictly necessary to the client. That being like, I mean, it would be nice if I had like some weeks without anyone bothering me. I would love to go and like improve all of that stuff so that we can hide way more information. But ultimately, anything you send to the client is fair game for people to reverse engineer, and that's just how things are. So you know, like I don't like some developers. I think feel annoyed when people reverse engineer their stuff, and personally, I'm kind of like, yeah, sure, it's going to obviously happen, right? Like it's on us for putting that information in that package. If we put something there, we should expect players to know it. So then to me, I'm just like, I just like the engineering challenge of like, hey, what can we not have the client know?
That's super cool. I like that mindset a lot.
And I'm of that opinion. So yeah, we've got a few things around that to like make it so like we don't show like certain things that are very easy to separate, like drop rates and so on, are very easy to hide in the server. But there's certain things that are just very inconvenient and not to split between the client and the server, and we didn't do the work to get that done. So yeah, I'd love to improve that and just have even less information in the client package. But you know, we've got what we've got for now at least.
So I'll try and pull the conversation a little bit into maybe something we haven't heard yet, like endgame, for example. We've heard a lot about campaign, and obviously a robust campaign is important for even an ARPG, right? But what's important for people coming back is like end game, gameplay loop, stuff like that. And even if you can't share specifics about the end game, what would you want the end game loop in PoE2 to be? Do you want it to be similar to PoE1? Is there something that you didn't like about PoE1's end game that you don't want to repeat? Any mistakes that you don't want to repeat? Or how would you, for example, like somebody has 3 hours of gaming time after they come back from work, and what would you like them to do? Or like, how would
overall, I think the loop should be very similar to PoE1. As far as mistakes go, this is a tricky one.
T17s.
I
didn't say that.
I don't know. Like, I have some thoughts about this, but they're not really coalesced enough to really easily discuss them. But it's like it's just something to do with the fact that I liked how the end game was more sort of about like 4 years ago. And it's very hard to kind of like exactly explain like what exact changes it was that kind of led to where we are now. We tried to sort of improve some of them with the Scarab stuff, but effectively it just came down to like the reason why we did the Scarabs is because we were really keen to avoid the kind of like, it felt like you were doing a bunch of stuff that wasn't enjoyable before each map. So ideally the Scarabs have improved that situation. But then there was obviously some balance issues with them and various like mechanics that allowed them to combine in weird ways and so on. But ultimately, yeah, it's like it's going to be map running that you're doing. with of course the other different various end games that you can do that we like to have, like lots of different variety of content that you can approach. But yeah, like as I said, I don't know that it's very easy for me to specifically talk about like, okay, what exact little changes was it that led to the situation we're in right now. I don't think it's like that bad really, but like
I wasn't really even trying to like completely make a jump to PoE1. I was just in general like how you're approaching endgame and stuff like that as well. Yeah.
Well, I mean, as I said, the overall approach is very similar. It's just that like what is it? I wish I could sort of like say what I'm trying to talk about a little bit more easily here, but it's like there was less of a I don't think I can quite. It's something to do with the difficulty of content and people's expectations around what content they can do. But I just don't know if I can quite exactly assemble the right answer around it. But as I said, ultimately the end game will be like the loop will be very similar. It's just a question of like the specific details, I guess. That's probably not a very satisfying answer, but unfortunately that's what we'll go with for now. All right.
That's fair. Speaking of encroaching more towards, I want to say, balance of what PoE2 will look like in comparison to maybe PoE1. Right now, we're currently doing a lot of cycles, or we'll have some borrowed power and some permanent power. Is that something that you liked and would want to carry over into maybe your approach to PoE2, or not necessarily?
Well, I think when in PoE2's early days, there's going to be a lot more scope for just increasing power directly from leagues, because as we used to do all the time, and that's just because there's going to be less stuff. Now, obviously, the thing we want to try and avoid is that you don't get to the point where things become so confusing. But I mean, that will happen eventually, just naturally, because as you add more and more content, there's just going to be more and more stuff, and it'll just get to that point.
PoE3.
Yeah, exactly. Like that'll happen. But at the same time, like there will be more scope for just like straight up, like just this league introduces a thing. Then if we keep the league, then we keep the power. And I think that's likely to that's likely.
So
to
we're going to be back to
we're
going to be back to keeping power from leagues instead of doing like the whole borrowed power thing. Did I get that right? We need to rewind a couple of seconds, half a minute or something.
Because as we used to do all the time.
To maybe PoE1. Right now, we're currently doing a lot of cycles, or we'll have some borrowed power and some permanent power. Is that something that you liked and would want to carry over into maybe your approach to PoE2, or not necessarily?
Well, I think when in PoE2's early days, there's going to be a lot more scope for just increasing power directly from leagues, because as we used to do all the time, and that's just because there's going to be less stuff. Now, obviously, the thing we want to try and avoid is that you don't get to the point where things become so confusing. But I mean, that will happen.
So that means there's going to be more juice in PoE1, in PoE2, more juicy expansions, if you will, I guess. If I get it correctly, Jonathan is saying there's more room for juicy expansions, as there's like more, like there's more, well, as a more permanent juicy expansions, I guess. As there will be more room for power creep. Early on in PoE2. I guess that's like separate from the endgame loop. We already moved on from the endgame loop. The conversation is fluid. We're transitioning fluidly between topics.
Happen eventually, just naturally, because as you add more and more content, there's just going to be more and more stuff, and it'll just get to that point.
PoE3.
Yeah, exactly. Like that'll happen. But at the same time, like there will be more scope for just like straight up, like just this league introduces a thing. Then if we keep the league, then we keep the power. And I think that's likely to that's likely to be happening. And I mean, the nice thing, of course, is that as we're going to be as we're doing new leagues, we're also planning on re-adding some old ones as well. And when we do that, we get to refactor a little bit how the reward systems worked and so on. So ideally, we'll be able to sort of do that in a way where it doesn't feel like the level of power increase is so good while still giving you options for crafting. But at the end of the day, anytime there is an option, if there's to be a viable choice between options, then one of the options has to be better than the other. Otherwise, what's the point of having a choice at all? Or at least it's better than or at least it's better in certain cases for certain players. So ultimately, any kind of option that you add, assuming that there's going to be someone enticed to pick it, must lead to some kind of power down the road somewhere. Therefore, more options, more power. It's just kind of unavoidable, I think. We'll just end up that way. So ultimately, I guess what we're saying is that, there's probably going to be a lot of power increases over time throughout PoE2's life. And sometimes we do the whole like temporary change thing, but I think that really is more of an artifact of late, like PoE1 being so so much older now, because there's been so much stuff that we kind of have to do that to even make things work still. Like we can't, we need to be able to add things that are going to excite players, but we also can't really keep those things, because if we did, it would just stack up to absolute infinity levels. The fact that we had a freaking life wraparound bug recently should tell you that we're starting to hit the limits of where it's possible to go as far as values are concerned. Yeah.
So a question I had about the passive skill tree is you just said earlier that, for example, the attributes are way more flexible. You can if I understood you correctly, you can choose which attributes you want while traveling. And in a different interview, you talked about percentage max life. This is a long time ago, so if that changed, just tell me. Percentage max life is not going to be on the tree anymore, for example. Yes. You want gear to be more impactful when it comes to defense. Maybe the base type matters more and stuff like that. I just wonder, we talked about everything you don't want on the passive tree, but what do you want people to get from the passive tree, other than probably the normal increased damage, maybe a multi, everything you would normally find? Do you want to open design space there? Is there maybe going to be skills there? Are keystones going to be a little bit revamped or anything like that?
So generally speaking, what the skill tree is for is to increase your effectiveness with something that you've... Right? So generally speaking, what...
Discord
Did it just cut off for me?
Oh, sorry,
Discord's cutting out.
So what I'm saying is the general idea with the passive skill tree is that it increases something. It effectively allows you to specialize in something that you're getting the base from somewhere else. So generally speaking, they're going to be percentage increases. We want to have a wide variety. Now, one of the things that we did change was we've changed masteries, so we've removed those, and we're making more of the notables be more interesting. So ideally, we do find ways to make it so that every notable has something kind of interesting on it, like where we previously put that in a mastery. We're now putting those in notables. And the reason for the stuff that we removed from the tree, as you were saying before, is just that we don't want to have anything on the tree that every player must always get. We want to make sure that everything that you actually allocate is a real choice, rather than just having you must have at least 30 points and 30.
Well, the question would be, if you remove that, wouldn't that just make the next best thing a must-have, or are you just talking about in terms of defense?
Well, I mean, you could argue that, but what I'm saying is that different life is not a specialization thing because everyone needed it. Whereas when you're looking at the different defenses, your character, depending on what your gear is, wants different bonuses to different types of defenses. So effectively, not everyone wants, percentage energy shield, because obviously if you don't have energy shield, you don't need that. That's why that is fine, whereas life is not. And the same is true of I guess there's been some stuff around damage as well that we've kind of changed to, where we want to try and have more specialization around certain mechanics. I'm being a bit vague here, but we've got less weapons specific damage specialization and more damage specialization around other unrelated, I say unrelated, other kind of mechanics that you could apply across a variety of different builds. So it might be damage while I've got a certain debuff on them, or it might be damage for against monsters.
Yeah, I also found that a little bit unsatisfying. It's saying that percentage life is not an option because everyone wants it. It's still currently a trade-off, right? Whether you get life or damage. But what I do imagine is that it would make balancing a lot easier if life was not an option on the passive tree, because then you don't have to account for the cases that take 0 life. You don't have to account for the cases that take all the life that they can get, right? It's just a much more narrow bandwidth of health values that a given character will have at the given level. So it's going to be much easier to balance the game in a fair way I assume, where you don't feel like, oh, I play like a full glass cannon spec and I just get one shot everywhere, and then you don't get those same things. Whereas like, oh, I deal 0 damage, but I like, I take 0 damage, but I can't kill this boss, right? I think that would have been much better to explain it like that, and if that's accurate, right? That's just my insinuation. But yeah, I think that's a little bit flawed argumentation, like, because not everyone wants percent life, because the people who play CI, right, don't want percent life. Nothing really will change in reality. Well, the thing that I said will change, like there's going to be less impact of the passive tree on what actual life values your character has, which either narrows the bandwidth of life that a character could have at a given level, or increases the impact that itemization will have on the life values, right? Because if the passive tree has less effect, then yeah, either it's more consistent or the itemization has more effect. And we'll just make the defenses on the passive tree be more valuable. So it'll be about the same value as life was before. Yeah, I don't know how much defensive stuff is going to be on the passive tree, but we'll see. Yeah, it's probably going to be a little bit more interesting than like just stacking raw life, right? And it's going to be a little bit more identity. I get what Jonathan is trying to say with like saying percent life is not fine to have on the tree because everyone wants it anyway. Like I can totally get behind that line of argumentation. I just don't think it was particularly well presented here.
With X or this kind of stuff, you know what I mean? Like
Conditional damage, yeah.
These conditional damage stats and these kind of things, so those can work well. You have to be a little bit careful that you don't have too many of those, because sometimes they can put certain requirements on builds. But but we are trying to make sure that there's like a lot of variety of the ways that you can approach getting damage. And then the other thing, of course, is with the dual specialization, you can very often make those conditional stats work to your advantage really well, because you only get them while you're applying, while you're using certain skills. So that kind of allows you to do that. But as I said, generally speaking, the notables are more impactful. We try to remove anything that every player wants, and then the overall goal of the skill tree is to keep you is to specialize your character more. Generally speaking, anything flat we don't want to have on there. We want to try to have percentage increases and so on. I don't know if there's anything really other major, because the other thing of the keystones where we want to just the keystones are supposed to change your build entirely, right? So they've got the downside and the upside and so on, and that's still basically the same philosophy. So other than that, I would say it's like mostly similar. There was a lot of discussion around some of the things we could change around the passive.
Other than that, it's mostly similar. The passive keystones is still the same, but other than that, it's mostly similar.
Is to specialize your character more. Generally speaking, anything flat we don't want to have on there. We want to try to have percentage increases and so on. I don't know if there's anything really other major, because the other thing of the keystones where we want to just the keystones are supposed to change your build entirely, right? So they've got the downside and the upside and so on, and that's still basically the same philosophy. So other than that, I would say it's like mostly similar. There was a lot of discussion around some of the things we could change around the passive tree, and one of the ones that I think was probably the biggest one that we had to work out was, are we a type of game where the reason you don't get more of a stat is because there isn't more to get, or are we the type of game where the reason you don't get more of a stat is because there's no advantage to getting more? So like, should there be more damage?
Returns.
Like, should there be more damage than you can ever allocate, and that it's just a question of how much you allocate, or is it that there's a limited amount of damage and this you've got all of it now, so you have to do something else? And while there was some temptation to go down the road of like we just limit the amount of stats that there are on the tree, I think we prefer, being the more sandboxy type of system that we are, to be more along the lines of, if you want to specialize all in on something, there's as many points as you could want for that thing. It's just that at some point it becomes detrimental due to the fact that your character now can't do whatever else it needs to be doing. So that's kind of the road we're attempting to go down, which is very similar to what PoE1 was doing, although not entirely.
I think certain on kill effects are fine. Like if you've killed recently, like I don't know, Onslaught, if you've killed recently or something like that, it's a completely fine stat to have in the game, like momentum based stuff. It's just Maybe not on the passive tree, if that's what you're saying, like, because you don't want to put like points into something that is not up all the time. Although, I mean, that is also something that you could. It's optional, like you don't have to pick it, right?
highly, and that's kind of the main thing. We're still staying with that philosophy.
I guess on that note, because you said get as many like sandboxy. Do you have any plans for cluster jewels? Do you already know if you want those to still be in the game, or?
That's a good question. That's a good question. I mean, there has to be room for cluster jewels in PoE2, but probably in a different form than how they are implemented in PoE1.
I don't think they'll be in there at the start because they're kind of a natural extension. I don't think they're fundamental to the system, as it were. But I don't see any reason we wouldn't have them later. Like, they are okay. We still have jewels in general in the tree. Like, we still that's all still there. I do like that, although we'll be changing the stats that you get on them a little bit. Like, there's some there's some stuff to fiddle about with there. But yeah, like in general, like I do like that system. I think it's good. So we'll
Right.
that's all still there, fundamental to the system, as it were. But I don't see any reason we wouldn't have them later. Like, they are okay. We still have jewels in general in the tree. Like, we still that's all still there. I do like that, although we'll be changing the stats that you get on them a little bit. Like, there's some there's some stuff to fiddle about with there.
I really want the details
yeah,
on that.
In general, like I do like that system. I think it's good. So we'll clusters probably just a bit later. I think it's an easy feature to add.
Okay. I think got that there for a second.
I want to cut in just because
Sure.
Yeah.
this sticks out a little bit to me that you say percentage energy shield can exist where percent life cannot, just because it's tied to your gear and whatnot. A lot of times when I'm making a character, I can get energy shield from a lot of different sources and somehow still have other things that are giving me armor or getting me evasion, and then energy shield ends up just kind of being a raw EHP number, just like life. How do you make the distinction where it doesn't really feel like a raw EHP number where that can exist and life can't?
The reason why for that one is just literally because, once again, every character doesn't have energy shield. Like, some do, some do not, and so therefore it is actually a choice about, am I a character who is specializing in this or am I not? So while I do understand that it feels superficial,
Yeah, but like
very
some
similar,
characters don't have life either. Like,
it's still a choice where life isn't. Like, you could argue that, on a higher level, you could argue it's the same, because you're like, okay, well, how many points am I putting in defenses? You have to have a certain amount in defense. And that is still absolutely the case, right? Like, you probably, if you're a character, should probably have some nodes allocated to defense. Otherwise, you're going to be a complete glass cannon. So on that level, you could say that's still mandatory. But I think that it doesn't feel the same as what life did, where it's just like you just must have a.
dude, Palstron's hand looks so, like, the lighting is so odd on the hand. Like, I don't know, there was like some ring light or like something coming in, casting a shadow on the fingers. It looks so copy-pasted, this hand. Look at the hand. I mean, sorry that I'm like talking off topic over Jonathan's very valuable answer here, but like that hand, dude.
Glass cannon. So on that
Looks
level,
so
you could say
fake.
that's still mandatory. But I think that it doesn't feel the same as what life did, where it's just like you just must have a certain amount. Like, you might as well not have had like the however many points it is that you have to put into life that everyone always puts in. So it effectively reduced the degree to which you could actually specialize your character.
Yeah, until you pick CI and you refund all the life nodes because now you don't need life anymore. That's like where
So that is why I feel it's different. And also, there is a real choice to make between different forms of defense, I think. And also, not only that, but there are keystones and uniques and all sorts of stuff that like change the way that those defenses work, such that you would also have different choices there. Whereas that was less the case for life. Well, of course, there was like there were some that just removed life, but it wasn't. I don't think that it was quite as varied and interesting as what the other defenses are.
kind of, because it scales multiplicatively with the other defenses, right? Like, it's always an interesting mini game to find out which investment into your defenses be it life, armor, energy shield, suppression, dodge, whatever, what have you, is going to provide you with the best upgrade in effective hit points for a given situation. And I think as such, as part of this puzzle, I don't think life is any less interesting than any other defensive stat. I do get the line of thinking, right? And I want to agree with Jonathan here that like removing life from the passive tree is a good thing. I just find the argumentation a little bit lackluster here. Although I'm not saying I could do it better, right? Like I was just hoping for something that convinces me more that, because everything that Jonathan said here, I'm like, well, but yeah, I hear you, but then, you know, like, I don't think life is only an option, like is mandatory for every build. That's just not true. There are definitely builds that opt to not invest into life over other forms of defense. So it's not that way as presented. But yeah, I don't want to get stuck on this. I want to hear more.
I guess what Lance also means is that for energy shield builds, then they don't need life anymore. So are you kind of hinting that, for example, Chaos Inoculation is not going to be in the game anymore, and energy shield is more going to be an addition to life, or is that what you're saying?
Chaos Inoculation is in the game still. I can tell you that. So that's still a thing
in the game.
Because if you're an ES character, life is also irrelevant, just like on a life character, ES is irrelevant. So that's, I think that's kind of the equation.
Sure, I guess you could sort of argue that. I'm just trying to think back to the conversations, because Chaos Inoculation was a whole freaking mega discussion recently, due to us wanting to change slightly how Energy Shield works. Because there's like a few other changes around this that kind of like change the equation here a little bit. But I don't know if I have enough context in my mind still to talk about that. So yeah, we'll probably save that one for another day. But there was the concern that I probably can't. I probably don't have enough stuff to talk about specifically around this, but effectively, there are some changes to the way that chaos damage work, and also to some of the debuffs that were traditionally bypass energy shield as well. And like, so there's a few other things that we've fiddled around with there. But so
I suppose chaos damage just doesn't straight up bypass energy shield anymore. But it's like natural, like 50-50 or something like that. Like 50% of chaos damage bypasses energy shield in PoE2. It's my call right now. I mean, it doesn't say it, but that's because that's always been a problem in PoE1, is that you can't design a chaos damage themed boss because it would just literally do 0 damage to CI builds. And that would be always the right way to play, is to go in as CI. So they always had to add physical damage to things.
Probably better to talk to like Rory or something, who's like got the exact memory of exactly what we've changed here, because I don't quite remember well enough. But yeah, there's some stuff around this and CI and how it affects all this stuff that does matter.
All right, anyway. I think.
All right, okay, we can pivot a little bit. I just wanted to ask a quick question about, and I actually think that this could be really interesting. PoE2 is in PoE1, the game design is pretty anti-synergistic and antagonistic to casual party play in a lot of different ways, from the fact that you can have like one ignite on a monster, you know, your curses are going to be overriding each other, people are running at different speeds, etc. Is there any thought to, and on the flip side, if you have a perfect party, you know, you're getting godlike amounts of loot, which is a little bit different conversation for in a couple minutes. But is there any thought to making party play and casual co-op more, you know, easy to drop into and beneficial for players in PoE2? So
I do think it's important, so a change we could make based on what you just said there is we don't allow people's mechanics to cancel each other out, as it were. You know, like if one person's igniting, then the other person can also ignite or something like that. And I really don't like that idea, because I just feel like it goes against the kind of basic simulation that we're trying to sort of have here. But I do think that you'll find that because there's a lot more world state that's part of your build. What I mean by that is, like, you can create more objects and like put monsters in certain states and so on. There's a lot more of that going on. I think that you'll just generally have a lot more synergy between different builds. Like there's a lot more cross-cutting things of like, you know, one player puts something in a like near to stunnable state, and then the next player uses their ability that gets them over, and you know, this kind of thing. There's all sorts of that stuff going on. So, you know, as well as just being able to create abilities that then other classes can take advantage of, like one person creates a gas cloud and the other person explodes it and so on. So I think that all of that stuff should lead to like generally speaking like a lot more possibility for synergy between party members. But at the same time, there's certainly still going to have a lot of those things that you just talked about, right? Where like, yes, if two players have both doing an ignite build, are not going to have a great time because of the fact that, you know, they both are relying on a buff that can only have one.
I think this is tying back to what we talked earlier here, that multiple skill use encouraged synergies are being like the devs try to broaden the synergy as much as possible to avoid mandatory combos, and I think that that's what we're alluding to here, is that as a side effect of that, there's also going to be more like synergies between different player builds, right? Because as Jonathan says, like one player uses a skill that like almost fills the stun bar on one monster, and then the other player has an easier time stunning it, and so on. Yeah, it doesn't sound to me like they're trying to go all in on combos. It's just like enabling combos as much as possible for people who want to combo things. But it doesn't seem like there's going to be cookie cutter combos as much as, or not cookie cutter, mandatory combos is what they said earlier, like things that are just so overpoweringly strong and like mandatory to be used together. Is hopefully going to be a variety of options to pick from. Remember, you have to press 4-3, 1-4-2 at every pack of mobs. We'll see about that. I do hope that the flask play will be a little bit different in PoE2.
On a character. And I just don't know that I want to solve that, because I think that it would break a lot of like I don't know what's the feeling. The feeling here of like it's not going to feel like a real simulation anymore the moment that you start breaking all of those rules. So yeah, I just prefer not to. As for things like run speed and so on, I guess I don't know. It is what it is. I don't really have a. I wouldn't say that I want to change something like that. I just, you know, you get what you get there. But so the issues with casual co-op, I guess, the issues you talk about there are surely more of an issue as you get later in the game anyway, right? Like, isn't that those kinds of like party things, aren't they really more of an in-game concern than a sort of campaign concern? You probably get pretty far in campaign just using casual, like those kind of casual like not having to worry about what your build does relative to the other person, I would imagine.
Yeah, this is definitely more of an endgame question for sure.
Right.
I mean, the bricking someone else's damage with elemental equilibrium is not in the game anymore. I guess the worst part that happens during the campaign is that you can't use, like, right, you override someone else's curse that is build enabling for them because of the curse limit. Right, that's the only thing that I can imagine. Yeah. That's probably the worst, is like overriding someone's frostbite with your flammability and then hurting their damage in order to benefit yours, and that could overall reduce the damage output of your party of 2.
So yeah, like when it comes to that stuff, like to end game, I guess I feel a bit okay with the idea that you should consider what your other party members are doing to some extent. You know, like I guess I'm just okay with that. You know what I mean? Like having a little bit of synergy, I feel is interesting. So as I said, thinking about the different players. I just don't think that I would want to make a game where you can just ignore what everyone else is doing and just do your own thing, and you have exactly the same level of damage as if you weren't doing that. I think it takes away a lot of like what's interesting about like caring about the state of what, you know, monsters are doing and so on, away from the player. So that's just kind of my feeling on it anyway.
Okay, yeah. I mean, I have 20-year-old memories of being a little Fury Druid walking behind the Sork that killed Mephisto before I even even got through the door.
Sure.
Like I know what
Sure,
that's
sure.
like.
Right,
But
right.
yeah, I mean, I also have memories of like certain games like Marvel Heroes in the past that have there's like more MMO inspired raids type of stuff. But there
Right.
have been cool instances of doing a boss fight with your friends and that kind of feeling really, really good in an ARPG
Right.
setting. And
Right.
yeah, I think that like I really, I was trying not to load the question initially about WASD, but I love like that executioner fight. I not gonna lie, I got chills. I got tingles after I killed that boss. Like it was really, really cool. And I was like, this is awesome. And I was just thinking what that would feel like learning that fight with my friends and just like being able to show
Right.
that to them and kind of doing that with my friends. And
So
yeah.
you can definitely do that. It's just that yes, there are going to be some build options that are going to be inherently cut.
What's the executioner in PoE2? Is that the boss in the prison? Wait. Do we already have PoE, like a wiki on that or something like that? Executioner PoE2. Fourth boss, executioner. Yeah, we do have that.
Here.
So it's not the boss that I thought it was going to be. Okay. Honestly, I'm not sure I remember this. Exile Meet Demo 2024. Oh, okay, yeah. Maybe it's just numbers on the flask, so you don't know. Like, so if you look at this flask, you know immediately it's in the fourth flask slot without having to count out that it's like 1, 2, 3, 4. Maybe that's not the keybinds. Okay. So does this fight have like a second phase, like after 50%, where it like gets more intense, or so far pretty straightforward. Oh, it's dropping shit. Oof. Yeah, being able to pause is gonna be huge. Okay, now we got enough context. Now we know this is the executioner.
Cutting out there. It's just that I guess I don't feel like they rise to the level of the point where you can't just play with your friends easily enough. It's really more of an in-game concern where the type of scaling you're doing really does matter so much that that as soon as you cut one of those axes out due to like the Ignite example you had, right? Like if you're playing if you at in-game in PoE1, if you're playing an Ignite build, that's the only thing you're doing. And so therefore cutting that mechanic out is going to effectively just completely destroy your character. Like you just can't do anything with that. And I do think PoE2 is less, should overall have less of that problem, just due to the nature of the fact that you've got more skills that you're using and sort of more what's going on. But then at the same time, if your build, if you're playing in an in-game context, and that implies that but you're playing at a difficulty where you can only just beat the content, like because you go as high as you can go, if you know what I mean. And if that is the case, and then you play with a party member who cancels out one of your mechanics, that's going to lead to a situation where you're not as effective as you were before, and you might not be able to beat the boss anymore. So yeah, that's a possibility. I just would hope that the synergy you can get from party members outweighs that. But it's a little bit hard to tell without really playing it more with the stuff. Like we haven't done a lot of multiplayer testing, and especially not at endgame. Therefore, I guess we'll just have to sort of see about that. But yeah, I'm not really. I guess I'm not like overly worried about this. I guess is what I would say. Like I think that it should be okay. I think it will be okay. And I'm hoping that you will have a good time with your friends when you choose to play with them. It should be okay. Yeah.
Sounds very promising.
PoE players don't have friends. Who we fool?
Hopefully synergies outweigh the counter synergies. We haven't done a whole lot of multiplayer testing. It should be okay. I hope we will be okay. I'm just summarizing, paraphrasing here.
Fooling.
Well, hopefully you do. Hopefully you do. Or maybe you met some of them playing the game. I would hope. It's funny because people. There was actually some metrics that we saw that basically showed that people who start the game with a friend are like, I don't remember the numbers now, but it was like way, way, way more likely to stick around than players who don't. So being introduced to the game by a friend is actually really, really important. As far as, and I suspect that's just partly to do with the complexity. But yeah, that's like something.
I tried many times. Yeah, I tried many times, but
right. Anyway.
Now I'm gonna take us in a bit of a pretty different direction, just because I am a big fan of a lot of uniques in this game. Is there any chance you could give us an item you're specifically excited about that you've seen that you're like, this is awesome going into PoE2? Unique item wise,
I probably shouldn't spoil any particular uniques because those are the type of things that do have like marketing value, as it were, to do like around spoiler season, which I'm sure will happen for PoE2, like as we get closer.
This is a good marketing opportunity.
But I guess what I'll say as a general rule is that I am personally a big fan of uniques that change a lot about a character and also have like some kind of visual impact in the world as well. And we can't do that for every unique, but I do think it's fun when you have something, like, okay, like, well, sure, I'll spoil one then. I'll spoil one for you. All right. So like, and this is an existing unique, so I don't feel too bad about spoiling it and just how we're changing it. So the rat's nest in PoE2 has actual rats that come out of your out of your helmet and fall on the ground, and then the rats like go to corpses and do stuff. So that's an example of like taking something where like I think you can get the theme of it like just way cooler if you just put a little bit of work into into this kind of thing. So like yeah, like that I'm a fan of having uniques be more like I don't know, just like I don't know what the right word is exactly, but like because I mean they have gameplay impact even, but it's like you can sort of see them and there's like a feeling that there's like when you put this on that it's got some kind of unique thing going on that's like not quite just like, it's not just a stat, you know what I mean? Like it's actually a thing that's happening and like sure, so yeah, that's the kind of thing that I find quite fun. So that's an example of a change to a unique that's an existing unique, but it's got like a slightly different thing that it's doing. And
so we can expect some level of significant visual impact / varied.
I mean, I'm not going to say that every single unique has that. Like, there's a lot of uniques that don't do that, or they just kind of do something. But it's okay. Like it's just like the little touches. Like okay. Random other really really simple one, right? So Redbeak. Redbeak in PoE2 has like you can see on the sword like it glows red when you're low in life. That's the low in life one, right? Is it below 50% or above 50%? Yeah, it's the below 50%. So like when it's below 50%, you can see on the sword that you're below 50% because that's like the trigger that makes the you get the thing. So like that's the kind of thing where like just those little touches can kind of like it's a minor thing, but it kind of just feels like the stat is something you can see. It isn't just something that like is just there, if you know what I mean. So that's the kind of thing where that's what I'm talking about, right? Just like little touches that make uniques feel unique. That's the stuff I like.
Well, I appreciate you willing to share that. That's really exciting. The aspect of that attention to detail, I think a lot of people really appreciate, especially because uniques are always these iconic, simplistic things. You look at it, you know it, and then actually getting the feeling of seeing it on your character and that affects, I think that'll be a big winner. That's really cool.
I think people will like them. But yeah, as I said, those two are kind of okay since they're both just random PoE1 uniques that we're just porting over with like a few like little touches. But yeah, there's also obviously lots of uniques that were never in the game at all, and new uniques with interesting mechanics, and some of them do some pretty crazy shit. Yeah, and hopefully you'll enjoy them.
So next, I'd like to pick your brain a little bit about a pretty contentious topic in the PoE community right now, which is Magic Find.
Sure.
And you've already stated that it will be in PoE2, albeit in simpler form, and it will be on items as well. Now, I don't represent the whole community here. This is, like I said, a very contentious topic, very split between the different factions. But in terms of what I dislike about the idea, it would be, for example, that it's a weird sort of concoction where you remove power from your character in order to get more items, which kind of feels a little bit antithetical to the whole ARPG power fantasy, I guess, if you would call it like that. And at the same time, you also have this weird dynamic where your builds kind of become just these farming machines. You kind of tune them just to be farming machines for like currency per hour, where you say, I'm going to sacrifice this gear slot, this gear slot, this gear slot, or this suffix. I think you said you wanted on rares now and not on uniques anymore, if I remember correctly. The new MF set. But basically,
uniques.
Or did that change?
Well, uniques. Well, nothing has really changed about that. Just to clarify, there are certain slots that have Magic Find on your character that res can get it. And then there are uniques that have Magic Find as well. But I mean, it's just a question of really a balance of like what we're making sure that the slots that we put it on are well considered and so on. But I understand, right? Like, so I definitely understand. So there are definitely people on the design team as well who kind of there is the same faction split that happens of like some people like it, some people don't. I do think it's something that we could discuss again. But what it comes down to, I mean, the argument for it really comes down to the idea that it's another thing to optimize for your character once you've already beaten the ability to kill a boss, right? Because there's only so high the content can scale in the end. Because I mean, the argument on the Force side of like why we shouldn't have Magic Find is that if damage is the only scaling that you can do on your character, then that means that the way you scale Magic Find is by scaling the level of content you can do, and it's a fair argument, right? Like I do understand that, but like there's really only, if we don't have Magic Find, there's really only two things you can scale up your character: the defenses and the damage. And having that third axis is really the main reason we want to do that, because there's not very many axes it can be on your character, so that is the argument.
Nothing
I guess
new here.
because it's so factionalized, like the two factions here, it's very hard for me to necessarily push the conversation one way or the other. Like people know the things about it, but all I can really do is just summarize the feelings. I would say that I might be willing to be persuaded on this one, so it kind of comes down to like where we end up. But it's definitely a topic worth coming up again. As I said, certain developers on the team very much on one side, certain developers very much on the other side. I don't really want more to add to the conversation other than that. But as I said, I don't know that I necessarily feel too strongly on one side or the other, but so therefore I guess we'll go with what the most developers here kind of feel happy with, and that really is just the extra scaling axis is important.
Yeah, for sure. But the way I kind of feel it's a problem is in terms of itemization, the way you represent is you have this kind of like lever that you can pull where you like remove power and you add quant, which in theory sounds nice, but what ends up happening is you have these characters with these shitty uniques that are just the same on every character, and you have a situation where, for example, maybe the endgame content is not hard enough to where you actually need to put on real gear, and now everybody just runs around with the same amount of unique gear, or like even going further here.
Predicting answer here. Well, then it's just a matter of making the end game hard enough.
For example, an Emmy gives you 20 quant. It's like, okay, now every unique amulet and every build that revolves around that unique amulet is now basically invalidated because you're now inefficient. And sure, that's not how every casual player would approach it, but it's definitely inhibiting in terms of like making builds on your own. And that comes once again to this problem of seeing characters just as money-making machines instead of like playing a game, right?
I do appreciate where you're coming from for sure. Like I definitely get it. And that might come down to the individual specific balance decisions of the individual uniques. It's certainly not good if the only amulet to ever run is just one amulet. Because I mean, now effectively whatever design we put on any other amulet is irrelevant, and that's not really very good. So I guess that would imply then that we just have to really make sure that we're not going too far with the magic find on uniques. Because I guess the trade-off is less certain when you're coming down to rares, right? Because getting a good magic find rare is going to be harder. There's different.
The trade-off, yes. The trade-off, yes. You're just sacrificing a suffix instead of a whole item, but you still have the same problem where, okay, now in that slot, I would really like to use a rare, so that one stat is on my item. You have the same problem as the other way around. So it's kind of just a very hard thing to do, and it also gives us problems in terms of endgame scaling, because now you have to exactly scale the endgame correctly to where it's hard enough so people can't run around with magic find gear in your hardest content. So it's also pretty hard to balance around that, and it can maybe.
So hang on. So there you were saying that you have to balance it so that people can run around with magic find gear. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying that you can't make it so people can run around in the hardest content in the game with magic find gear.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
But then
and that's a hard thing to balance.
Right, but then what's the alternative for that? So there's no magic find, and
the alternative to that was remove it from itemization and just have separate systems. Which, I mean, you can say anything in this game is magic find. You can say the Atlas passive tree is magic find. Right?
What I'm looking at though is like, so say you didn't have it on items, you just scale, like the only thing you're scaling then on items is defense and damage, right?
Yeah.
So
movement speed. I mean, you have other
utility.
ways to increase your efficiency,
or I guess movement speed technically counts, but
speed.
The thing is
attack
that
speed,
really
attack speed for your movement skill, right? Like
I think that reaction was super misplaced to laugh about movement speed, which is like, I mean, maybe I'm not as. People know I'm not as hardcore as my chat on that, right? Like, I'm happy to play a character that's not super zooming around, but definitely movement speed seems to be, for a lot of people, the most important stat on Path of Exile. And to laugh that down,
scaling then on items is defense and damage, right?
Yeah.
So
movement speed is definitely an axis. And explosions, and I mean, explosions are technically damage, but like movement speed is so much of a factor of how many maps you get to run per hour that I think in most cases movement speed is more important than quantity, right? And people will, for leveling at least, in many cases, gladly give up some offensive and defensive power for more movement speed. Because movement speed is kind of the quantity of the leveling build, right? Because you don't care about quantity on your leveling build because the drops are irrelevant anyway, right? If you're leveling as a secondary character, sure, on your first playthrough, but you won't have leveling gear there anyway. I do believe, though, to be fair, that in Path of Exile 2, movement speed, like having less movement speed will feel a lot better than it does in PoE1. But obviously, it will always feel better to have more movement speed than it will have to have less. It's just, I hope that the discrepancy will be, that there will be not as much of a divide.
Speed,
the thing is
attack
that
speed,
really
attack speed for your movement skill, right? Like stuff like that. Like there's definitely more
But
vectors than that.
Ultimately, it comes down to damage, right? Except for, but movement speed doesn't. But everything else really comes down to damage. Like things like attack speed and so on are just really another form of damage when you come right down to it. Yeah. So movement speed, I guess, there's an argument for it being different, sort of. But sure, all right. But let's say you do that. So let's look at what that results in now. So basically, if the the content on the atlas doesn't scale high enough, then you've just got extra damage that is worthless. And so what are you specializing in then? You kind of don't have another axis to invest in, right? Like if you've got too much damage, like you hit a point when there is nothing more you can do for your character. And so your character is done, if you know what I mean? Like there's nothing else to optimize.
Yeah, but what's the difference? So you just instead put on like unique items that are just making your character weaker.
Right. So now
like,
there is what I'm saying is there is a thing where more stats then have a use for your character. And this is what I mean. This is where the argument is, right? Effectively, that like you've got dead stats that you can't do anything with, and Magic Find gives you a way for something to be relevant, even in the case where the stats, like for damage and so on, would not be relevant anymore.
That would then be a problem with the endgame content, where it's
right.
not
so
there's not hard enough content to do anything with your gearing.
Right. So then, if you have the ability to scale your the endgame content to the highest amount of damage you could possibly scale it to. Then you start to get into the issues around like having content that's like, okay, so when you've got content that only that is extremely hard to the point where only certain builds can do it, then you start to run into the situation where people will only run the builds that can do that content. This is actually the thing that I was trying to talk about before when I was talking about the in-game concerns, is that and this is a weird one, and as I said, I don't have really a solution for it, but it's like, if the content is so hard that only a few builds can do it, you just lower build diversity, and that's kind of a problem too. And it may not seem like they're not exactly related to the Magic Find thing, but it sort of is a bit.
But you have the same problem in that sense with Magic Find, just that the
yes,
builds who are more
what you're
powerful
saying
just
is
have
that you end
more
up just
quantity.
Yeah. Because you end up running the same.
So basically, what Palstron is saying is like, whether there's quantity or not, build diversity is restricted. Pause, potentially. But no, like basically, to summarize what they're saying, to paraphrase in my own words, is that if you make the Atlas content so hard that, or like the endgame content so hard that it's not feasible to run with quant, then you're also restricting other builds. You're not just restricting the amount of quant that people can get into their builds, but you're also limiting the amount of endgame people can do with a variety of builds. Like you're just taking it from like 40% of all builds to like 20% of the best builds or something like that. That's what being said. So like let's go to the solution.
Builds, they have the same, they can run the same content, but now with like 70, 80 quant. So there's the same disparity. Just because they can run it doesn't mean that the other person is not just has a huge advantage. So that's just a skill gap, right? That's not skill gap. I don't know, like certain skills being better than others, right? That still factors in whether you have MF or not.
It does, but I guess what I'm saying is that the number of builds that can work, if the content doesn't scale to the point where, like, okay, like if there's a bar that you have to clear, right, which is the top content, and most people would assume that a build, like, okay, if a build is viable, as it were, then it has to be able to clear the highest content of the game. Then if that bar is goes, the higher that bar goes, the less builds are going to be included in it. And you could say, well, we'll just balance everything perfectly so that everything's the same. But I mean, that isn't really good either. It's like, you've got a problem. There has to be some variety going on, and like, sure, we try and do what we can, but it's not always going to be. But effectively, the harder the content goes, the harder it is to actually balance the game to make the enough builds viable. So that's just a random concern to have. And like, I want to really.
I don't know, I kind of like MF and like rarity as like filler stats on items where you're like, okay, I only need like 5 or 4 stats on this item, and that either makes it easier to craft the item because those stats can be crap, or I could get lucky when crafting the item, when obtaining the item, and have quant or rarity on it, right? I think that's completely fair. I just personally think but how do you balance an end game? So it's so hard that you can't run the hardest content with MF, but at the same time, like, you're not restricting build meta. I guess with just really good build balance. Yeah, I hope they're not repeating that mistake in PoE2 though. What up, Crucial? They need alternative content which is viable to run, like Delve to be an alternative. So you mean like an MF endgame kind of, like so instead of Atlas you can do time travel to the prehistoric dinosaurs and MF there or something like that. Expecting good build balance from GGG. Hey, cut them some slack, dude. Like, the game is incredibly well balanced. It's really hard to balance a game that provides you so many options. But like, considering that, I think you'd be hard pressed to find a game that has a similar amount of options or even less, like less freedom, but is better balanced than Path of Exile.
Emphasize the fact here.
Depends on like what you define as well balanced, right? Like, I think for the most part, like, the general balance is pretty good. It's just there's some things
by the way, that while I am making this argument from the side right now, like I do appreciate the arguments for Magic Find being removed as well. Like it is a thing that I like am not unsympathetic to, right? But what I'm saying is I'm just like looking at the different cases. Like, so in the case where Magic Find doesn't exist, I feel like what you're going to have is that if the content is very hard, it's as hard as it can go. So effectively, you can always scale damage from Magic Find. You're going to run into the problem of the not enough build diversity. And if the content isn't hard enough, then you've got the problem of dead stats. And that may not seem like hugely compelling compared to the opposite side, which maybe it isn't. But I'm just kind of trying to like show you like some of the considerations.
I get where you're coming from. I'm just trying to counter that point with well, the best skills are still going to be played, just then with MF gear. It's still going to be that way. Well, that was just
correct.
My point. Yeah.
So then what you're saying
tornado shot
is
was
that
for
the
a
fact
while.
that
Tornado shot, right? Like
right. So what you're then saying is that if
that you can't use limiting build diversity as an argument to be like MF needs to be the game, is I guess what they're saying. Is like you could take away MF and you'd still have that problem. So like MF is a non-factor in that problem. That means you can't use that problem as a reason to not want to have MF or to want to have MF. It's like a completely separate discussion, which is why I don't understand why they're still discussing it in relation then if they identified that.
Build with MF gear is still the best, then people always play that over playing another build that can't do it without with MF gear. Is that what you're saying? Which I think is
that will always be an issue. That would always be an
issue. Which I definitely think is true. And it's true to some extent. I agree with that. But I guess what I'm saying is there's still a possibility then for that build to be somewhat viable at in-game content, and I do think that not everyone will do that. But then also, isn't the difference between the with the factions here of like MF gear versus not MF gear, aren't those factions also divided among the people who are choosing to play with MF gear right now and those who are choosing not to? Like clearly there are people.
Yeah, I'll shout out Mirage. Absolutely, that's basically it. They're working on problems that other games don't even have because other games are not quite that complex and don't offer that many options and that much freedom. Sure, there's other games that are extensive, right? But they are a lot more in their systems. A lot more like cookie cutter or a lot more predetermined paths. Which is not to say that less interesting, but I just feel PoE has like a unique way of like giving you tools to freely combine. I don't think like LE or Grim Dawn or D4, I don't think any game really comes close in terms of like how freely you can do things. Like the reality ultimately is obviously not quite as free as the theory in Path of Exile because there's still like a whole bunch of bad options that you don't want to do, right? But it's really incredible sandboxy, yeah. Yeah, I don't know how I stand on the IIQ IRR thing, honestly. Only rare item stats, so you give up a suffix instead of giving up an entire item to use an MF unique. But you are giving up an entire item then. That was Palstron's counterpoint to that. You are giving up an entire item as a rare item because only on a rare item you can get that suffix. And if you were to use a unique, then you wouldn't have access to that. So you're still giving up the entire slot because you can't use a build-defining unique in the place of the rare with the suffix.
Who would choose not to do it because they're choosing.
No, I'm not like just speaking for the whole community.
I wouldn't say shit balance. It's just like if you open up more and more options, you're bound to have bad options as well, right? But you also need to have bad options to be able to tell the good options from the bad options. Like ultimately, if none of the options were better than the other options, then why would you have options to begin with, right? So it's all about like giving everything its time and its place. And I think a lot of things in PoE currently don't have a time and a place where they are allowed to shine. There's still options, but like they're just, I guess, noob traps in a way. And I think other games have less of that, probably. A lot less, but also at the same time less freedom. Either you go for the bad option or for the MF.
There's definitely people who love MF. Like, there's no question about that.
But look, I don't disagree that it's a conversation that we should probably have again internally, and I will have another serious conversation about this. The people who are against it, well, I mean, I know there are specific people who are against it, and I can probably.
I just wanted to
wanna
pick your
talk
brain
them.
there. I just wanted to pick your brain.
But it's,
It's like,
it is interesting. It isn't a conversation we've had for a little while, so it's probably worth having it again and seeing whether we still feel the same way about it. You're obviously in favor of no magic find.
I like the idea of like not being forced into certain
Sure.
gear pieces. Yeah.
And the two others on this call, what do you guys reckon?
I'm pretty indifferent about it in terms of I don't use it myself, but I don't feel it needs to be removed. I feel a lot of times, for me, PoE is all about like I want to just create something and I enjoy that, and I don't usually get pulled too much into this person's doing something really efficient. I have to be like them. Yeah. And so I don't feel as forced, but I think that happens to a lot of people.
But then when you are making a character, do you still feel the need for your build to be able to do the hardest content?
Typically that's usually my goal. I have a standard of like I want to be able to do this stuff, this stuff, but I don't feel like I have to do that.
So you would be the prototypical example of a person who would.
So in a certain way, you do care about your build being able to do what other people's builds are able to do.
Run into the kind of issue I was referring to, I guess, of like if we make it so that the effective way to scale Magic Find is to scale damage by making it so that we just have like the content get harder and harder and harder to the point where like any amount of damage you can scale causes that, then you'll start to run into the issue of like you feel bad because you can't, using whatever other build you're trying to make, be able to kill the other content, defeat the hardest content, if you know what I mean.
I feel like I typically enjoy some level of, even though it does suck when you make a build that isn't good.
Right.
For me, failure I view as usually a good thing in terms of there's a reason I made something bad. What was that? Right. What can I learn from it? And if it's really hard, then it's a big challenge. But
right, understood.
I don't know how that would feel for other people.
Right. And you, what do you reckon?
Yeah, I mean, the thing for me, I've been playing since Parandus League, and I think last league, or I played around with it just like for a couple days a few leagues ago, but basically until last league, I had never touched MF.
Right.
Because I never felt compelled to. But then with the wisps and everything, it genuinely felt really weird. And obviously this is a sense of a scale and balance and everything, but it felt really weird. And the whole game ended up get twisted. And I think this is why it's coming to a head. The whole game got twisted last league particularly, where all you had to do was slap on the generic quant gear. You could do T7 maps, I think. it was T7 maps.
Yes. So now, here's the thing that I do think is bad. I do think that it's bad whenever you can be getting more items, or more value, I should say, from playing lower level maps than higher level ones. I think that is definitely a bad thing. But that I think was more of an issue with the league than it was with the MF gear as such. Like it was that's definitely a problem. So I definitely don't like that, and I want to avoid that at all costs. Like it should always be advantageous to do higher level content, as far as getting wealth is concerned.
Well, it is, but it's also always harder and more time intense to be able to do higher level content, which is. Was there an affliction? Sure, it was good to do tier 7 maps. You would do that because it was easy to kill, but it would have still been better to do tier 16s. Right? And so in a way, like obviously, like if you can do tiers like white maps with MF gear, that will give you more money. I guess it was Jonathan the saying like doing white maps with MF gear shouldn't give you more than doing red maps without MF gear? Like, is it just a matter of like reward scaling the higher content to more? Then you would be able to scale it with MF?
Yeah.
So,
but yeah, it's still, even I eventually did scale it up into T16s. Like I even took my little SRS Guardian that was just supposed to be like a comfy quality life build, and I slapped MF gear on it, and I was dropping, tens and tens of divines per map basically. And any build that you wanted to make last league, and I think that this is the big issue for like the build creators like Palstron, right? It was like any build last league, the number one question is like, how do I fit Magic Find into this gear? And it turned into like, as you were saying, like the third vector by which everyone wanted to judge every build is like, okay, yeah, damage defense. That's like a solved thing. How do I get Magic Find into this build? Because it's the only thing I care about. And it felt like oppressive from a build making perspective.
Well, that can certainly imply that there's a problem there as far as balance goes. Like if that's a thing where that is the only goal that you would have, that's a concern, right? I get it. And I mean, like it's very interesting just talking to some to players about this more. I think because like as I said, it is an issue I think that is worth discussing again. So yeah, I'm going to talk to people at Studio again and reevaluate my feelings about this. Because I guess we're sort of defaulting into how it should work. Like, okay, it has been discussed for PoE2 in recent times, but usually speaking, the standard reasons for it to exist come out again, and we just kind of like, oh, yeah, this is what we do. I don't think we've had a serious like, okay, how about if we just actually remove this? Let's see what we get, and let's really go through it again. Discussion.
If your endgame concern is having MF on all gear, it becomes boring and bland very fast. Yeah, I agree with that, but like, if the game is hard enough, and if like the harder content scales way better than the MF scales, like last league being an MF problem because it multiplied with the affliction multipliers could have been easily solved if somehow they made it that the affliction quantity and rarity would have been additive with the quantity and rarity from gear rather than multiplicative, because that way affliction, instead of reinforcing the MF, would have invalidated the MF. It would have been either you make a good character and you go MF, or you make a good character and you go affliction. Like that is the right. But how, I really think that is the essential core issue, is like, how do you make it so that MF is not able to do the hardest content in the game while still making it so that it doesn't oppress the build meta, that the hardest content in the game is that difficult? I don't think there's an easy solution to that. Maybe there's no solution at all to that problem. Right? But yeah, definitely you shouldn't be able to run the hardest content in the game with full MF gear. But that's always what people are going to be trying to do, right? The people are always going to be using every little bit of power creep, every little bit of borrowed power, every little bit of, build optimization in order to squeeze in more and more MF on top of like being able to clear the hardest content. Make unique MF uniques, give damage reductions, and people only use rares.
Until like recently. So I'll bring it up again. I already know exactly where the lines will be drawn as far as the design team is concerned. So then we'll just have another. We'll have another argument about it. And that might be.
And just to add to this, it's definitely a different problem in different leagues. Like the league mechanics play a huge role in how it actually plays out. So it's not the same amount of problem in every league. But if it crops up again and again, and it's kind of like it reduces design space, that's still like a thing to consider, right?
Yeah, no, for sure. Yep. I think I need to understand more about why it's been more of a problem recently, like the exact triggers of that. Because my previous understanding of, I always forget the names of everything. The Forest League. What the hell was that called?
Affliction.
Yeah, Affliction.
Yeah.
That league in particular had a problem where the rewards and the difficulty were not in line. And that is what I believe led to the problems that we had where you could play lower tier maps and get more rewards that way. So I believe that was the league mechanic responsible for that due to not having that aligned correctly. So it might be that it is just that and we just need to avoid that, or it might be that there's a deeper issue, because I assume that your people are feeling that way this league also. and I'm not like immediately aware of what it is about this league that would cause that as such. So there's something about this perhaps that I don't understand, and I probably need to understand what that is to be able to be able to work on this problem. Because
like
if you
shift the whole discussion to this, but yeah,
right. Because the thing is, like, why is this an issue now? Why was this not an issue 4 years ago? You know, like there has to be something going on that's led to that.
Obviously it's different from league to league, but this has always been kind of like creeping up, but it was never like in the light as much as it was recently.
But you say creeping up, and
as
it's like,
extreme.
but what is it about it that's been creeping up? Like, what changes have been happening that caused this to creep?
I think it's also that okay, this is a little bit more like further away, but there's a lot more fragments nowadays that you use for maps, for example. So I remember back in the day, like Legacy League, I think it was 2.6, kind of popped that off with like League Stones, I think they were called back then, where you guys were kind of testing like scarabs that are now basically scarabs, and other things like sextants. And I think that the problem was also that those are per map. So now what you have is if somebody gets more currency out of one map that costs a fixed amount, that causes a problem where other people get priced out of that content, kind of. Because now the price of those things is now priced around the people who get the most out of it, right? So I think over time it has just kind of been compounding, and obviously also power creep plays a big role here, where a lot of skills were just able to outshine the content with almost no gear. So now you slap on quant gear, and so all of these issues together. It's not an easy problem to solve. I'm just
for sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
Also, borrowed power is a big thing there, where obviously
I guess so.
have made yellow power.
Well, I mean, that would sort of seem to imply that the content isn't scaling far enough compared to how it used to, which implies that the power level of characters is overall higher relative to the content, and that would sort of imply that. But then at the same time, okay, well, yeah, all right, some things to think about here for sure. All right, well, as I said, I'll have a discussion in the studio again about it. I do. And think
once again, this is I'm not speaking for everybody here. There's like just one perspective.
But the question then, the main question for me is it something where the reason why it's bad merely because of other factors, and therefore it could be good if the other factors weren't a problem? Or is it that it's actually just generally bad, and therefore, and it always was, and for some reason nobody noticed before? Which I guess I find harder to believe, you know, because like it was fine for so long.
So I mean, when I talk to people, for example, in party play where it's way more exaggerated, that's like a whole other thing, but I can't really talk for them. But yeah, that's something to definitely think on. Because
I mean, ultimately, there are more multiplicative factors around that will like okay. Effectively, what I believe then is occurred here is that the value of an item find mod on your character is higher because the other multiplicative factors are so much higher. And so effectively, like what would have had a certain value before has now effectively increased due to the other things. So you know, like sure, I guess that is the reason.
I guess the way you can also think about it, not being too complicated about this, but for example, if the entry cost to a juiced map is like 1 divine, and a normal build gets out 1.2 divines, and a build with 100% quant would get like 2.4 divines. Obviously, that's not how it works, but like just to simplify it, the profit margin like goes crazy because the entry cost is always flat, right? Like that's also kind of, I guess, But.
All right. Well, sure. Moving on.
Okay. No, I think that was a good discussion. So my next question, we were trying to keep them all related, is the
Just to conclude this real quick, I don't think we have a conclusion on the MF thing. I do feel like there was some sort of a breakthrough being reached where the broadcasters here convinced Jonathan that it's more of an issue than Jonathan thought it was, and that it deserves revisiting. But yeah, they're still trying to figure out like why MF is more of a problem now than it was 4 years ago. And Jonathan like stipulated it might be the additional multiplicative factors that make MF on gear better. I'm curious what will be the future of MF and PoE2, but so far we don't have any conclusive information here.
The way that PoE1 has ended up very its synergy and reliance on like trade and economy and the way it's balanced around it, it almost feels like you kind of, it's been stated that SSF is kind of like the challenge mode and the game is kind of balanced around trade, right? Is there a plan around PoE2 and it being based around the economy, high volume of trades, bulk trades and all that? Or, is it going to be more of hey, I picked up a cool item. Maybe I'm going to look at it. Obviously, that's the dream. You guys always talk about it. Like, I want to pick up, Chris talks about picking up a rare in your T16 map and everyone laughs. Like, I turned rares off on my loot filter on day 2, right?
Sure.
Is PoE2, are you guys going to like really, really focus on trying to prevent, the pure trade economic basis of the game? You can argue that the game's become so big, PoE1's become so big because of that. But yeah, just curious on your thoughts there.
I've always felt that trade's very important, and so does Chris. Like, you need to be able to get the feeling like you're going to trade something. And so long as there is that feeling, trade has some kind of advantage. So you do have to consider that. But certainly, we're trying to design a system so that you feel like you could get good items even outside of trade. And that is something that I still believe in, and we will try to do. So it's going to be tricky, especially now that we want to have instant buyouts. But I believe that it can be done. It's I don't know. There's really not a lot to say about this, but I believe it can be done. Some people I know are very against trade, and we do have a league for that. But I believe it should be okay. It really is more of a question for Chris. I believe it can be done.
When did you say some people are very against trade and there's a league for that? Is he like saying this league is against trade?
Some people I know are very against trade, and we do have a league for that.
Huh? Is he okay. We do have SSF for that. I thought he was like trying to say that Necropolis was a league for people who don't enjoy trade, or that he was like saying that like there was like league content in the game, like Harvest or whatever. That's like for people who are not a fan of trade. Yeah, I know you guys are right. We do have SSF, right? True.
But,
I like SSF.
I believe it should be okay.
Also, Satanic Rasgo, bow builds availability, probably, yeah. Like being able to level with bows more and like, but then that also would mean that the MF problems would have been alleviated a bit by Tornado Shot getting nerfed, which I don't think we've seen that. I guess the Tornado Shot nerfs didn't affect the entire bow meta, but
it really is more of a question.
Go for that gym, dude. Oh, my arms still hurt, Balder. Dude, I like I said the other day, like 3 days ago now, I started doing pull-ups and push-ups again. And like I think I actually like hurt like where my bicep attaches to my arm. Like it's still sore. Like after 3 days, it's so insane. But yeah, keep going through with it. Get those reps. Burn them carbs.
For Chris, since he's so he's kind of the holder of the torch for all of the kind of item and trade economy type things. But we certainly changed our mindset about about what players want as far as the stuff goes. So we just have to really avoid it getting too out of hand, where you get so much inflation in the high end that things become unavailable to anyone who's not doing the stuff we just talked about. So yeah, that's the concern. But I
can be an inflammation. Could barely move arms for 2 weeks. Yeah, it's not that bad. Like if I really had big problems, I would go to the doctor, right? Like I just noticeably feel it, but it does feel healthy. It just feels like I really went overboard with giving myself muscle strain. But it's okay. Yesterday I did like some soft workout again, right? I didn't do like full-fledged pull-ups, but I was standing on a chair underneath the pull-up bar, and I like slowly was giving weight into my arms and like trying to hold the arms, with the shoulders, like pull the shoulders and just use the entire apparatus just to give it blood circulation, and obviously without putting a lot of weight on it, but like to just activate it again. I don't think I have a problem here. But yeah, thanks for the warning. I'll definitely keep an eye on it. But if you say you could barely move your arms for 2 weeks, like, I mean, I'm 3 days in and I did every day feel it's getting better, right? And I don't have a feeling of I barely can move my arms. It's like, yeah, on yesterday it was pretty, on Wednesday it was pretty rough, but it's just the day after a hard workout, right? Plus, it was also the day after the blood donation and a lot of biking on that day.
I believe we can do it.
Lance, I think.
What was that? Sorry.
Lance,
Oh, okay.
you wanted to
Sorry.
talk about?
This will be pretty unrelated to, well, it'll have some relations to trade and economy a little bit, but this has a tie-in to making items valuable on the ground while also being in relation to crafting. We've seen a lot of the orbs being significantly changed, and the idea is you can pick something off the ground, you can be able to edit it and change it and improve it, right? Take a chance on it, and that makes the item you drop on the ground more interesting. What I am curious about in terms of current PoE crafting, it's, you can take something from 0 and make it amazing. Is that still going to be a thing in PoE where you can take a base or an item and craft it from the ground, or is that something we're leaving behind? How do those coexist together?
Absolutely, you can do that. The difference is that we don't have scouring anymore. And so effectively, if you're going to do that process, you may need more bases, if you know what I mean. Like, you can't just use one white. You're not going to have one white base, and that's you're you're not going to have one white base, and it's like, well, if I screw it up, I just scour it and do it again, which means that white bases will be more valuable because if you screw one up, you have to get another one, and so that does change the economy a little bit around that stuff. But you can absolutely take an item from white to being great. You'll just need more of them.
So
honestly, that just sounds like scours with extra steps.
It is,
at least in the trade economy, right? Because in trade, you're just essentially going to be able to buy infinite white bases of the kind of base that you want, which is the same as buying scours. It just takes more space and obviously is the greater effort overall. But essentially, it's the same, right? Yeah, it sounds like 2x3 scours that don't stack.
pretty much unlikely that you're going to be able to. You're not going to be able to take one base. You're going to need to take.
You're going to need multiple bases. You're going to need multiple bases, but at the same time, like, that base is like if you've got valuable white bases, it means that you're actually going to want to pick those up. Like, there is pretty much no base type in PoE1 that is valuable, really, because like they're so like, once you've got one, that's the only one you ever need. And that's something that that is something we did want to change to make it so that there's actually some value in that stuff, and that will mean that there's more interest in all the different rarities again, which is something that we were wanting to try and achieve there.
Now,
so bad at not clicking.
Speaking to somebody who gets into crafting a lot, this is probably not. This is probably going to be pretty concerning for a lot of people that like crafting, because a lot of people that like crafting are basically spending a lot of their time in the hideout working on one item, and this will change it to a place where they are probably having to go and buy a bunch of those bases, or not really. There's crafting hideout gameplay is not something you could really chain together. Based on this change,
I guess that is a change in a way, but so what you're saying is that this is effectively what you're saying is you want to be able to craft items. Okay, so due to trade, you can always just do crafting, right? But the thing is, effectively, there's going to be, like, if you want to craft something from the ground up from just white, it's definitely going to take more white bases to be able to do that. That being said, there's still other crafting methods that can. Well, it's a little bit. I guess I have to see how it all shakes out exactly, but like. The scouring change is definitely the one that's, like, the important one there. Yes, you're going to need more white bases if you want to do stuff. You may take a few white bases. I mean, so this, except that you can still re-roll stuff with chaos. It's just that you might lose the right mod that you want, and sure, there's some stuff there. But is that really fundamentally different than before? I guess it isn't, because the difference is. Well, no, no, it still works. Okay, right. So I'm pretty sure. I mean, look. Okay, so with a single white base, of course, you can continue to craft it. It's just that when you lose the mod, the number of operations you have to do to get the mod back might still make it more worthwhile to use a white base after all. So consider, like, for example, when you alch something, you're getting effectively a
Okay, so wait, let's quickly address this. Like we already said, it does sound a lot like instead of collecting scours for a craft, you're just going to collect bases for a craft, and those don't stack. And essentially, it's going to be the same as like hoarding scours, only they're not universal, right? Like the scours aren't specific to the craft that you're trying to do. You could use them for any craft on any base. Whereas if you want to craft a pair of boots, you're going to need a specific boot base and then 20, 30, 40 of them collected in a tab. Whether you gather them from trade or from SSF farming them in a specific area, whatever, doesn't matter. But you need those bases instead of the scours. And so, yeah, at face value, I do agree with chat. This sounds like it's a pointless change and it doesn't really add value to the game. But I do want to urge you to be cautious, to not look at this change in the context of Path of Exile 1, but to always take it into the context of Path of Exile 2, which we don't have fully, right? It's going to be a new game, a new system, and if everything surrounding it will be accommodating that change and make sense, maybe it will work. I don't know. I'm trying to keep an open mind, but obviously, yeah, I agree. If you just look at how it works currently in Path of Exile 1, and like now instead of imagine scours being completely gone from Path of Exile 1 and instead having to hoard bases in order to be able to re-roll the bases or to start from scratch again after a failed craft. Yeah, it does seem pointless. I totally agree.
More mods that you're adding to the items, there's more chance to get the mod that you like. Whereas when you're using Chaos Orb, you only lose a mod and add a mod, so therefore, like the chance that like you only get one more mod per currency item versus an alchemy where you get more. So effectively, by using an alch and white bases, you're getting to see 4 times the amount of mods that you would have otherwise got to see. So that's the difference between what you have before. So you can still use the same base if you want. It's just that you're losing out on the efficiency of the number of currency items per mod that you see.
Now, real quick there, this is just something I noticed when I was looking at like the preview on the PoE2 site. All the rares have 4 mods. Is that a change from the ability to get 6 mods?
Still 4 to
4 is
6.
the limitation?
It's still 4 to 6.
Okay.
I'm not sure why all the mods there. I'm not sure why all the rares.
It's still up to 6. It's just we want to prepare you for having worse average items, so the items we showcase only have 4 stats.
There happens to have 4. It's just a.
Yeah, I was thinking it was a coincidence, but then you just said 4 just now, and so my brain was just like, wait.
That's because alchs add 4 mods.
So they no longer are going to have.
So those don't roll more, but there's still 2 more slots after you've used it.
Okay.
Yeah. So that means that a dropped rare.
Did we know that for sure before? Was that in the PoE2 collection thread? That's kind of huge to know. Items into white bases more valuable cause no more scour orbs. What he's about to say is pretty big for crafting. He says it like we knew it since before. Okay, and so you're sure we didn't know that before? Because we did know like some finer things about like other item bases or other currency items and how they work differently in Path of Exile 2 from how they work in Path of Exile 1. Alchs guarantee 4 mods now. Can't recall them ever mentioning it either. Okay. I feel like we've been shown individual currency items at ExileCon, like at the live broadcast, and like they did in depth show like the Chaos Orb, I think, and some blue orb. I don't know. I don't remember. So like it seems so silly that just it could have been just there, but like probably not. Probably not. Well, now we know. So 4 mods from alchs. That means after you alch an item, you will never be able to alch a perfect item. An item will always be a 4 mod rare that results from alching. So there's always going to be crafting that you still need to do in order to even just fill up the slots. But yeah. Trying to find the positive spin on this. Obviously, good 6 stat items are going to be much harder to obtain, which is going to make them more desirable and valuable in the economy and all that, right? Because you can't just brute force them with like alking a whole bunch of bases.
Rare has more, like, will usually have more mods than an alked rare, but then you can still add more with exalt and everything as well.
Okay.
Are we expecting, because of these changes on average, maybe like all of your crafted gear will start off with 4 mods? Are you thinking maybe the game will be a little bit more balanced around having 4, maybe 5 mods on your average gear, or it's like a different calculation?
Not necessarily. Like, I mean, the part of the reason for doing this is that we wanted to allow you to use the crafting bench stuff more easily. And so that's, the crafting bench will mean that effectively, like, even if you're just going even if you're going for alk, you're still going to want to add a mod to the crafting bench. So
no matter what, okay, yeah.
Like, there's no matter what. So they're still going to have 5 mods at least, I would imagine. Yeah, you still end up with that sort of stuff. But I mean, I guess you would say that
they did say that the craft. Didn't they say that before as well? They did say there was some sort of crafting that you could do with the bench, no? Or did they say that wasn't going to be there? Let's rewind here.
Or maybe 5 mods on your average gear, or it's like a different calculation?
Not necessarily. Like, I mean, the part of the reason for doing this is that we wanted to allow you to use the crafting bench stuff more easily. And so that's, the crafting bench will mean that effectively, like, even if you're just going even if you're going for alk, you're still going to want to add a mod to the crafting bench. So
no matter what.
Maybe at some point they said that the crafting bench is something they're unhappy with in Path of Exile 1. I remember something like that, but I never specifically remember them saying that there won't be any crafting bench in PoE2. Was that said at some point? Can you correct me on that, guys? But yeah, I think regardless of what their plan was before, I think it's a good plan to have some shape or form of crafting bench in Path of Exile 2, because it's such an accessible way to get people to interact with the item system and to like get exposure to that. Yeah, I can't recall any detail on that either, but yeah, they'd be stupid to not implement some shape or form of crafting bench in Path of Exile 2. It's such a no-brainer, because it's a great way to take a new player by the hand and be like, hey, look, this is a little bit of how these items work and what you can do with them, and maybe there's more later, right? I mean, that's such an important factor, I think, because I don't know where I recently encountered this discussion, but in some podcast, something that I was listening to, the topic came up of doing ARPGs or RPGs in general outside of a medieval system, like outside of a medieval fantasy system with like magic, mana, melee, and all that sort of stuff, right? Like try and come up with like some scientific sci-fi future thing, right, with RPGs. And it's so hard, from what the people said, the game designers said in that situation, that to come up with things with stats that are not the traditional stats that are so self-explanatory or not self-explanatory, but so symbolically strong, I guess, from the ARPG, medieval fantasy combat kind of context, that it's almost impossible to create a good like RPG system of stats. At least very, very challenging in anything outside of that. And why I'm bringing this up is because, again, like a crafting bench holds so much symbolic value for someone who's never played the game or who's played only similar games. But like, even someone who's never played any similar games or no games at all, a crafting bench would have such a strong symbolic meaning when they're being introduced to it that they would be stupid to not capitalize on that as a mechanic to get people into the game.
Okay, yeah.
Like, there's no matter what. So they're still going to have 5 mods at least, I would imagine. Yeah, you still end up with that sort of stuff. But I mean, I guess you would say that because the average rare has 5 mods anyway, that's kind of what we imagined that most players would generally have on an item. But I mean, it's sort of hard to know exactly because I mean, we'll balance it based on what we actually see when we see what the average player power is. Like that requires a lot of playthroughs.
Yeah, exactly that. Like the bench is such an aha moment. You're like, oh, okay. And it also like, then you're like, but why can't I craft life on this item? This item has only 5 stats. It should have an open stat so I could craft life on that. And then you learn about prefixes and suffixes and how they're different and how certain stats appear only as prefix and only as suffix, or like most stats only appear as one of the two, but some appear as both. And you know that there's this, like you said, this whole world opening up for you when you start interacting with that system. I can have more resist. Yeah.
And everything to work out. So yeah, we'll just see what we end up with there.
So in the Josh interview, you made a small, like, I guess, side comment where you talked about the words you used were you guys brutally overscoped certain things of the game. For example,
Right.
I think in that you talk about like how many mob types you had to make.
Mhm.
Is there, since we've now been, I mean, I think PoE2 was first announced in 2019, if I remember
Yes.
correctly.
Before we do that, I'm quickly going to go to the kitchen and switch on the oven and put a snack in the oven that I prepared. I'll be back in 10 seconds, 15, maybe 20, but we'll keep this running. I'll keep listening and I'll comment after it.
Exactly. And there's now been a lot of time, and obviously there was COVID in between and everything.
Mhm.
Is there any concern that the project might be a little bit have gotten too big and maybe there's no like not at the end to tie it all together? Do you have any concern with that? Maybe to tone it down a little bit? Is there any consideration there, or is this?
The problem is that we definitely like. There's a reason why we gave it the scope that it had. You know, like we want to make sure that the campaign, like really, what it comes down to is we want there to be a game that feels like it's as big as PoE1 is. Because anything less than that feels like a downgrade.
It kind of impossible though on release, right? Like PoE
Well,
1
I mean,
also started
sure,
somewhere
it
and
is.
build upon it.
It is when you consider like all the leagues and everything, but we want to make we still want to make sure that it feels like a substantial, you know, like bigger game. And
Sure.
So we kind of did what we felt was the minimum to achieve that. And that's still a lot. Especially with the quality standard that we have now. And that's really the thing, is that if we were making all the stuff with PoE1 level of quality, then it wouldn't take nearly as long as it has. But making all the stuff with the PoE2 level of quality has certainly taken longer than we expected. But I mean, look, we've got most of it now. So like, as much as we may have regretted picking a game that this size, I mean, you know, like with this is what we've got. So you know, like that just means that it will be good. But yeah, like what I guess I do wish is that we were like, I really wanted to get it out last year. That was my sort of real like goal, and we didn't manage to succeed at that. So from that perspective, I suppose there's some regret there. But I mean, you know, like the product that we will have, you know, a crazy amount of stuff going on. So I'm still very happy with that.
Sounds to me like, hey, we didn't hit the game to come out at the time that I wanted, and now we just give up on the time, and now we just bring it up in the state in the state that I want it. So I hope that's really what they're going for. I really hope they're not rushing PoE2 in any shape, sort of way. I really hope they're not overscoping. They're like they're just doubling every time estimate that they do. Whenever they're like, okay, we need 3 months to finish that, and we're gonna announce it for 6 months. Right, there's going to be more that comes up that you want to polish. But yeah, at a certain point, you also have to release the game. I mean, how much longer can you keep PoE1 running? I hope for a long time. I think the intention is, sorry for not continuing again, but I think the intention was to run PoE1 alongside PoE2, right? And yeah, I don't know. That's also kind of why I'm against the WASD being ported back to PoE1, but it does make the game more accessible, and if they do that, they probably also are optimizing a fair bit for controller play. Plus, they probably, hopefully, will make it possible to do controller play without using the controller UI by doing like WASD or I mean separately from that. But I feel like when they do that, they should also do that at the same time, so that you get to freely choose between controller, mouse and keyboard, traditional WASD, and that you can choose the UI or customize the UI separately. Take elements from the console or controller UI and combine them freely with the computer UI if you please to do so. I think that would be great, because there are certain aspects that people just don't like about the controller UI. And then there's probably people who prefer certain aspects of the controller UI over the PC UI, but generally want to use the PC UI and so on. So I think it would be great to open up the options a little bit more. Then I know that they're very specific in their wishes, how they want the game to appear when people play it and present it and stream it and whatnot. But yeah, I hope. I mean, they decide what options are available ultimately, so like they don't need to open it up to crazy modding or anything. They just give it a little bit of freedom, right? The game doesn't need to like super look the same on every setup, I think. Like whether you have the health and mana globe stuff on the bottom or on the top, it should be up to you, right? But maybe I'm just old-fashioned.
I honestly don't know what we could really have done to do better than that, if you know what I mean. Like as I said, all the stuff we did felt like that was important to do. There wasn't really a lot that, I mean, there's going to be some content that will be cut temporarily and then will get added in a bit later. So there was some stuff to cut there, but you know, like you need to feel like you've got a reasonably significant campaign, and the bar for what you need in a game like this is so high. Like if you've got a game like D4 coming out and people immediately saying there's not enough content in it, I mean, you know, like that. The bar you have to meet is observably very high. So I guess I don't feel bad about our attempt to meet that bar in that regard.
Did you ever think about exactly, especially now that the beta is delayed a little bit, pushing out like a demo of the first few acts to kind of grasp where players feel like this is going, and maybe assure people or maybe get some broader feedback?
Well, the problem that I have with that is that so when I was playing No Rest for the Wicked recently, and I wasn't aware of how much content there was in that game when I played it. I was just playing it, and I got to the end of the content, and then I immediately felt extremely let down. And partly that's just an expectation problem, because I was expecting it to be the whole game. I just didn't realize that they weren't doing that yet. But it's like, it sort of felt like, well, what was the point? You know what I mean? Like, and I was kind of gearing up for like, oh, there's going to be like all these crafting systems, and I see all the stuff that I'm going to use in the future, and like none of it ended up mattering because they haven't added all the content yet for that. And that, as I said, that was a real disappointment. And I really want to avoid that feeling. Like, I want it to feel like when the game comes out that it is a full game, and that's important to me. So you could maybe argue that like having an earlier demo would be better, but then why would it really be better? Because at the end of
Wait, are we talking about a demo version before the beta? Because obviously they wouldn't do that, like a playable demo version. I think Palstrom was just asking about like a demo as in like showcasing, right? Like clearly he couldn't have asked for a playable version for people to play before the beta, which is the first playable version that they were supposed. Pal is asking for like 1 to 2 acts to play. Yeah, I don't think like a public demo is like something they want. I mean, they did the LA event, right? I think likely they're going to do something similar before release, or maybe even before beta again. With, I mean, they're probably going to be in Germany again for Gamescom this year, so I fully expect them to plan something around that to maybe let people play it there, like invite creators there to collaborate or something like that. Or maybe they do something like they did in LA in Australia, or maybe they do another event in LA, something like that. But I honestly think it would be cooked to ask for a playable demo version before the beta version.
of the day, if we release a good game, then people will like it no matter when it comes out.
Yeah.
Like, you may want to be assured that the game's going to be good now, but really, won't you still play it when it comes out later?
I will.
So, yeah, so effectively,
I often
like,
don't.
I would rather leave a.
No,
I'd rather leave a
I
bit
meant
of
more
first
as a tool
impression.
for you guys to
Yeah.
like
Right.
feel out where people feel like, because
Sure.
you give certain creators obviously access. You hear what journalists have to say, right?
Yeah.
But obviously, as you know, when you release a league and a million people test it, there's like
Right.
completely different.
But we only have
Yeah.
one chance. We only have one chance to leave a first impression, and so I'd rather
True.
have the initial test that we're doing be smaller, so that we can be more certain that what we're doing is right. Like, for example, if we had launched PoE2 and the Flask system was the way that it was in the demo we just did.
All what I'm trying to say is that the playable demo for the public, for everyone to play, will be the beta by like that's the goal, right? That's when, per definition, they want people to get exposed with the game. So it doesn't make sense to ask something before that, because that would just then kind of be the beta, right? That would be a beta, a pre-beta, or whatever, right? That's what I'm saying. The beta version will be the kind of demo. The alpha.
Then people would have been really.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, alpha is always something in my mind that is more internal. Like, you don't publish an alpha. A beta is like where you go to the public with. But it depends on the context, right? Like, they said beta will be for people who have paid certain threshold in MTX, so that they change that stance. They did say that they will grant certain people, including that demographic, access to the beta, but they said there's also, if you're looking to play the beta, there will always be a way to get into the beta when they do it. So expect some competitions, random key raffles, or like handouts, or at the very least, like a $10 supporter pack that gives you access to the beta. Yeah, I don't think that there's going to be a problem to play the beta if you want to play the beta. I think the beta will be open to everyone. Just maybe not like entirely open, but I mean not entirely like free and open for everyone, but like limited access, as you need a beta key, and there will be different ways to get it. Is it closed beta? I guess it is a closed beta then. I'm pretty sure they also said closed anyway.
Really angry, and we would have had bad Steam reviews and things. That launch would have just gone way worse. And so, like, it's definitely better that we got that out of the way at an event where then we can go and make some changes afterwards. And I think that as much as you can just say, okay, well, we'll make more changes later, I do think that there's a lot of players who who will try it once and will quit and never play again, even if you fix the problems. And so I want to make sure that we're getting that right. And I don't think that having a larger demo where we have the ability for that to happen is the right move. I'd much rather have smaller, like, I think you can learn a lot from 50 people, and I don't know that you learn a lot more from 5,000 people, if you know what I mean.
Okay.
Like, so I'd rather kind of keep those numbers like relatively small until.
Yeah, I guess if you're like, in terms of direct feedback from the people and collecting off of people, like people's individual experiences, yeah, sure, I give you that. Yeah, you're probably not going to get that much more from like 100 more people. But what you do get is you get a stress test on systems like the economy or server infrastructure or stuff like that, right? Which I guess is like something that is like outside of this conversation, and they're just like purely talking about like the game. I guess like that's stuff that they're going to address during the beta.
We're ready to the point where we have a large test. That being said, we are planning on doing some somewhat larger tests before the early access. So we've talked about how we're going to have an alpha. That alpha will be a bit larger.
They will have an alpha.
And the main reason why we're going to be doing that is there's going to be heavy segmentation. So what that means is that we want to test, like, okay, we've got a group here who've never played Diablo before. We've got a group here who've never played PoE before, and they have played, they have played Diablo. We've got a group over here who's like just an action game players. We've got a group over here who does this, who does that, right? You know what I mean? And we can get different reactions from all those players and see how that works for all those people, like what they understand and what they, what extra help they might need, or the sort of stuff. and you do need a few more players to be able to work out that kind of feedback. So we will actually do a that kind of testing
Do we have a date?
little bit later in the year.
Do we know?
What was that? Sorry.
Do we have a date? It's a perfect time.
I have a date.
Oh, okay. All right.
I'm not one that I'm going to tell you, but effectively, so that'll be happening, and that larger test will, allow us to do some stuff. But once again, you kind of you don't necessarily need that many people in each group. The main thing is that you're just doing a lot of work to sort of segment the users. Yeah, sure. One of those groups will be like ultra hardcore PoE players, and we'll see how they respond. But it's funny because it's like the hard part for us is getting the users who aren't PoE players, right? Like if I want PoE players to play PoE2, then we've got to line out the door. It's the people who've never played PoE before that we need to try and sign up and get them get some people to try some things. So yeah, like all of that stuff is going to be is going to be important to do. Sorry, I don't even remember what we were talking about now. But oh, that's right, the overscope thing. But yeah, so anyway, yeah, as I said, it sort of sucks in that we chose that before, but I don't really regret it still because of the fact that I think you need bigger games in this genre. I think it's important.
True, because you just mentioned D4. I guess was that one of the reception to D4 in terms of scope? Was that one of your reasons why you delayed the beta?
No. I mean,
No?
the scope has not changed since before and after the delay. The scope is, in terms of content, has been the same the whole time. It's just that I use that as an example of why this genre needs a big scope, yeah. Well, yeah. So that's what it is.
Okay.
All right. So now we have a list of community questions that we've gathered. And we're just trying to get through these as quickly as we can so we get the answers for the folks out there. Honestly, the number one thing that I've been asked by so many people is regarding console. PoE is actually, apparently, it has been growing quite a bit. I hear more and more every single day from people that are on console and like playing PoE, but they also don't like being second-class citizens. And
that is kind of I think this is the manifestation of the thing that PoE is a sort of terminal game for a lot of people, right? Like for a lot of people, they end up playing PoE and then they stay with PoE for a really long period of time, or maybe even forever, or like keep coming back to PoE and like only do other games as vacation. Because in many ways, like PoE does fulfill gamer needs for some people. I don't know how else to put it. Like PoE covers everything and leaves no other desires, or like it just consumes so much of your time that you just can't do anything else. But yeah, it's just a game, like once you get hooked on PoE, you're probably not going to play other games that much. Yeah, take a break when a PoE league is not enjoyable and return later. Main game for 8 years, yeah. Almost 10 here. Almost 10. It started end of 2014. So it's like in a couple of months from now is my 10-year anniversary. My Christmas League this year I need to return to hardcore because that's when I started playing hardcore in 2014. The Christmas League, or like the end of year league, was the Bloodlines Torment, no? Yeah, that was fun. Bloodlines mobs kicked my ass. But not quite as bad as Rampage Beyond before that. Beyond was really mean to my amateur butt.
And there's so many downsides with that. Is there any work that's able to be done? I was in the game industry myself as well, and you might not be able to say it publicly, but I've worked with Sony, and they, I know how bad it can be. So feel free to blink twice if that's the issue. But yeah, is there any work towards getting parity with that?
There will be more. Unfortunately, I can't talk about it right now. But we are going to be talking about our console plans at some point in the relatively near future, and there'll be a lot more to say around that. So yeah, unfortunately, not something we can talk about quite yet. But yes, it is one of those things where as soon as you're working with an external partner, everything around what you can say and what you can do changes very significantly, since you've got another person who, other people who are caring about that. So I can't be quite as cavalier as I usually would be able to be. But yeah, unfortunately, not a satisfactory answer, but we'll get there soon.
The PoE2 is asking about stuff like codex from D4 or prototype items from Torchlight, where you have end game chase items that you can acquire in a weaker state earlier to basically start playing your builds that kind of revolve around these items. Just in case, like a stepping stone. Is that something you guys ever considered?
I'm not really a huge fan of it, but that being said, I believe we do have a few cases of uniques. We've got kind of like a lighter version of a similar stat that we've made in the past. Like for PoE1, I'm talking about. That's like a thing that we've done. But I wouldn't say that it's like an overall philosophy that I particularly love. Like I sort of understand the desire, right, to like I want to finish my build early or something like that. But you know, I guess I'm not really
started.
Yeah. Well, sure. I guess you could say that way. Different view of it, but yeah. Personally, I'm don't know if I'm like a huge fan of it. Honestly, like I guess like quite a few games have had things where there's like items that level with you through the whole game, but to me it just sort of feels like it removes a lot of the fun of, you know, like having new items later. So I'm just not really a fan of that type of thing. But I do see what you're talking about, where you like, you know, you have a lighter version of the stat, and there might be a few cases where we consider something like that. Like if something's really important, and I suppose we could consider something like it, but it's not like an overall idea that I love.
For a little bit different thing, for movement skills tied to abilities, the example I'm thinking of, the ice meteor skill where the sorceress jumps backwards.
I want to comment before we move on from that question, but I kind of my rabbit brain already forgot
that I love. Lighter version of the stat, and there might be a few cases where we consider something like that. Like if something's really important, and I suppose we could consider something like it, but it's not like an overall idea that I would.
Wait, what was it again?
Yeah, personally, I'm don't know if I'm like a huge fan of it. Honestly, like I guess like quite a few games have had things where there's like items that level with you through the whole game, but
right. All right, finish your build sooner, start your build sooner kind of issue. I think an example of an item that does this really well is Solaris Lorica, or at least when I started playing Path of Exile, it was an item that was doing it really well. Is the Chaos damage cannot bypass energy shield armor chest, the low level thing that you'd use instead of Chevron's wrappings, which nowadays obviously you don't use it anymore because Chevron's wrappings is so readily available. But back in the day, like getting a Shaz was so hard. It was like one of the most sought after items, and then just alone getting it, but also like socketing and linking it was another type of endeavor that you really needed to be equipped for, because that was also harder back in the day, as like fusings were not as common and all that. And yeah, just getting a Lorica to be able to play low life builds already, and like to start leveling all your auras and like getting everything together before you switch into the good chest piece that actually does give you energy shield. Yeah. Which is, I think this is a different topic from items that level with you, like Onigoroshi, right? Like where you, but stepping stones, as in like budget versions of end game build enabling uniques, I think there is a time and a place for that. And I just wanted to say that Solaris Lorica, that's how it's called, right? Lorica is an example of that being done not too poorly. I think could say that. That's done okay. But I keep hearing my phone or something vibrating in the background. Is that me or my phone or? Oh, right. Okay. Let's keep on listening.
But to me, it just sort of feels like it removes a lot of the fun of, you know, like having new items later. So I'm just not really a fan of that type of thing. But I do see what you're talking about, where you like, you know, you have a lighter version of the stat, and there might be a few cases where we consider something like that. Like if something's really important, and I suppose we could consider something like it, but it's not like an overall idea that I love.
For a little bit different thing, for movement skills tied to abilities, the example I'm thinking of, the ice meteor skill where the sorceress jumps backwards. Is there any concern or ability where players could say, hey, I don't necessarily want to time my movement and be forced into this animation? Say like a boss is doing a cone frontal attack towards you and you'd rather dodge to the right or to the left. Is there those skills just a little locked into that, or is that something people will be able to
So
disable or change?
some skills they change how they move depending on where you target. So like that can kind of matter. But we have to be a bit careful with that because it can feel strange if you've got a sudden like switch. But generally speaking, the movement being part of the skill doesn't usually
Quickly
feel
rotating.
bad because it's kind of usually a motion that you want to be doing anyway in that skill. So the comet thing, like there's usually not a reason why it's bad to move backwards. It's kind of just like it would be an very unusual situation. So the reason why you move backwards, by the way, with the comet is to get yourself away from where the center of the location is. So if you use comet far away, your character won't move backwards. If you use comet really close to your character, then your character will move back so that you're not inside where the comet is hitting, which looks really dumb. So generally speaking, I can't really think of a situation where comet would move you back where that would be a thing that you wouldn't want anyway. Yeah, like we do try and think about this as we're designing these, like so we don't have an issue like that. Now, this has actually come up with a few skills in the past where, like, we've had situations where skills look a lot better if they have movement in them, but we don't want to move them because it's technically disadvantageous to the player. So an example of that one is Falling Thunder, where it would be visually better if that always moved you forward. It looks a bit lame when you do it on the spot, but because of the fact that you don't like it, that thing can use projectiles, and getting you closer to the monsters would be bad. Generally speaking, if what you're using it for is the projectiles, we do not have the movement if you use the skill close to your character, and that is a like just an example of a concession to make sure that that the player always has control over that kind of movement. So we are basically doing those kinds of concessions if there was a situation we believe where the player could potentially not want to move. And what that should mean is that anytime you're moving, it's because either there's no disadvantage to moving or you want to move. You know what I mean? Yeah, if there's any skills where people are like, oh, it sucks that I have to move when using the skill, that is a problem. Yeah, we're trying to fix that.
So it is
it's like
something you'd be.
What was that? Sorry.
Go, Kyle.
No, sorry. No, go. You go.
I was gonna say, so it is a scenario where, say, you guys designed it away, you thought it would have no issues, and then if the player base says, "Hey, this has issues. We don't like it this way," you would be opening to.
I'm open to changing that. Yes. There might. I mean, look, I'm not going to say it's 100% always the case. Like, there might be a skill I could imagine that will just like be completely just really suck if it doesn't involve moving in some way. But I mean, we try not to design that, right? Like we try to, when we're doing the design, to just work out what it is that needs to happen with regard to that. So yeah, a lot of skills have movement based on how far away you click to try and make it context sensitive.
Okay.
What am I? I'm next. Yeah, that's just a quick question. There's a lot of minion lovers out there. We haven't seen anything from minions yet.
Still to announce later, unfortunately.
Still to announce later. Okay.
Yeah, we're still waiting for that one.
That's
okay,
it.
Enemy of Trust is asking about transfigured gems from PoE1. Are they going to have a place in PoE2 maybe eventually? Or is it just something that you think is specialized to PoE1?
Yep, I believe so. There's a lot of skills where we design them and like, should we go do thing number A or should we do thing number B? And we pick thing number A, but we're like, but B would have been cool too. And then we're like, sure, let's make a transfigured gem for that later. So there's like a ton of opportunities there for us to do that. I'm sure we will do a lot of that stuff. And a lot of the time, the skills have already when we're prototyping, the skills already have like stats, like internal stats that like allow us to change them from one behavior to the other, just so that we can test stuff. And so in some cases, like it would be very easy to make an alternative gem that works a different way based on stats. And in a lot of cases, like there might be a skill where it's like, okay, this would work really well in this situation, but this other one is like way more common, and so that's the way we're going to go with. But we can imagine that some players might want to do the other thing for a certain type of build in some other regard. And that's all a bit vague, but yes, basically like transfigured gems make sense for those sorts of cases where we want to flip the way a skill works from one behavior to another. There's a lot of skills that we could use that we could do that stuff with.
Nice.
For something that has probably been asked multiple times at this point, but I'm going to ask it again. Ascendancies, PoE2 versus PoE1.
Mm-hmm.
How big of a change are you guys looking at? And
so I mean, we showed some ascendancy classes in the past in 2019. Almost certainly by now, a lot of that stuff will be different, just because like these things evolve over time. But I mean, ascendancy classes are the thing that that your character is locked into, as it were, like that is your class effectively, like the thing that you where you can't get it across all the different classes. So therefore, we need to make sure that all the things on the ascendancy class are ultra impactful. And I would like to try and do more things on ascendancy classes in general, where like they feel like very fundamentally change how you play. Like how when I was talking about uniques earlier, and the little details that you do to kind of make something feel unique. I think we can do a lot of things like that with ascendancy classes as well, where they just feel like they change something where like there's more detail about what it changes about your character than just here's a stat. But like that is hard to do. But I think can be fun. So yeah, like I guess that doesn't really say a lot, but like ideally it's like what PoE1 is doing, but more ambitious, I guess, with regard to what the kind of stuff we'll open up.
Is there any world where I can get you to give us one example?
Probably I shouldn't. I would say ascendancy classes have very high value as far as like like being able to announce stuff. So we'll save those ones, I think.
I had to try.
Yeah, fair enough.
Is there any consideration about like endgame in PoE now has gotten in PoE1 has mostly gotten to the point of like its reactive gameplay is rather difficult, where things have gotten very spiky. Like power creep's been intense on both player and monster side, and is that just a thing that is? I assume the answer is just gonna be yes, but like, is that a thing that is a concern of like?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, we just have to make sure that it's not get out of control.
Yeah, like
I mean, there's not really much to say about it, but yes, we just have to make sure that things are right.
Yeah, degens in PoE1 have just gotten so insane that it's yeah.
I mean, I think that's just partly because of the fact that there's sort of scaling that's done sort of somewhat algorithmically on a lot of that stuff, and when we scale up the content, like the degens get scaled as well, and then maybe they shouldn't be scaling exactly the same way that other stuff is, or like there's stuff that's probably should be non-linear there that isn't like that. So yeah, I imagine. I mean, it's possible that that's something that Mark might need to look into anyway. In PoE1. So although I can't speak for him, but yes, like that's something that we do need to care about for sure. Yeah, for sure.
Great.
Big Dev is asking, is there going to be a lore connection between PoE1 and PoE2? And furthermore, is there going to be a connection in terms of, for example, how Blizzard does it? You buy one game, you get a pet in the other, or something like that. Is there going to be like, are you trying to?
What is that question, dude? Obviously, they're in the same universe. They did already confirm that it's like 20, 30 years after PoE1, and obviously they have a shared lore and a shared like world. So yeah, and then also obviously every MTX that you buy in PoE1 will be in PoE2 wherever it's possible to apply, and vice versa. They already said that, so. I mean, outside of that would be interesting to know if there is any, but like those are the answers to the questions that the question that is posed, which we already know for a while.
Also convert people into PoE1, sort of say.
I mean, all of the microtransactions are available on both games already, so you already have all your pets in PoE2 right now. So yes, I suppose from that perspective it is the case. But as far as lore is concerned, I mean, absolutely, there's a lot of references from one to the other. There's characters that return and so on. Like, there's all sorts of stuff going on there. There's absolutely lots of stuff, but not so much, ideally, that other players who weren't playing PoE1 would really feel like they were missing out. We just have to make sure that it feels like a game that's standalone in that regard, while having plenty of stuff for PoE1 lore people to look at and realize, oh yeah, that's to do with this. So yeah, we try to maintain that, and try to not make too many retcons also, although it can be hard sometimes.
And then one little thing that I just saw a few minutes ago was in PoE1 we have now seen players have now gained a little bit of traction recently with the gain of some quality of life things. Has that philosophy also translated a little bit to PoE2 with some, kind of reducing the amount of clicks and kind of allowing us to...
what I would say is that I think that doing PoE2 work recently is what is inspiring the PoE1 change, actually.
Oh, it's actually us the whole time. Okay, all right.
and the reason is because when we like in PoE2, it's like, okay, we need to make a change here because this is something that players are unhappy about. So we change it in PoE2, and then we're like, oh, well, actually, now that we've done this, it's like maybe we could just do this in PoE1. There's a lot of that happening, and that also was happening around the first-time user experience testing we were doing as well, where we were like, okay, like since we haven't done that for a very long time in PoE1, it's like you kind of lose focus on like some of that stuff. So then you do some testing in PoE2, and then you're like, well, hang on, like players are having problems with this. Like, well, why is it like this in PoE1 again? It's kind of interesting how like just revisiting and rethinking about everything from scratch again kind of then makes you think like, well, maybe we should change it in PoE1 as well. I think that stuff has just had a positive influence on PoE1 there, just generally, and I think that's part of the reason why some of that stuff has been happening. But it's also just because like Mark's been taking a keen interest in what the community's been unhappy about and so on as well. Like it's a mix. I do think that part of the attitude shift there, that if you feel like the attitude has changed, I think that is where that change is coming from. It's just working on a fresh game again kind of makes you, makes you revisit all those ideas.
Mm-hmm. It's been much appreciated for sure.
Yep.
Thank you. All right.
I think we got to everything.
Yeah. Plus, it's been 2 hours now.
Exactly 2 hours. Exactly.
Yeah, that's like almost right on the dot. Yeah. Look at that, respecting your time. we lined it up.
I think I've got a job interview to do very soon.
Oh,
that is to say, interviewing someone else. So,
where are you going? You're interviewing someone else. Oh, okay, all right.
I'm going to interview someone. And we'll need to get going very shortly. But it's always very enjoyable to have a chat.
Said this would have been a very funny joke if my mic wasn't muted.
So thank you very much.
All right, excellent. Yeah, it was great talking to you. It
was awesome. Very enlightening. Yep.
Very good. All right then. But yeah, if you guys want to like sign off or something like that, then
I guess we're gonna sign off. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you everybody for watching. Thanks for your time as well, Jonathan.
Least awkward ending of all time.
Thank you very much for having me. So,
sick outro music.
Thank you.
Bye.
This is actually, I'm memeing, but it's actually kind of a jam. It's actually a jam. Actually a jam. Well, so my food is almost ready. It's burning in the oven, so I'm quickly going to play one track of music here. And then we're going into the Forever Exile, but I quickly need to go before my food is black on top. Okay. Still need to pick it up in a couple of minutes, but it's not under the broiler anymore, so that's great. I really like this interview. There was a lot of promising stuff. I like specifically what I heard about the walking back on... I mean, Jonathan masked it a little bit, but the walking back on the town cycle thing... People didn't appreciate the town cycle aspect. Flash changes back to a more PoE1 system. That sounds to me very promising. But I'm still curious, like how the game is going to look the next time we see it. Does a PoE2 gameplay LA? Do we have the Al-Kaiser? We have Val's L-Play. Do we have Subtractum? Did Subtractum upload PoE2 gameplay? 1.5 hours, 50 minutes. Wait, is this like a 50-minute video of him actually talking about the game? I'm kind of tempted to react to that and watch that, but like I want to get some like unedited footage from the gameplay. And I've already seen Vel's gameplay because I was really curious in that. But I guess we can watch the warrior from Al-Kaiser. Or we can watch Talkative Try's gameplay, 50 minutes. Yeah, perfect. We're going to do that. And we're going to get this ultra low, right? Like this. And we're going to go for the Forever Exiled episode with Rory Rackham. Now, can we...
I'm Tyler, Wrecker of Days. This is episode 237 of Forever Exiled, and we are super pumped this week to be joined by Rory from GGG. Rory, thanks for joining with us.
Thanks for having me, guys. Good to be here.
Yeah, very excited. Just a quick note, patrons, anyone who signed up for our Patreon, we'll shout you out next week because we're recording this early just to make it work with Rory's schedule. So there you go. Yeah, it's cool. It's really fun to have you. We saw you in Seattle, and now we're getting a chance to actually sit down and chat with you.
All right.
So
Yeah.
it's cool.
No, that was cool. I mean, PAX was pretty fun. Met a lot of people. And you guys get a chance to play PoE2, I'm guessing?
Oh, no, we didn't stand in that line. That line was bananas. No. I did play it at ExileCon, the first one, but it's quite a bit different.
That's a long time ago, yeah.
Yeah, it was a long time ago.
A very different game. Yeah, no, we actually just came to actually meet some of the staff, and we were fortunate that you were there, and you're very willing to talk. So that was a lot of fun. Mm-hmm. And yeah, the game's just changed. We've seen so much of the gameplay already that it was more of a staff interaction event for us. It takes about 3 hours for us to drive down. We're in Canada near Vancouver, so
right.
We just drove down the few hours to Seattle to do it because when's the next time we're going to do it?
Yeah,
so it's nice
true.
to see you.
For those who don't know, can you just maybe introduce yourself, what your role is at GGG, what you do there?
Sure. My official title is lead game designer, and I've just been working on Path of Exile 2 for years now, but I've been with the company for almost 12 years now. I think I'm at 11 years, so a long time. And when I started, there were like 15 people in a tiny office in the middle of nowhere, and it's changed a lot over that time. So I started in QA, and now I'm doing lead design on basically all the skill stuff is really the sort of my passion. And
this is really cool. We're going to listen to this in full. Do you guys think I should be watching that? I muted the gameplay because it was too loud, but I could be playing some game myself. Like I could do like a little bit of, I guess, mapping on the PoE character, but I'm really not feeling that right now. Like when I see PoE2 and I hear about PoE2, I want to play PoE2, which is not to say I'm not going to play PoE1, but it's just like what it is. But I honestly, I think I want to see all this stuff. Plus, I really need to go to the bathroom, so I'm gonna be right back. Yeah, exactly. We watch this while we eat the food. That's a good point. Watch and listen, and then we maybe play a game while we listen to the rest of the episode. That's a good point. Yeah. So quick bathroom, and I'm probably gonna be back with the food then.
I've probably been the one most responsible for the most skills in the game for a long time. So it's always been the focus. And there's not a lot of skills that I wasn't like at least in the room when we came up with the designs for them and things like that.
Wow, that's cool. So you started in QA as well then?
Yes.
Because there's a number of you guys, like Mark, I think, started there as well, right?
Yep. Mark was my junior when I, like not long after I started, but good number of QA people now in senior roles, just over.
That's
moving
cool.
out. Yeah.
It's good though.
I mean, it's always the most extreme Path of Exile fans just want to be in QA, and
right.
Many of them find their way up. Yeah.
Did you start off wanting to like just work in video games? Was PoE, because that's right from the beginning, so PoE didn't really have a reputation at the time, I'm assuming. So were you excited about the project, or what got you into GGG?
I never heard about it at all before. I mean, when I started, like Act 2 was barely functional, and like it was before even beta. It was like early alpha stuff. So I'd never heard of it, and I just apply. I just come back from Japan after 6 months over there, and I was just like looking for any job I can get. I'm like, I want to do game design. I mean, I'd studied to be a game designer. That was always my goal. I'm like, I'll just get the first one that I can get my hands on, and it happened to be this one. It was some other random mobile game company. Then I'm like, this other mobile game company sounds more official than this Grinding Gear Games that are in some small place in the middle of nowhere. But I'll give it a go, and like. Yeah, that mobile game company didn't last, thankfully. So I'm like, oh, that's good. I made the right choice.
So you're from New Zealand then originally, or?
Yeah, I'm from New Zealand. Moved around a bit, but yeah, ended up in Auckland. And yeah, it just happened to be that I was close by Auckland. So I'm like, I'll just look for games in Auckland. And this is one of the two at the time.
Wow, that's awesome how it worked out for you. When you were saying you were moving around and then you also referenced Japan, when you're bumping around, is that just moving around your country, or did you go overseas more than Japan? Because Japan's, that's a big jump over a big pond.
Oh, mostly just around parts of New Zealand. But yeah, my wife at the time, girlfriend had a job in Japan, so I went over there, ended up being like there for 6 months, and I mostly just worked on games to be on a CV for getting a job in games. And yeah, came back and put it to use immediately.
That's
Good
awesome.
for you. That's awesome.
You were talking about PAX, like we mentioned, we saw you at PAX and you guys were doing all these different things. What I'm just kind of curious, like we talked to Octavian and a couple other people too, just about the craziness of that schedule. What was that sort of like, did you go through a bunch of the places? Like, I think it was PAX and then you were out East at one point, you were in Europe. Like, did you go through all those?
Yeah. So I was there at Gamescom in Germany. That was the real intense part of it. That was the 12-hour days for the whole conference stuff, but it was also heaps of time scheduled to relax afterwards. So it was actually felt a lot like a holiday, and we met a bunch of Path of Exile people just both at the conference and beforehand as well, and then over to PAX afterwards in Seattle, and that was much more chill by comparison. But yeah, it was also just the main stress of the whole thing was just watching people play the game, people who are not Path of Exile players. The difference between ExileCon, where all these people are come here to play the game, and all these people are just like, oh no, you didn't pick up the staff at the start. You're punching your way up the beach. That's
right.
The most stressful thing of the whole experience, really. Yeah.
When you go to those types of events, obviously there's all the stuff that you've worked on as well, but how much valuable feedback do you get from people that are actually showing up live?
Watching people play is not something that we really do. There is some user testing stuff going on, but actually just wandering around and watching people play and getting to point them in the right direction now and then is just a first time experience actually at the conference. So yeah. Even
is that
okay.
Is that good feedback for you guys? Does that make you go, oh, do we need to reconsider some things or think about it? Or is it just more of a guiding hand and just seeing how they get on?
It's definitely there's way more tutorials and things in place to be hey, you've walked too far away from the starting gem or the starting weapon, or you haven't equipped this thing. There's stuff that we're just assuming people will figure out. It's no, it doesn't hurt to just have a tutorial there to just remind you to do the things that we
pick up a weapon.
Yeah.
Oh, that's funny.
Cool.
Okay, so we want to get a little bit into just some quick personal questions, because I have to ask this one. People know that Tyler and I, we're lawn guys. We like our lawns. Do you have a lawn? Do you have grass?
I'm not very proud of it at the moment. It's a little bit overgrown, and I'm trying to kill it off and put some new grass in. So there's a plan.
That's good. Yeah. I like that.
You know your lawn exists, so that's better than some other people we've had on the show. So good for you.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
We say we're lawn fans. I don't know if our lawn has ever looked worse than when we started this podcast. We're on episode 237, right?
Yeah.
237, and they used to look good when we both moved into our respective places, and we've slowly started becoming more invested in our properties, and our properties have slowly but surely, steadily looked worse and worse and worse. Our lawns are very good examples of those. So good for you for wanting to.
Mine.
Oh, sure,
Raccoons
sure, whatever,
man.
Whatever. But anyway, good for you. Good for you. Long-term plan, short-term plan. When's it going to look good? if it's going to look good?
Well, I've been working on this mobile game, and that's basically all of my free time is going to that thing there and all my energy. So, like, at some point I'll get that out and make my millions, and then I'll just be able to, afford a new lawnmower upgrade and replace the grass.
Sure.
Just something automatic. It does it all for you.
Yeah.
What's the? Can I ask you what the mobile game is? Like, is this just something you're doing for fun?
So, ages ago, I just started working on a tabletop role-playing game, like a card-based thing, and was playing regular games of it with friends and developing it as they went. And that was my passion for like 7 years. But after I had a kid, the time for getting a group of friends together, also in COVID, it was a bit trickier to like sit down and play a card game. So after that, I was like switched over to just making PC games by myself.
Yo, what up, Blizzard? We're just sitting at the TV screen, and I'm eating because we've been listening to the entire Jonathan PoE2 interview that was done by Subtractum and Captain Lance and Palseron 2 weeks back. And now we're listening to Rory Rackham's guest appearance on Forever Exiled episode 237. Yeah, just curious to hear what Rory has to say, since he doesn't really appear that often publicly in recent podcasts and interviews and stuff. So yeah, definitely just sitting there. But I'll be right back. I'm happy to have you all here. I'm just eating some... That's what I wanted to talk about. Wait, why do I not have the camera in my face? Okay, wait. Can we like put it like this? I'm eating some mashed potatoes that I made earlier today. Like, in fact, for breakfast, I didn't have any bread in house, but I knew I had this mashed potato like bag, right? Like just the powder that you put into milk and water, and I was like, oh, I'll add some roasted onions and then eat it with some lunch meat, and it's gonna be tasty. And for breakfast, I only ate it with some roasted onions, just mashed potatoes, roasted onions, and then later on. Now, I prepared myself this little oven dish where I put the mix of mashed potatoes and roasted onions and then topped it with Parmesan cheese and put it under the broiler to get like a little bit of a brown crust. So it's like I guess like a shepherd's pie without filling, you could call it. Pretty tasty. Yeah, so for anyone who was curious, I'll just put everything back to how it was. We're watching some PoE2 footage that I haven't seen yet, and like I said, I'm watching it there on the television that I'm facing while I'm eating. So,
and I started with a complex platforming game, which I will get back to any day now. But and then I was like, I have an idea for a quick mobile game that I can just like get out and make money, and then I'll have the stuff to pay people to make my other game. Just work on 2 games at once, maybe 3 games. That'll be fine.
Right? Are you doing that all on your own?
Yeah. At the moment, I am. Yeah.
Oh wow, cool.
I mean, trying to create something that's cool enough that other people will want to get involved, but also making Path of Exile 2 at the same time. So there's only so much bandwidth there.
Yeah,
Totally.
Yeah, but my skills as a game designer were like just the bare understandings of different aspects of how games work. So never actually studied programming properly or 3D modeling properly. A little bit in university, but nothing real. So recently I've just been like, I'll just learn C# and I'll learn Blender and all of that stuff. And yeah, it's been good.
Wow, cool.
That's cool.
And it's very handy also having like 100 experts that I go and talk to every day.
Yeah, right.
Why does my animation look bad? And like, what rigging tools are you using? And like, I just made a rig, and they're like, no, that's not right. That's not.
That's awesome. That's really cool. I look forward to it. I hope you get to finish it, because those are really fun things to work on for so long, and it's such a cool feeling when you actually, you like hit that button, and all of a sudden it's like, holy crap, I can read a book now. Like, it's done. Like, and then you're excited for a reaction and what happened. Yeah, I don't know. So I'm looking forward to it. Good for you. Do you have you were mentioning having a kid and life changing? Do you have any pets to go along with that?
Yep, I've got a cat who's getting on in the years, but she's still very active. She woke me up at 4 a.m. this morning wanting food, and I woke up and pointed out there was food in her bowl. But yeah, no, my daughter's 6 now, so schools makes everything more interesting as well.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're both family guys as well, so we know what you're.
Yep.
We know the joys and
The time.
not so joy. Yeah, all of the aboves.
Yeah.
So that's pretty cool.
I'm trying to teach her 3D modeling so she can, get a bit. I don't think
Help you out.
aimed at 6-year-olds.
No way, I didn't unmute my mic. This is the first time that happened this entire stream. I did it perfectly the entire stream. I think everyone can attest to that. I did it perfectly. I unmuted myself every time I wanted to speak. Well, and if I didn't, then I instantly corrected it and noticed myself. Now I talked an entire paragraph without noticing. I said, "Hi, Try, how are you doing? What notification are you talking about? I have no idea." But yeah, basically just catching up with recent public appearances of GGG developers, just so I know that what's being said about PoE2 and what we can expect and all that. I feel like I'm a little bit behind. Probably everyone has already listened to Rory's appearance on Forever Exiled, and we just did the Captain Lance interview, Subtractum and Palstron interviewing Jonathan. And now I'm gonna have to walk my cat outside because my cat is a little bastard who can't stay inside for longer than food and a 4-hour nap. And then he's like, "No, I gotta get going." But yeah, I found the notion really funny that Rory said, "Yeah, it helps to when you're in your private time, in your spare time, you're developing like a mobile game, and you get like hundreds of experts. Like when you're learning animation and C++ and whatever, you get 100 experts every day to talk to." And I just really like the implication that Rory is using paid company time to basically get expertise on his private project that he's doing that has nothing to do with GGG. He's like just working at GGG to talk to all the experts and be like, "Hey, can I get some feedback on my animation? Here, could you review my code and all that?" And he's not getting anything done. Rory's the reason Path of Exile 2 is delayed, guys. No, of course not. I'm just joking. It's just it's funny the way that he said it. To imagine that he's like basically just using all his work time to get progress on his mobile game that he's doing. Did they say how many more leagues until PoE2? They do have the goal to get PoE2 beta out for Christmas, right? Wasn't that the plan? So while it might still be postponed, we don't know for sure, right? But I guess there's like another league in probably July, and then another league in... I would hope that they catch up with the cycle and that there'd be another league for Christmas, but they don't. Honestly, they probably don't do another PoE1 league for Christmas, but they probably do 2 more leagues in PoE1, and then they do the PoE2 beta if they stick to the original plan, and then they do like a PoE1 league like 1 month into the beta, and then they bring out a new beta league or like a new beta patch after the new PoE1 league has been out for a month or 2, right? So, to keep feeding the player retention back into each other. Because right now the way that it works is people play PoE1, they get bored of PoE1, they play other games. But in the future it will be people get bored of PoE1, there's the new PoE2 release, you play PoE2, then you get bored of PoE2, you go back to PoE1, and you just will be cycling back and forth between PoEs. I mean, that's at least the ideal future for GGG's business department. Anyway, I'll keep this interview running. I'll keep listening on the headphones. I'll quickly walk my cat downstairs, then I'll finish eating. And if there's like anything noteworthy, I'll come back here and comment on it. And you'll see me eating. But I'll be right back. Just quickly bringing my cat downstairs.
But she'll get there. We'll get there.
That's awesome.
It's amazing how often when you look back as a parent, you realize they could have caught on to something so much earlier than before. There's so many little things about how when I'm parenting, I'm like, man, they're catching on so quick. And then I realized, like, holy crap, I could have taught this like 3 years ago, because my kids are 9 and 11 currently.
Oh, yeah.
And so never too old to start that modeling
Yeah.
tutorial. No, what?
Never too young.
Yeah, that one. That's my final answer. Do you have a chance to read any books whenever you're tired of working on the mobile game or your daughter's finally in bed?
Not recently, no. It's kind of been a work on my game until late, and then play games a little bit if I have energy, and then try and meditate so I can actually get some sleep afterwards. Well, I used to read a lot of fantasy stuff when I was young, and I think my nostalgia for reading has been when I go back and pick up a book, I was like, these books aren't as good as I remember them being.
Right.
But yeah, I mean, I do just like picking up a Brandon Sanderson book now and then, just as effective light reading, something fun for a bit. But I need to get back into the deep fantasy stuff. I want to do some writing for my own game as well. I've barely done any writing on Path of Exile outside of sneaking some flavor text or some memes here and there. Cool. So I do want to get back into writing, and that means getting back into reading. But any recommendations you have for something that's Brandon Sanderson-esque, something light, something not too heavy for me?
Right. Hey, sorry, I wasn't facing the mic. Can you read this, or is this backwards?
I can see it. Final Empire.
Oh, see, I hate this. It's backwards for me. I can't think. Anyway, I'm a huge fan of the genre as well. I've never touched Brandon Sanderson.
Oh, really?
You can recommend him? You've really enjoyed him? I know he's phenomenal, and now he's his Kickstarters earned $1 billion per sentence. But
the thing I like about his works is that it's very game designery, where he's gotten fantasy mechanics that here are the rules of how it works, and now here's some conflicts that follow those rules. Here's how magic works, and any twist is hey, this was hinted at in the way that magic works, or the rules of it, or something like that. So you can get in the mindset of oh yeah, he's using this ability now and this thing here which interacts that certain way. I guess maybe I like reading those books because they're like playing a game. Am I a one-trick pony?
Just like games.
With all the books that I read, I have a very difficult time breaking into something new because I just want to reread a previous series that I had. Like you were saying, it's so different 10 years, 20 years later. It's almost a completely different story, except for Lord of the Rings. It's tough to forget Lord of the Rings, how dry it is to get through and how fantastic it is at the end. But yeah, I could talk to you about books all day, but I won't. But it's fantastic. You were saying you also play video games, of course, right? It's what you're big into. What other games outside of PoE, if there's any games outside of PoE, what kind of stuff interests you?
Well, I played a lot of Warframe when my daughter was first born. That was a good thing to just going to grind away while rocking this kid to sleep. I could manage it just barely. And after that, I really got into Dead Cells. Dead Cells has kind of inspired me to make a platformer in the first place. My wife's favorite game is Overcooked, and my favorite game is Dead Cells. So the platformer game I was making is just meshing those two together. And Dead Cells got me into more roguelike hardcore games. Supergiant Games is kind of the studio that I want to emulate one day. And Hades is, of course, they're crown jewel. So that's sort of roguelike. I mean, yeah, Hades is also just a good ARPG on top of the roguelike stuff. So fits well with stuff. Is just well, we're doing this thing.
Yeah, great thing that Hades is being mentioned here because I really need to play that game. It's very important. And I just recently got it gifted. Both Hades and Hades 2. Shout out to Resting. Appreciate. Yeah, we're going to have to soon make time for that. That's going to be cool. I'm looking forward to that.
Jewel, so that's sort of roguelike. I mean, yeah, Hades is also just a good ARPG on top of the roguelike stuff, so fits well with a lot of recent work stuff. Is just well, we're doing this thing. It's kind of one of those abilities in Hades, just here's the important reference point. And I also just played a lot of Elden Ring, as in multiple characters through the campaign. It started off as liking the difficulty, but now I've done it enough times that I just enjoy doing something that I'm like, this used to be hard, but now I'm good at it. I need to win. It's been
Right. And you get frustrated if you get hit.
yeah,
right?
yeah.
That's cool. What are some of the more challenging builds you've done in Elden Ring? We both kicked the crap out of Elden Ring too. He's when I say kick the crap out of, I just mean spend a lot of time with. He does it well. Wait, I am pointing to Justin, right?
You're doing it right.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. He does it well. I do it poorly, but we still enjoy it.
I mean, I can't seem to play a spellcaster build. I like the melee stuff, but getting into the thick of it. At the moment, for the DLC, I just leveled up an arcane. No, not an arcane. A strength like giant crusher, the slowest weapon I could find for the build.
It's massive.
Yeah. Now I'm trying out like arcane shenanigans, just trying out like things I can get away with weird stat combinations and builds. But yeah, but it always ends up just being melee at the end of the day.
That's awesome.
That's
outside
cool.
of like games and kids, and I feel like you've kind of filled it all in, but is there anything else that you look forward to after you're off work, or is that pretty much it? Like, all right, work's done, I'm going to go do more work and hang out with the kids?
I think, yeah, just making more games. I like to play tabletop RPGs, just haven't found time recently, so been looking into starting some more games of like non-D&D, like interesting rule set things like Wild Sea, and yeah, I'm planning a Wild Sea game at the moment.
Like in-person board game style, or what? Oh, nice.
So yeah, Wild Sea, if you're not familiar, is about riding giant chainsaw-mounted ships over a sea made of trees with all sorts of weird stuff going on. So it's got that weird appeal to it that I love.
I honestly admire people who can't get enough of games and who like get into different games and like a lot, right? And explore different concepts, try out different things. Like I have this friend who's like super into board games. He has his entire shelf full of board games. And even if I was like super into board games, which, you know, there is some appeal to it. I can't say I do it like really regularly, but even if I did, I would not have more than a handful because I don't need the diversity, right? Like I just need to have the best game and then I'll play that over and over. Right, in the same way, like with PC games, I don't have a whole lot of desire to play a big variety of games. Like, sure, it's nice to play something different every once in a while, right? But for the most part, PoE covers all my gaming needs, and like I feel like if I was working on PoE, I guess then I would feel the need to play other games, like the same way that I feel that because I'm running a podcast, so like I feel like I need to be versed. I need to be more game literate in order to be able to talk about things. Board games are a different beast. I guess they're not as much of a time sink, but like if you think like you get like 2 hours every week to play a board game, then I don't know. Do you really need that many different ones? They're mostly finishable. Right, true. Like you do finish it, I feel like you finish it, but it's like, I mean, you in the same way that you finish a League of Legends game, that doesn't mean that it's finished as in like explored fully or like fully depleted, right? There's still like a certain factor of replayability with many games. Well, anyway, it's like it's cool to have people like that. I don't know, like working on PoE, then working on another game, and then another game, and then he's also like interested in other games and playing other games, and so I don't know whether I could be at the same time occupied with so many different games and systems, but I guess I am, maybe.
Is it like a longer style game that you can play multiple times, or is it an
it's
ongoing
like Dungeons
game?
and Dragons, where it's sit down at a table over multiple sessions, and I'll be running the games. I'll be coming up with a sort of story. But
you have a group of friends that's good for that, like that you consistently can show up and.
It kind of my usual group fell away over time, so I'm trying to form a new group of people that are more likely to have time. But yeah,
people are more likely to have time.
Yeah, it definitely gets harder.
Yeah,
We wish we could had the guts to make new friends too, because our friends suck. Like they don't like the same stuff. We get together
same.
and we just stare at each other because we all like different games.
yeah. No, it's cool having a workplace of 100 plus nerds all around me to just be like, oh, I was just talking about some build from some RPG I was looking at, and they were like, "Oh, I just bought the rule set for that game. Let's play. Do you want to play?" I'm like, "Yes."
Oh, that's rad. That's cool.
Yeah, the card game that I worked on for ages was like effectively Dungeons and Dragons, except played with cards. never got to the point of it being like publishable or finished. It's more like now I've got a rule set that I can make a turn-based RPG just using this tabletop RPG rule set one day if I want to.
Did you actually play the one that you were working on?
Yeah. We basically had like weekly sessions for quite a while. Had a few campaigns in it, which is necessary because I was like, I'm just gonna build cards, like design cards as people are about to level up, or like design their abilities for the next fight. Like, yeah, and then it goes into the pool of like, now this is part of the set of monster cards and stuff.
Oh wow, that's cool.
That's really cool.
But
And
very slow going. So.
Yeah.
sure, well, life is busy, eh? I mean, you got your job, got Path of Exile too. Who knows how much that takes out outside of work, and then, you know, family, of course, and then your hobbies. So yeah, but you mentioned writing as well, and writing. I mean, I don't know if that was a hope or a possibility of writing within the game that you're working on as well. But what kind of writing were you referencing? Like you're doing your own little book as well, or big book, little book?
Before we go into this answer, I quickly want to respond. Yeah, I guess if you play a lot, yeah. Like even Settlers of Catan with like so much RNG elements, I guess you had all the expansions though. I feel like with all the expansions it's rather replayable, but then again I never had the chance to play it a lot. Like if you have a group and you play every week and you play for a year or two, then I can totally imagine it being boring. I mean, we had a group that we went to the pub quiz with last year, and for a number of reasons we're not going anymore. It's not just that it's depleted, but like in pretty much the same way, it became like less exciting or less like a novelty and less like you've pretty much like, I don't know, you understood the logic and like what you'd have to do in order to be good at it. Like not in the same way as Settlers of Catan or any board game, but like with the pub quiz, it was just like, well, it's like basically trivia knowledge. So you're either gambling or you're preparing by like learning the most obscure facts and like realizing like an underlying structure in the questions and all that. And it just felt like it's not that much something that you can get good at. It's more like a fun way to kill time while getting drunk. And if you're not planning to get drunk originally, then it just gives you a reason to get drunk, but it doesn't add anything to your week. Or, well, I guess I don't know why I go on this tangent and where the parallel is, but yeah, board games can get pretty boring, I guess. But I never had the time to play them a lot. Like even that board game I was posting about the other day that we played for Christmas, that we got for a friend for Christmas. I haven't played it since. I just really want to go and play it with my friends, but like I think they already played it 2 or 3 times and they might be already over it. I haven't asked in a while, but like maybe they're already like, oh, I'm not so super invested anymore. But yeah, I'm kind of super curious to play it more. And I feel like that one I'd play a lot more. I've completely forgot the question. Hopefully we can infer the question from Rory's answer now. Like, it was something about doing his own writing, right?
No, not really. Just wanting to do like nice video game writing. My wife is an author, and so she's written her book. So she gives me the writing advice.
Oh, that's really cool.
Yeah. So that's very handy. And maybe she'll end up doing the writing. I want to do the writing, but maybe she'll just be like, "Do a better one." I'm like, "Oh yeah, that is better."
That's right.
You give the idea.
You could always ask her for advice and then not listen.
Yeah. Yeah, that
I
sounds
don't know
like
if that's good for your marriage, but that would be fantastic. Are you allowed to plug some of her stuff? Like what has she written?
She wrote a young adult novel called A Dash of Belladonna, which is like alchemy, like young girl learning alchemy in New Zealand. The standard New Zealand story.
What was it called? Sorry, I couldn't get the last word. I'm writing it down.
A Dash of Belladonna. Belladonna is a kind of poisonous plant.
That's really neat. Yeah, I'll check that out. That's really neat.
Yeah, so she's been writing the sequel for ages. She will probably look back at the first book and be like, I can do so much better than this though.
Oh, That's everybody, isn't it? Like you asked Stephen King the same thing. Even Camille, when we were talking to him about his music, we talked to him about some of the earlier music that he wrote for GGG, and he's like, I don't want to talk about it.
Yeah, I could say the same about some skill designs that I've done, except they're still in the game and still playable. So that's
right on. Well, that's cool. That's neat. Maybe we'll start seeing your name on the credits for game writing as well, right?
Maybe.
Get 2 of you in there.
I mean, I don't think I've got time for Path of Exile writing, I'm afraid. Also, the writers are definitely more professional than I am.
Do you know like the whole lore behind Path of Exile? Like, are you? I mean, I don't know how people keep up with it, but
by sheer proximity, I've picked up almost all of it. Occasionally, there'll be like pointing out this particular flavor text here that contradicts something that I was about to put in or something like that. But
that's awesome.
Yeah.
Nice.
Before GGG, you said you were in Japan and stuff, but what type of, were you doing certain types of work or anything before you got into that?
I'd planned to go over and get a job there, but my wife was situated in a small rural town a long way from anywhere, and there were about 8 English-speaking people in the whole area. So we basically I didn't try very hard, because I was also trying very hard to like get game jobs overseas and things like that at the time. But yeah, other than that, it was mostly just enjoying being in Japan.
For sure.
How long were you in Japan for?
6 months all up.
What was the work you were doing before you went to Japan? Like, I assume you were back in New Zealand before then?
Yeah, it was just like after university, I worked at a cafe for about a year, and after that, straight over to Japan. So yeah, not really
cool.
Tried getting some jobs out of university and failed, so ended up making coffees instead.
What was the background in university, like when you were there?
The course that I was doing is like a digital media design, so that included like some basic game dev coding stuff and 3D modeling and photography and all sorts of like anything digital, which, I mean, the majority of the game dev work was learning how to make games in Flash, which is a skill that is not so in demand these days. So
right.
Basically all my actual education from university is wasted. But I did play a lot of World of Warcraft in university, and I think being like a guild leader helped with like getting the job here, maybe. So yeah, I've led raids. It's
good enough credentials. It's fine.
Making games, leading raids. It's about the same thing, really.
Man, so sometimes in our podcast, when GGG has a post, like an announcement saying, hey, come work for us, and then it has a list of credentials, I always laugh at those credentials, because I'm like, not laugh at them because of course they're needed, but like that's not me, right? Like I couldn't meet one of those, except for maybe the time played for Path of Exile. I have no hope. So I would love for one of those posts to come out with that guild leader. Hey, if you let a
previous
guild
raid
in this,
experience.
that's right. Oh man, imagine what the community would do. They would just spooge their pants if there was one where it was just that tiny bit of leadership role and Path of Exile experience. Come on down.
Yeah.
Wait, I wish.
Sure, maybe.
Oh yeah, if this has the focus, then I can just use space. Nice, perfect. Okay, yeah. I mean, obviously, I can totally relate to that feeling of like, hey, looking at those. Oh, GGG is hiring. Let's look. Maybe I can apply. And it's like, yeah, no, I don't have this or that experience with this or that programming language or other kind of game design topics or stuff like that. So, yeah, I unfortunately I couldn't get a job with GGG if I tried officially, but like maybe if I learned to know some of them more closely, then. There's my cat again, the little asshole that didn't want to go outside when I brought him downstairs and opened the door. Yeah. Now you fucked up by not going outside when I held the door open for you? You're a little asshole. You know that? Yeah, so let's listen to more of this. Rory is super fun. I hope they get into... I mean, I appreciate the personal background talk and all. Like, really helps, because also we haven't heard from Rory in such a long time. Helps to refresh a little bit about like who he is and how he thinks. But I hope they get into some juicy PoE talk soon.
It's changed over time.
I mean, it's very hard to like hire specifically for game design. Like, that's the thing of like, it doesn't really matter what you did before. It matters whether you can make work with people like in person and stuff, and how are you supposed to measure that stuff? So
Sure.
that's why so many of our game designers just come up through other roles in the company, because it's like, well, the only way to know for sure is to see someone actually do it.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Can you speak to humans? Are you fine?
Yeah.
Cool.
And programmer believes one thing and an artist believes the polar opposite. Are you able to find a place where you can meet in the middle?
Right.
Are there any, I don't know, hobbies or passions you had prior to, this?
I appreciate the use of past tense. Any projects or passions that you had prior to this and that are completely gone now? Yeah, I'm gonna walk my cat out downstairs. PoE2 feels like the shadows are just gorgeous. Yeah, I guess they just do play a lot more with different lighting positions, I would assume. Like different sun positions, sunset and stuff like that. I mean, it's also because it's like low resolution footage. Like, I mean, it's encoded on YouTube and then re-encoded via my stream and all that. So it's like your brain is like filling in a lot of gaps of information that you actually don't have. But I do think that the game is beautiful. I mean, I've seen it live. It's just not on a very good machine, but it is a great game. I can't wait to like actually see it in 100 plus FPS footage and all that, right? Like when you see the beauty of every little step in the animation and all that. And obviously like a full 2K or 4K display would be awesome.
Being employed at GGG, I guess, that you can no longer do that you have time for, or that you no longer have time for?
Outside of just reading, then not really. I mean, yeah, games have always been like 95% of everything I've been thinking about and doing. I wasn't really allowed to play video games much as a kid, so having my whole life focused, well, reading, that was a big part of why I was reading, is because I can't play games, so I'm just going to hide in my room and read, but also just like sneaking down in the middle of the night to play World of Warcraft. Just takes time out of your schedule, but yeah, I mean, the other thing is that I love Lego, and it's very handy having a kid, but I've got basically slowly taking over the main bookshelf at our house, replacing it with like Lego models and stuff. The books being piled up in the corner more and more. But
so how has how do I say this? Lego's awesome.
mm-hmm.
Lego's now insanely expensive. Well, where we are, it is anyway. Like, I feel like I need to have a job just to, buy Lego every now and then. But you also have a 6-year-old.
Yep.
Do you let your sets be mixed and matched?
Oh,
like,
yeah.
can you buy a Minecraft set, a Star Wars set, and you push them all in the same bin? Or are there certain sets she's not allowed to touch because they're all nice on the shelf?
I mean,
sorry, I'm saying she. I don't remember if I got that subconsciously from what you said.
Yeah,
okay,
I do have a daughter, yes. She has said that she wants to have as much Lego as I have, and so like she has her own sets, but I will also find like her characters all throughout my city sets
awesome.
and things like that, and all sorts of weird things going on. That's like cool. Occasionally a friend will come around and be like, I know, while Rory's away, I'll be funny and like make the models do funny things, and I just assumed that my daughter did it because that's what usually happens anyway.
Oh, right. That's funny.
Awesome.
Have you seen the Lego movie?
Yes. Of course.
One of the best parenting movies I could have ever watched.
Yeah.
That ending punched me in the face. Well, good for you. You're a good parent if you can mix and match your Lego with your family.
Yeah, let them actually play with Legos.
That's kind of the threshold right there. You're not where you want to be if Lego's more important, but you're getting there. Otherwise, you're set. So good for you.
It's also like basically my form of meditation, where end of a very long day, I'm like, I want to quiet my mind. I'll just build. I can't like build something from scratch because that will get my brain going. But if I just want to relax, then just following through the instructions is just like, and now I can just fall asleep after the end of that.
So you said your daughter's 6.
Mm-hmm.
Did you, like, I don't know what life was like for you before then versus now. Obviously, we went through COVID shortly after she would have been born too, because I've got a 6-year-old and we went through the same thing. Have you found a way to balance like work and life and kids and stuff, like to have some sort of balance there?
I always hover around the balance, but
Sure.
I mean, it's it's a thin line where I'm like, I want to spend as much time as I can like working on my project, but when my daughter's around, then that's like 100% of my focus, and like that's like making sure that doing stuff with her after school and all that sort of stuff. And then sometimes I'm just got like, and then I get hardly any sleep because I wake up in the night like thinking about all of the stuff that I need to be doing and falling behind.
Right.
Yeah, but still, I mean, if you have children, you want to prioritize the children. Absolutely. I mean, I want children, and once I have children, guys, there's not going to be that many streams anymore. No, obviously, I'll be much better at organizing my time, because that will be a requirement to get to the point where I can actually have children. But I think you only got one chance to like be there for your children and to impact the development and to give them all the good knowledge and emotional education, I guess. So I totally get that.
It's always like trying to find the right level, and then just like getting really excited about adding a new mechanic and staying up too late, and then that's my then I'm just having 4 coffees a day at work just to stay focused.
Oh, that's the best, though. Hey, how much money do you save not eating because you're just having coffee all the time?
I mean,
It's great.
yeah, it doesn't help that there's like a giant snack bar at the office.
They treat you that well, hey?
Yeah,
Wow.
it's also getting progressively less healthy over time. More and more, just like,
Used to be bananas and apples. Now it's M&Ms and
yeah, there's like a
Smarties.
bunch of kid snacks. I'm like, I know these are great because I steal one from my daughter's lunchbox now.
That's right. How? Who's in charge of the snack bar?
I don't want to.
Yeah, call them out.
Oh, you just okay. Well, come on, because it could also be praise. Like it depends. Some people are like, you know what? I only live once, so this is a praise comment. You know,
It just means I need to remember to work out more after.
There's no treadmills or anything.
Yeah, I need a desk treadmill. That's the answer.
Yeah.
oh man, that's
I have a standing desk, and it's almost always in the seated position. So those things don't go very long.
Oh man, that's my fear as well. If I get a standing desk, I'll never do the standing thing. But I feel like, honestly, if I did have a standing desk, I would do longer streams more often, because oftentimes I get fatigued to the point where like, oh, I'm almost falling asleep here. I can't stream any longer. I'm boring. I don't feel like I'm doing a good job. And if then I'm able to transition to a standing position, I'd probably be able to juice out like 1 or 2 hours more content. Let's be real. But yeah, I'm also thinking like I'd use it quite a lot in the beginning and then just not use it at all, because I did have an office job for like 1 year, a couple years back, where I did have a standing desk. Right, it was in office, so I had to go there. But yeah, I did have a standing desk, and there was a period where I used it quite often. But then later I really had to force myself and be like, oh, come now, do a couple hours of standing. It's not good to keep sitting. Whereas in the beginning, it was just the enthusiasm and like the ability that you could do it, right? It's like, oh, I got this feature. Oh, I think it's so cool. But then laziness becomes a factor in the long run. You gotta force yourself to keep up the good habits. All right, let's go for more. Where's the juicy PoE2 talk, Rory? It's good. I like a little bit more of a personal thing, but I really expected, since Rory hasn't been on in a while on any like sort of public forum to talk. I thought he was like give us some good information. But I'm pretty sure there is something. There must be something.
That's right. Now, you don't know this, but I'm telling you this. I am secretly in love with you, and so if things don't work out with your wife and things don't work out with my wife, I'm gonna be messaging support to try and get a hold of you. And the reason where this all started, Rory, is a long time ago. You wrote out a dev manifesto, the best dev manifesto that GGG has ever written, as a rap.
Oh, yeah.
Fresh Prince of Bel-Air.
Oh, right. I
And
remember that.
Like, I can't tell you. I think I've even tried to wrap this on one of our episodes long ago. Like, it's down to the T, man. Like, you did it to everything, and you nailed it, all GGG style. Now, you wouldn't be willing to do that for us, would you?
Probably wouldn't even remember it.
Yeah, there's no way I remember that. Sorry, I'd have to read this for a bit. tell you what, I'll look into it and I'll get back to you. I'll see what I can do, but I don't make any promises. But I mean,
It was really good. I had forgotten about it.
See, you're just the best. Like, that's amazing. That's so hilarious and fun and exciting. And like, dev manifestos are meant to like, don't kill us. We're making changes and they're good for you, but just chill out. And then it comes in the form of Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. Oh man, like it's good. Like we'll post this maybe in the show notes or something. I'm so in love with it that there was I made a Reddit post linking your original post, or I guess it was a reply. I think your Reddit post, it was actually a reply to somebody on Reddit or the actual DevMan. I forget what it was, but anyway, it was so good. So good. I think it's like 7 years old, but anyway, we'll put it in our show notes. So if you go to our website, for those listening, if you go to our website and just click on the episode, it'll be there. And it's the best. If you don't know Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, you can stop listening. You are not welcome to listen to the rest of the episode. And with one exception, go Google it, the theme song. It's a fantastic theme song. And then Rory made it better.
Basically my childhood. So yeah.
Do you even remember what the reason or what your like thought process was for that one?
Oh man, I think that as I had written up the like post of like, here's the reason why we're making the changes.
I'm super curious about that. Is he going to say it was just too dry and I wanted to fluff it up, and then I thought it was a silly idea to do that, and the more I thought about the idea, the more I wanted to do it? I mean, that would be my guess.
And like while doing that, this thought just entered my head, and I ran it past Nex at the time. And she's like, "Yeah, whatever, just do it. Go for it." And like I wrote it up and just got like approval from everyone in the office, and we're like, "Yeah, sure, just post it. It's good."
What? Okay, yeah. No, because the reason I say this is because sometimes, or a lot of times, I will say the most outlandish things just because they enter my brain, and then my brain says, but how funny would it be if you actually said that, right? Like, I know it's a bad idea to say it, but then my brain is like, but what if you say it anyway? And then I get just stuck on that. Yeah, I mean, it's not exactly the same because that wasn't a bad idea, but
that's hilarious.
So funny.
It is so good. I have it bookmarked. I never want to forget it. I think it's fantastic. Just how well you did it.
Yeah, it was 7 years ago. It was a development manifesto with changes to Energy Shield and Life at the time.
That must be it. I mean, maybe this is the answer. The writing for my own game should just be in rap form, and that like really that's my calling.
Your spouse is so lucky. Who wouldn't want just constant rap all the time? Like your normal work day. I want to ask about what a normal work day is like for you, but I just kind of, because of this, I just kind of picture you walking around. No, you're not walking. You're kind of like doing a little jibe in your step, and you're like, now this is the story all about how Rory got, and then you just
make sure you do
start
different
going.
words, you're gonna get us flagged.
Right. But no, like I don't know, like you have a snack bar there, you have nonstop coffee. Bex is just shrugging her shoulders when she worked there, like, yeah, dude, whatever, go. Like, what's a normal work day life for you? It seems pretty good to work there.
I mean, there are some like stressful days, and there are some like real fun days. I mean, a lot of it comes down to like, at least for me, it's like sometimes it's just, we've got to like come up with a bunch of skills for this class or something like that. And so I'm racking through my brain for like all the cool mechanics that we could possibly do. And then at some point I'll just have a meeting with like Jonathan and maybe Mark and just like go through it. And a good day is when a lot of them are like, yeah, this is great, let's do it. And a bad day is when it's like, nah, none of it's really like, I'm not feeling any of it. I'm like,
yeah, you cringe, bro.
Oh no, that's just so like the rest of the day is like, okay, we've made all these ideas. Like programmers coming to me being like, how's this actually going to work? Like, what are we supposed to do when this specific mechanic here from this thing here interacts with this other mechanic from across the game and so on? And like,
now we're getting into the juice, guys. This is the interesting PoE GGG insider talk here. Get into the juice with us, Rory.
That's 90% of the work of the, like 95% of the work is like making the idea interesting, actually like function. And like that is what most of my day is. It's like I try and do just do some passive tree work or something like that, and it's like, oh wait, no, someone came up to me and talked to me about a thing. where I was at. What was this cluster doing? Okay, this cluster's just a weird shape now. I guess that's how it's going to be. Okay. So it's like, it's a lot of, I mean, it's nice. I mean, it's great that I just get to like chat with so many people. And it was like every time I'm talking to an animator and we're talking about how can we achieve this motion in this time.
This is just Al Kaiser's Warrior Act 1 gameplay of Path of Exile 2. I guess I could leave it like that so people can see it. It's just, it's obviously significantly worse to watch if it's not full screen. I just put on some background footage because we're listening through the podcast Forever Exiled, and it's just an audio-only podcast.
Time with attack, and the animator will be like, check out this martial arts move from this thing here, and I'm like, that's perfect, like let's do that. And then they'll get up and like start doing it and maybe go off to the room to record themselves doing it so they can animate it.
Sure.
But then I'm just going to go and talk to a effects artist, and they're like, check out this sick explosion I made. I'm like, oh, that's a sick explosion. Yeah, can you just add some more sparks there? Or like, we know it was better the first time. Yeah, stick with what you first had. Okay, cool. Collaboration.
Right
Then go
on.
to the programmers and like, yeah, I want you to do something real crazy. I'm sorry, but here's all these like specific mechanics to drop in, and oh yeah, and because of some unique or something like that, we've got to deal with all these like corner cases and possibilities. So yeah, just
Sure.
chatting with people and like coming up with solutions and weird ideas and things like that. And often like just about anyone will just have an idea of like, hey, but what if the skill also did this? And I'm like, hey, let me just go talk to Jonathan about that. Let's just get that approved. That sounds rad.
Sure.
Yeah. Do you have to? You obviously know the game through and through to be able to have these conversations with these people. Otherwise, you're just going to like your job description would be called middleman, right? But when you, I mean, you have both sides of this. You have the creative aspect, and then you have the, I guess, confirming aspect of trying to figure out the details with the individual that's going to do the job, right? Is one kind of more exciting than the other? I mean, obviously you're interacting with people and you like the people that you work with, but is it a lot of, some people would find it stressful and a lot of pressure, like come up with new skills or come up with a new mechanic. You do both, I assume, like you were talking about skills, but you were referencing mechanics here. Yeah, so there's a pressure for creativity, but then there's also the fun of creativity depending on who you are. And then, of course, troubleshooting it and figuring it out. Do you like both aspects? Is one way nicer than the other?
I definitely, I mean, the coming up with ideas is way more fun. It sounds arrogant, but I've been doing it so long that it's just like actually ideas come pretty easily. It's just born with a brain that just comes up with weird ideas. But also the other part of my brain that can be like, no, stop thinking that idea, it's bad before it gets any further. So yeah, I've got the angel and devil on my shoulder just constantly being like, here's a great idea. I'm like, it's going to cause so many crashes. It's like terrible performance.
And then half the time it wins.
I wanted to ask you about some of the inspiration regarding stuff. I know you were saying you've been involved in almost 95% of the skills. I think Reeve was your first one, if I remember correctly.
From what
correct.
Well, you've done your research, yeah.
Yeah, I looked you up. I Googled. I don't remember where I heard it or saw it, but I thought I remembered you saying that Reeve was the first one that you worked on.
Yeah.
So I have, the first question I have actually is just why Reeve? What was it like? Was there anything special to Reeve? Do you care about Reeve anymore? Is that sort of...
The name is something that I've just used for multiple characters and stuff in games, and so it's just like sneaking a bit of myself in there. The original design for Reeve was like steals life, steals mana, steals charges off the target.
Just does it.
Just steal everything. Yeah, so in the footage we're watching in the background, Al Kaiser opened his character's overview page, character page in game, and I think I've glanced over this before, but I just, when looking at it, like, I don't know whether I've noticed this before, but I think they took a lot of inspiration here from, at least it feels to me, from LE. No, from Grim Dawn? Which one? I mean, I guess both Grim Dawn and LE have a very similar... No, I mean LE characters page, right? Yeah, I think LE's character page does the similar thing, right? Let me bring it up. Last Epoch character page. Images... I don't know, it's just like a very similar, logo, symbol. Open image, a new tab. Okay, I've whitelisted. JK, I didn't. Just opening this like this. Here, like first the symbol, then the name, and then the percentage or the value. And the same way. Yeah, symbol, name, value. I guess it does look a little bit more PoE with the decoration, right? Just the textures and all. But like the structured approach to showing the characters' defensive layers is probably inspired from other games. It's definitely a straight improvement over how it's currently done in Path of Exile. I do like the strength, dex, intelligence, like triangle with the 3 colored circles better than just having them listed like this. I wonder what's the thought with walking that back. Seems to also just to give in to convention, right? Because the attributes in LE are also listed like that, I guess. Wait, can we go back to the screenshot? Yeah, they're just here. Strength, dex, and attunement vitality. Yeah, I think they should definitely bring back the 3 circles for strength, dex, and unless they got a better idea. But other than that, looks really cool. I hope it looks even better in the final product.
Everything.
Just does everything and builds up stacks as it does it in like one part of that state. So it was the start of me learning that, you know, it's okay for skills to be a little simpler sometimes. But I mean, I totally would have snuck it in with all of those mechanics if I could get away with it. But it was like my very first design. So yeah. And yeah. It was just the theme was the starting point for that one of like stealing power from the enemies. Basically.
Reeves, the first one you've done. You guys have so many freaking skills.
Yep.
I am curious at this point, like how do you guys keep coming up with new stuff? And then you're talking PoE2, and that, so we're talking all new sets of skills and everything. Like,
yeah.
How do you guys not hit like a wall at any point, or?
I mean, there's just so many different sources of inspiration, and like, as long as you allow yourself to have like any starting point, like today we're starting with the theme on this thing here, or today we're starting with a mechanic, or like, I mean, oftentimes it's like, okay, we need some spear skills. Let me talk to the animator and just get him to do some like, just swing a spear around. That'll give us some ideas. And it's like, okay, that's a cool motion. Okay, let's do a thing like that. Let's do a jump and shoot down in the air or something like that. Just because that like motion looks cool. What mechanics could it have? I mean, there's a lot of stuff left on the cutting room floor. I've got a whole like archery mechanic that I want to do, but like didn't appeal to anyone else. I'm like, I guess if I'm the only one who likes it,
those bastards.
Like, I'll get it in one way or another one day. But
that's right.
Yeah. It's also like lots of people in the company have their own ideas as well, and will just like pitch stuff to me, and that's often. I feel bad a lot of time where it's like that's cool, but it gives me a slightly better idea that might be unrecognizable. And I don't know whether it's just I like it and the other person's idea was better, but I've got this position, so let's go.
I got the title.
Afterwards, I might realize their idea was better, and maybe there'll be time to change it. But yeah.
Do you guys ever hit a wall? Like, is that ever where you are struggling for something, or do you just veer in a different direction if that comes up?
Probably only if it's like we need to fill one specific slot for this character that it needs to be like single target, it needs to interact with these mechanics here, it needs to like be more supportable than the other skills are, and needs to be fire damage. You know, that when you get real specific like that, it's the only time. But even then we often just eventually come up with something that's just like, well, it just works. Or just like, let's try some crazy stuff and just maybe waste some programmer time, but maybe create something awesome from it.
How many people share your job title, or how many people are part of the kind of a skill approval process, or how many other Rorys are there that people come up to and be like, try and pitch their cool ideas to?
It's really just me, at least in terms of the skills stuff. Like Mark and Jonathan like will have their own pitches and stuff for these things, and they're making a lot of the calls on like, this is how the game should feel, this is how like the skill doesn't work. like every week they are playing through the characters with the new skills we've made and so on, just to see how they're coming together, and that results in a lot of changes and stuff. So they're having the sort of final say on it all, but it's really like there's 2 other designers that work with me on the skill stuff. Often like we're just each other's sounding boards, or they'll just have the more astute feedback. Viperesque is one you may be familiar with, who's the one that I work with most frequently.
Shout out
He's also got a
Viperesque.
very analytical mind and very familiar with all the ways to break the game. So very useful to have. Like,
Yes.
on the
Yes.
front.
I have not seen the skills used by PoE mobs in the past few leagues. I actually missed the context for that comment, so if you could reiterate on that, that would be great. I don't think I'm getting it. How can Forever Exile get a dev interview? They've had a history of having devs on their podcast. They've had Rory on before. I think they also had Rishi on before, and they definitely have a history of having good relations to the dev. I mean, don't worry about it. Like I've asked them in the past, I'll ask again, and there's been no hard turn down or anything. It was always just like no time, but I'm sure it's gonna happen eventually. And like if then when it happens, they think that it went well and that it was an overall net benefit, then they're also going to do it again. I don't see a reason why it shouldn't happen. And there's no reason to like rush it. I think kind of been good to build my interviewer skills and my podcast hosting skills for as long as I have, building up to that point when it comes eventually, I think. Right? But I'm sure there's no ill will or anything. I'm sure it will happen eventually.
Lines of the skill stuff, and Octavian as well is sort of basically our main like QA, but also just does a bunch of suggestions that become just additions or changes to the skill designs as well. So it's basically us 3 that are the main design team on that skill stuff.
I just wanted to quickly ask, of the skills that you have designed so far, do you have a favorite?
There's so many skills. It changes from time to time. Stuff like, I think Divine Ire might be my favorite purely just from like the feels and like what a great job the effects artist did to turn this thing into something really punchy. But there's also stuff like Blade Vortex and so on that are like, I like this design because it's completely different from other stuff available at the time and things like that. But I'm also very like, if people say like, I don't like that skill, and I'll just be like, yeah, it sucks. Yeah, no. And then someone says they love it, I'm like, no, I love it as well. I'm back on board.
That's fun to hear.
Tornado Shot is one of the ones that I have like a love-hate relationship because it was so effective at being both single target and AoE when it was released. And every now and then when it's not nerfed recently, that it like defined the way that skills are used for attackers and things like that for a long time, and it's like the gold standard that other skills have to be able to compete with, which resulted in so many other overpowered skills because Tornado Shot did reliable single target damage better or something like that.
And so that was referencing Tornado Shot, you were saying, right?
Yeah. So I've said at a talk at like a New Zealand game dev conference that like Tornado Shot was my biggest mistake, and then some people who are now like staff working for the company were just like annoyed at me to being like, that's my favorite skill and how dare you. It better be in Path of Exile too. Like, oh.
Yeah, right.
That's a perfect lead into a couple other things that I wanted to ask you about. Do you have a certain, I don't know, like algorithm in your brain for like how a skill needs to be strong? And like if it's strong single target, it can't be big on AoE, or like are there certain values that based on if it does damage over time or AoE that it can't be certain like this, or is it just all about how it feels based on the mechanic that it's being introduced with? Like what kind of rules do you have if you're willing to share them?
It's very different between PoE1 and PoE2, and I don't really work on PoE1 at all these days. There's too much PoE2 stuff to do. So it's PoE1 is very much like, we want to make sure this skill is going to be used and like used at late game as best we can. Whereas PoE2 is like, this skill has to have a role while not taking away from the role of any other skills. It just gives it a whole different dynamic. It's far more nebulous than like the damage numbers have to be high or low, and more like it's got to make sure that it like fits with the whole skill ecosystem that there is going on.
Makes sense. I'm a zombie player. That's no matter what state zombies are in, I'm an absolute zombie lover. I don't know what it is. I can't break away. Like I see all the skills, I see all the different ascendancies and classes, and I will theory craft 10 times more than I play the game. But then I even make the build and I'm like, oh, zombies. And then I always just come back to zombies. That's just, it ends up, that's the kind of player that I am. One of our long-term listeners, Theta, is exactly like that, but with Herald of Agony. And anytime I think of Theta, I think of Rory, and every time I think of Rory, I think of Theta. You're synonymous, because I think the first time I saw you was like, I don't know, 4 or 5 years ago, and it was one of the first times I saw a GGG interview post-league launch that wasn't Chris or Jonathan, it was you, and you were on Bayclast, I think it was, and you were talking about, I don't remember the exact time Herald of Agony came into the game, though it was a while ago, but you were very proud of Herald of Agony at the time.
Yep.
And how it functioned and the interaction of Herald skills and skills that reserved mana that dealt offense. This was, of course, long before the mind changes the way they currently are.
Here in the gameplay, you mean, whether these are zombies. It says decrepit mercenary. It does look like zombies, right? The way that they move and the way that, yeah, the flesh hangs off their arms, basically. Zombie ads. Previous victims of the executioner fighting for his cause, as they have no choice. He owned them. I have no idea what's the lore behind this, but yeah, he seems to be summoning an army of undead helpers there.
Does that specific skill hold a special place in your heart, or why was that special at that time? Do you remember?
I mean, at the time it was definitely special because there was nothing like doing something new and crazy with the Herald stuff. Just skills in general. Since then, I guess mostly feel regret because I just hear how people are using it to like not take any damage passives and not take any of the stuff and still do massive damage. I'm like, that doesn't fit with the like ecology of the mechanics of the game, but at the same time it's still like cool. I've like, there's been multiple times in PoE2 of like, let's get something like that. I mean, part of the benefit of the spirit system that we put in for PoE2 is like, so we can have like minions be like, this is a big chunky minion that costs a lot of spirit, and it's effectively like Herald of Agony worthy in terms of you can build all around this thing or something like that. So I guess it's informed me, my design in future, through like not making the same mistakes, but trying to aim for that feel that I was originally going for with Herald of Agony.
Sure. Now, I don't want to ask favors, but if this put Herald of Agony's strength back into your mind, could you please not nerf Herald of Agony for a couple of leagues so our friend Theta, who I referenced, doesn't murder me?
I say crush it.
No. I have kids.
It's
you can't give me 2
strong.
leagues. Give me 2 leagues.
I don't like. I'm barely involved in PoE1 at all these days, so I promise nothing. Yeah, I'm very curious whether it will have a place in PoE2. I guess we'll see.
Is that exciting for you? Like normally with our interviews, we don't normally like timestamp. You know, we like the interviews like this to be, you know, you listen to it anytime you want. But this is so exciting for us as fans with PoE2 coming out as well, and I'm sure it is for you as well. Is it exciting for you when you're designing skills? Like, you had a huge impact, obviously you're a part of PoE from the ground up at the beginning, and now you're starting again with PoE2, but you have such a different dichotomy of how skills are and such a new mentality and rule set for both. My assumption is it an exciting time to consider all these Path of Exile 1 skills
It is cool.
And put them into. Sorry, my kids were laughing so loud. I thought they were crying and screaming for a second. But anyway, like, sorry to finish that. Sorry, Justin, you might have to edit that. But is like to add the skills from PoE 1 to PoE 2. Is that kind of exciting process to like filter out stuff and fix things up?
It's really just a really difficult process because there's so much like emotional attachment to a lot of skills from people.
I feel like this is a really good question in general to ask, like in any PoE2 dev interview for anyone who's been involved with PoE 1 for a long time. Is like, you know, having seen what you've done with PoE 1, what would you do different now that you get the chance to like build a new system from the ground up in PoE 2? Or what things would you have liked to do different, but you can't for whatever reason, despite the fact that you're getting a new reset? Or is there anything like that, right? Where you like, it's just, it happened and now you can't put the genie back into the bottle, so to speak. Can't put the jack back into the box. Even with the soft reset and the new game. Like certain quality of life aspects and certain things are now standard. But yeah, let's hear what Rory has to say.
PoE 1 and like people like, I played the skill this way and I loved it. Like all throughout the company, like all these people like, and when you like change a skill, like take some aspect of it away, it's just like, it's a different skill now. It's not the same skill. Minor differences can make a significant difference to how you could use it and how people feel about it and stuff. Even just changing the effect up is like, that's not how I remember like Frostbolt looking, like a weird blob. And that like changes everyone's. It makes it like a painful process sometimes, like killing your darlings. Like we've got to like, it's the right thing to do for Path of Exile 2, but the skill will never like. I guess we've just got to go back and play PoE 1 so we can play the skill the way it was.
So is there thought that some of the skills then from PoE 1 will come into PoE 2, but they will just function completely different or differently? Maybe not completely different, but just
some are almost identical, but you still play them differently because of the skills surrounding them and like the way the combat works and so on. So it's amazing how small changes can make such a different impact on how you use the skills. And we've made a lot of small changes and a lot of big changes. It just changes the whole dynamic. I mean, my brain has been so ingrained for so long. Like, this is how Path of Exile 1, like every aspect of it works. It took a while to get out of that mindset of like, oh yeah, we can just change that thing because that we're not bound by the same rules. Like, it's okay that it's a one-handed weapon skill that just focuses on area damage or just single target or like more situational. The real like hard mindset to break, but then like works out great once you actually pull it off. Once you can.
Right. So you're the lead game designer now, so you've got the title. You can do whatever you want. But going back, going back,
you're gonna make all of his coworkers hate him.
Were there? Do you remember, or were there any ideas or things that you tried to bring in, or ideas that you had, or skills or things that just didn't work or weren't brought in that might, whether they ever sit on the back burner and could come back, but they just never worked?
I think probably the reason I've survived so long is that I'm able to just be like, oh, that idea is dead, like bury it, gone from my mind, just wiped. I'm not emotionally attached to it anymore. Move on to the next idea. Maybe it'll back in a like subliminal way and slide it in some other skill, but like a lot of the ideas is just like there'll be other ideas. It'll be fine.
Do you have like a notebook of past ideas that you just pull from if it didn't work and you can look at it later?
I've got a bunch of Google Docs of like, here's my suggestions for the skills for 3.12 or something like that. And sometimes I look back at those, I'm like, oh, that was what that skill used to be. Oh God. Or like, oh, that idea. Yeah, we've used that like multiple times in a completely different form. Like, hey, that person must have stolen my idea. No, that didn't. It's just,
that's funny.
Just a simple skill idea. But yeah, that's, yeah, there's so many discarded ideas that I've just like blocked from my memory because I'm like, it was not the right game for it. Sometimes I was like, yeah, that would be great. I know, but I clearly just been playing a lot of Warframe, so I was trying to make some effectively like shooter skills.
Right.
Then again, I did make the steel skills after playing a lot of Warframe, so you could tell that like guns were on the mind.
That's pretty sweet. Does adding controller support, like controller support's becoming even more, I mean, it's been relevant for a while in PoE1, but now it's going to be much more relevant in PoE2 as far as I understand it. Does it change how you approach skills, or are you find that there's going to be some skills that just have their differences? Like, skills on with controller support have their, what's it called? Alternate functionality, or however it's called, like totems, where totems layer desecrate.
It's the WASD controls for PoE2 are like a significant change. It's a lot closer to how you play on controller, except with like full control over the target position as well. That's really a lot of the time I'm playing with the WASD controls now because it gives you that the ability to move whichever direction you want while you're firing with less micro required. I believe that dual mouse is going to be the optimal way to play, but because you get control on target positioning and target direction, but that's probably a bit silly. So there's a lot of stuff of now that skills can often be used while moving, that's caused us to go back to all of the stuff that we had previously done, all the skills we made for PoE2 already. Do we need to change how this works with WSD movement?
Yeah, I can only imagine that's so much work. I wanted to quickly comment on the gameplay footage that we're seeing because it was one of the rare looks at the passive tree, and I hadn't previously. Well, I knew it, right? But I hadn't previously seen footage publicly, so that I had a chance to comment on it. So every time you spec a travel node now, you have to pick whether you want int or dex or strength for it, which are probably going to be annoying if you want to spec a lot of travel nodes in one go. If you saved up 5 points and you quickly want to spec them while you're moving through the zones like you do currently while leveling, that's going to be annoying. I really hope that they implement that feature that is in the China version as well, in the Tencent version, I think, where you can pre-allocate the tree. Where you just decide, isn't that, or is my brain making that up? I thought there was a way where you could decide what your next 10 levels are or whatever, and so that it automatically picks that. I really hope that's going to be a core feature in PoE2. But yeah, curious to see whether there's any reveal about the WASD from Rory that we don't know yet,
and which will also affect controller in an equal way. The actual ultimate skill actions are not something that we have much on the PoE2 skills. That's not really there's some smart targeting stuff, but it's just a natural part of the skill now.
Is the WASD movement as functional and beneficial? I can definitely see that benefit when you're playing something ranged or spellcasting or your archer or something like that. But for melee, do you still feel like you're getting a big benefit out of the WASD with melee?
It does give you absolute control over when you want to, when you're moving forward to attack and when you're holding position.
Sure.
But we still going back through the melee skills that we made prior to WASD being implemented and thinking how we can improve the mobility.
Right.
Early on in PoE2 development, the advantage of melee was its mobility, but now ranged characters have much more of that. So bringing even more mobility to melee or other mechanics to melee is sort of the next big focus for improving the existing skills.
Cool.
Do you personally like?
That's a true point that I've never really considered, right? What if ranged characters in PoE, and I don't think, I mean, that's why they're not doing that. They can't do that anymore. But what if ranged were just significantly slower than melee? Wouldn't that balance melee all of a sudden? Whereas with range, you'd have to be a lot more considerate, but you have the advantage that you can off screen or at least, stand at a certain distance. And then with melee, you'd have to get close, but you'd be much faster at changing your position, which would be fair because it's harder to dodge because you're in the middle of the action, and so you're more likely to be in the AoE of some sort of targeting or of melee enemies. I think that would be cool. But yeah, how you give melee an edge if ranged is already also not only the ranged class, but also the ranged type, but also the fast type.
the game Path of Exile 1, I guess, because we haven't played Path of Exile 2. Do you like the game on
Tankiness,
controller?
right?
Have you tried it?
I have tried it a bit, but I'm just so used to mouse and keyboard on PoE1 that I can't
Cool.
get used to it. I did play Last Epoch with both controller and keyboard and mouse. It's like switching based on whichever control scheme is most useful in this situation. Mostly, I just wanted to sit back and relax with some of the builds that were just burning through stuff.
Is that hot swappable thing going to be for PoE2? Where, because you can't do it in PoE1 right now, you have to pick one or the other.
I'm not actually sure. The fact that, you have to toggle between WSD and keyboard and mouse at the moment. I don't know. It is still improvements being made on the actual controller side of things.
Cool.
Sure. Is there anything in Path of Exile 1 that people can blame you for? Things that maybe you implemented that either people hate now or that were good, but now, they just haven't followed, I guess.
That's a really cool question. I just quickly wanted to comment because I think I need to mention this since Valor always tries to or wants to drive that point home. PoE1 should have the ability to change between controller and keyboard on the fly rather than having to restart the client. Because a lot of people who are playing the game, doing controller gameplay, want to still do inventory management and skill building stuff on mouse and keyboard. Because that's just more handy. Like, inventory management on controller is... So, yeah. I wonder whether they're going to show off PoE2 on a controller this year at Gamescom. Because last year at Gamescom they only had computers there. But I wonder whether this time they'll have like a separate... If they're coming to Gamescom this year, I don't know anything about it being confirmed. But I'd imagine that this year they have like half-half. They have like computer places and console places. Because they do really want to make PoE on console a thing. And user base is growing on console, right? Like we discussed earlier, people who start playing PoE are more likely than with any other game to stick with it for a long period of time. And once they get past a certain point, naturally.
Yes, the same balance process as many other items.
It's probably a long list, but the thing that I get blamed in the office the most for is the worm flask, because that causes the most... Like, okay, rework all these other mechanics because this one flask exists.
Really? And is that just for the sake of creating enemies?
Yep, creating enemies and the ability to, like, if you can fill up flasks quickly, then you can create, like, as many of these things and so many mechanics that proc on hit or on kill or all that.
I think there was one just last league where they did, like, a highlight on one where the guy was just using 2 of them.
I always get like multiple messages every time a new worm build comes out. The designer's being like, check out this cool thing, and the programmer's being like, guess I gotta fix this thing.
Are you responsible for the flask itself?
Yes, yeah. I've done a bunch of unique designs over time, but that's definitely my most notorious one. Yeah.
Can you think of any other one?
There's probably been too many to list, but I don't think any of them really like change the way the game works ones.
Also a super cool question to ask to anyone who's made items in PoE. But I just noticed this, like, I haven't seen this footage before. This is like a super cool, like going through this, what is that, cornflower something? Not cornflower. Like high grass with some sort of stuff on top. And it bends and it like moves out of the way while you walk through it. I mean, it's not perfect yet. You can see the flaws in it. It's like a very simple animation when you get to a point where it's not like actually dynamically going around your character. Which I don't know whether that's the plan to do that eventually, but it's like, it still looks cool.
Well, mine, because a lot of the like early stuff like shavs and so on was prior to me working on Unix, and that's the sort of stuff that's like introduced the concept of low life and things like that. There'll be stuff that I've forgotten, maybe just blocked out those memories on purpose, but
Yeah, right.
Sure.
Speaking of, well, I was just,
sorry, can I squeeze this one in?
Yeah.
So you said you were responsible for shavs, but you're also the skill.
No, I wasn't responsible for shavs.
Oh,
Yeah. I was
my
the one that
mistake.
discovered
Okay.
the concept of low life, but then
low life.
made it amazing. So,
Okay. So was it weird for you when you approved Petrified Blood and low life changed to 50%? Did it feel like you were hurting something from the old days?
no, that was something that I'd wanted to change for a long time. Like I'd wanted to change low life to 50%, as a like this might be something that you could actually reasonably reach in combat without needing to hit your flask immediately, and then Petrified Blood there too. Like here's a way that you can. I was involved in working on Petrified Blood, along with some other with the Trishi when he was working on the design for that stuff.
That's so huge, by the way, that changed to 50%. Like, low life was pretty much unusable in any sort of non-shavs setup, non-actual low life, like non-energy shield build, I mean, right? But now, I mean, I roll flasks that give instant recovery on low life all the time, and pretty reliably proc them when I use my flasks. Or pretty reliably proc that bonus, I should say. Yeah, huge change. But that's also been in for a while now, yeah. Probably like 4 years.
And that was we want low life to be like a core thing for strength characters or strength dex characters as a like possibility there. Whereas previously it was like caster only thing. So that was a very intentional, low life has to be 50% for this to not be work with a tiny sliver of your life.
Tiny amount.
Yeah, watch that tiny little value down there.
Mm-hmm. You were talking about hiding stuff out of the back of your mind, but then also earlier you were mentioning
Since
that you're not like married to the ideas like that don't go, if they don't go through or whatever. But what about the stuff that goes out and maybe it gets some sort of like, maybe the feedback's not the greatest. Sometimes the PoE community can be very roller coastery with regards to some of that stuff. Does that bother you, or do you just kind of just keep moving on to the next thing?
I mean, I've definitely checked Reddit less often over time just to keep my sanity, but
Sure.
I mean, even people in the office will be, if they've been playing this thing a lot and I just can't make it work, and they'll be passionate about it, it's still that feedback is there, and just having to compartmentalize it and well, let's just think about the solution. Just think about it right now we just need to find out how to make it work, or just accept that we're going to have to do a rework on it at some point in the future.
Does it hurt sometimes?
Yes, yeah, it does for sure. Yeah, it's hard to avoid. I mean, it can even be hurt when you yourself play the skill and be I should have just tested this some more, or come up with some more ideas for this, or scrapped the idea earlier and come up with a different thing, or even someone else had it changed because they liked it. I'm I liked my previous version better, even if this one's more popular or whatever.
Yeah,
but it's kind of, I mean, it's the nature of working in a game with a lot of people and also a game with a lot of players. You've got to accept that everyone wants to be involved in the development of the game, and
that's
right. The cool thing
totally.
about it is that they can. I mean, I wouldn't be here if I couldn't be a little bit involved in the development of the game, even when I was in QA. So,
sure. Is it tough to you obviously have to read all the comments, not all that exist, of course, but when you're interested in getting that feedback and you go on Reddit or you go on the Path of Exile website and you're reading through comments, you obviously have to read the comment to know if it's an idiot or somebody that knows what they're talking about, they're disappointed or happy. Is it easy to kind of filter through what you would consider idiocy? And I'm not, those are my words, I'm not saying that's what you're saying, but not all feedback has value. You know what I mean? Is it easy to kind of filter through between what's actually valuable or not? Or is it kind of tough because sometimes there are those pointlessly negative comments?
It's always looking at it and be what is the reason this person made this comment in the first place? Sometimes it's
there's always value
have
in
they
that.
made there've been situations where it's this feedback doesn't make sense. let me just check this person's build real quick, just to check if there's something weird going on here. But like, there's always a reason for them making that comment. Sometimes it's they had a bad day and
Yeah, exactly.
and died on
Yeah.
a situation that they didn't feel like they should have. But as long as you think of it like this person has a motivation for saying this in the first place, let's think about that rather than my idea sucks.
So your in-house therapist must probably make the most money out of everybody, I would assume.
You mean the snack bar?
See, that's why you don't want to call them out. I hear ya. That's right. Most valuable job at the company, snack bar. Speaking of, I guess some of the things that might drive either fans nuts or you nuts about the first game. How much of your Path of Exile 2 decision making is influenced by things that drive you nuts in Path of Exile 1?
There was definitely like prior to us starting work on PoE2, like for years we always talked about PoE2 as like this is the thing that will solve all of our problems with that every mistake we've made and can't undo from PoE1. But the further along we got in development, like fairly early on, it was like, oh, we're making a completely different game. Those problems that we thought are problems aren't problems at all in any way. Like they can't be a problem now. We've got a new host of problems that are like design problems that we need to solve that we have yet to like conceive of. And only once we've like actually made the entire build and the entire like level progression and stuff will all of them be fully apparent. So it stopped being a thing of like, we'll fix the problems and be like, we're making a different game that is like, can take really cool things that we like from PoE1 and it'll always have its own little twist on it that we often won't see coming. Surprise twist.
Yeah.
I really like that. I really like that they're not just trying to make a PoE1 clone or not just have PoE2 be like a PoE1 4.0, 5.0, 6.0, whatever, but like to be like, hey, we're making a new game. We're taking what we like from here, what we like from there. We're all combining it into something that is like probably better, hopefully better in the end, but definitely different. So honestly, that's kind of the right approach also to making PoE2, because like when you already got PoE1, like trying to make it much better when it's already so good. I really think they realized they were competing with themselves by making the PoE2 the way that they were originally setting out to making it 4.0. And they're like, no, that's stupid. We should just be like broadening our horizon by making a different game, and then we'll cover more of the potential users that are interested. Plus there's cross-pollination, because like when you play PoE2, there's still reason to play PoE1, and vice versa. Whereas it's not just one is strictly better than the other. I'm here for it.
Yeah. If you're looking at PoE2 now, is there something that you can actually like pinpoint as what you're most looking forward to?
Ooh, that is a good question.
Aw. It's Justin's question.
There's a lot of specific stuff of like, I can't wait to play this build through the game. Like this seems real cool, and like I haven't played anything like it in an ARPG before. A lot of it is just looking forward to seeing everyone's hard work come together at the end of it. Because I mean, for so long it was like make 3 months. Like we're working on something for 3 months. We're working for something for another 3 months, and like maybe we'll get like a 6 month worth of work for an expansion or something like that. But it's sort of little compartmentalized chunks, and it's cool seeing like each of those individual game things in PoE1. But in PoE2, it's like all of this is like so much work over like with more people than ever before, and like every aspect of it, I'm like, oh, that is like the audio team did a great job on that sound effect, like, and it's this person here that worked on it, and that effect is super cool, and it's using some new tech that this person came up with, and then this person like made great use of it, and then the gameplay code is just doing weird stuff we've never done before, all sorts of things, and it's just like seeing all of that come together is just going to be an incredibly emotional thing when it's finally like in beta and people are playing it.
It's interesting. One of almost every fan from 2019, one of their favorite moments of ExileCon would probably be see Chris choking up, with the reaction after the trailer was shown. And just hearing you say something like that, I could just picture every individual that you work with and at the company that as soon as it's launched and people are freaking out in a positive way and loving it, that snack bar, I tell you, it's going to have some good stuff on it. It'll be empty soon. That's looking forward to it. I picture everybody kind of doing that whole choke up. And so we're happy for you.
There was one of the trailers that was like one of the teasers for one of the character classes. It might have been the monk or the witch who was showing off. And the animator, Ed, who had worked on all of the character animations, like was seeing comments for the first time of like, these animations are amazing. And he'd never seen that in PoE 1 because the rigs are 1,000 years old and it's so hard to make like functional animations in PoE 1. But on PoE 2, he's seen the stuff. He's like, people actually like pay attention to the animations and they like it.
That's awesome.
It's like a whole new experience.
Yeah. I mean, I've been saying it. PoE2 is fucking beautiful. It looks amazing. I just, can't wait to see it on an actually good setup. But we'll see.
Oh, that's cool.
One thing that
by the time it comes out, my computer is probably not an actually good setup anymore. So
basically, all the skill stuff is really.
I clicked this.
Oh yeah, we can just change that thing.
Something ranged
and so on was prior to me working on Uniques, and that's the sort of stuff that's like introduced the concept of low life and earlier and like apparent. So it stopped being a thing of like we'll fix the problems and be like we're making a different game that is like can take really cool things that we like.
I accidentally clicked in the wrong section of the video and like backwarded, skipped back like a whole bit.
And it's cool seeing like each of those individual game things in PoE 1, but in PoE 2 it's like all of this is like the gameplay code is just doing weird stuff we've never done before, or all sorts of things, and it's just like seeing all of that come together is just going to be an incredibly emotional thing when it's finally like in beta and people are playing it.
It's interesting. One of almost every fan from 2019, one of their favorite moments of ExileCon would probably be see Chris choking up, with the reaction after the
right. We listened to this. I need to still go find the spot where I accidentally skipped back.
But yeah, oftentimes I'm like, I haven't touched PoE 1, so there's all these new things. I'm like, this is different. I'm not used to different. I'm used to it all being exactly the way I left it.
What about challenges? Do you care about challenges? Unlocking those MTX?
I've tried before and be like, no, this burns me out if I go for like.
Yeah, same for us.
You just need to like something achievable to work towards, and I make the build functional. And once the build is like, it's usually about the build. Once the build is like fully online, we just like do a tough boss, and I'm like, oh yeah, that was cool. Okay.
So I have a question we've talked to a couple other people about before too in the past is just the way the game's made. There's always been this grinding. You're grinding for gear essentially. It's there. You're building up your character's power. Do you have like a part of the game that you like being more in charge or capable of increasing that character power? Like, is it going to be skills? Is it going to be items? Is it going to be the tree? Is it going to be like, maybe it's a balance of them all, but so what do you sort of see as the best way of dealing with character power?
I always like to introduce the most power on something that changes how you play, which could be an ascendancy or it could be a skill or something, but something that will be like, well, now all these options here are like out the window because it doesn't fit with this like mechanic that turns off a bunch of stuff or like forces you into this thing. And yeah, that can come from any mechanic. It could be a support gem or a single unique or something like that. That's the stuff that really appeals to me, of like as little effort as possible to create as much new gameplay as possible.
Well, you mentioned ascendancies, and I think that's probably the biggest thing Tyler and I are most excited about to find out about PoE2 is when we get to start seeing some of the ascendancy trees, because that it's just such a huge part of your character that to see all new ones is going to be very exciting.
I mean, working on ascendancies way back in the day, the very first ascendancies was such a cool thing where it's like we have all this power to play with, and like creating something. It's almost every one of those mechanics was intended to be that thing I just said about like this is a new way to approach existing mechanics and how you new ways to get power.
I think you guys have done a phenomenal job with ascendancies, because typically the idea of an ascendancy narrows down your theory crafting options, right? It funnels you into a specific avenue. And sure, like the game has had its history of unintentionally funneling people for certain things, but it's, again, those fixes that happen and then they're free again. And like the game, you guys have done a very good job at opening it up, despite the fact that there are ascendancies. And so, of course,
I disagree. I mean, I disagree that ascendancies are opening it up. Internet is finally not German anymore. Congrats, Boulder. What does that mean? Do you get like an actual upgrade? You get the glass fiber now? It's still in Germany. Wait, so you're still getting German web pages? That sucks. Switch it to English. What was I saying? I had something really good to say and then I forgot. Wait, what did Rory say?
That's the stuff that really appeals to me, of like as little effort as possible to create as much new gameplay as possible.
Well, you mentioned ascendancies, and I think that's probably the biggest thing, Tyler.
Right, yeah, I was gonna say that I disagree with ascendancies opening up possibilities. Like, I don't want to say that they narrow down your character more, but obviously as ascendancies become available and you get into your ascendancy and the ascendancy, I do think it does shift your options, and maybe it opens up options, but it also, like, not only are you getting more options of what you can do with your character, but you're also, like, narrowing down your character, as in you're picking an ascendancy. That means you can't pick another ascendancy, right? So, like, you're also closing down a whole lot of more options when the ascendancies become available. Because, like, for every ascendancy that you do pick, there are, well, at least 2 ascendancies on your own class that you don't pick, but also on the classes that you haven't picked, there are other ascendancies. I mean, PoE2, the numbers are different, right? They have, what do you say? Did they have 12 classes and 2 ascendancies per class or something like that? It's something crazy. That they got 2 witches and 2 barbarians, or like 2 pure strength classes. I forgot. I need to read up on that again. Like, do we have like definite information? I mean, it's all still subject to change. Who cares? We'll see when we see. 1 Gbit through TV cable. Not exactly fiber, but 80 to 90 of fiber. Well, I'm happy for you. Sounds solid.
Tyler and I are most excited about to find out about PoE2 is when we get to start seeing some of the ascendancy trees, because that it's just such a huge part of your character that to see all new ones is going to be very exciting.
I mean, working on ascendancies way back in the day, the very first ascendancies was such a cool thing where it's like we have all this power to play with, and like creating something. It's almost every one of those mechanics was intended to be that thing I just said about like this is a new way to approach existing mechanics and how you new ways to get power.
I think you guys have done a phenomenal job with ascendancies, because typically the idea of an ascendancy narrows down your theory crafting options, right? It funnels you into a specific avenue. And sure, like the game has had its history of unintentionally funneling people for certain things, but it's, again, those fixes that happen and then they're free again. And like the game, you guys have done a very good job at opening it up, despite the fact that there are ascendancies. And so, of course, doubling the ascendancies, there's that trust value, from my perspective anyway, that sure, the idea of ascendancies could funnel the game, but you guys have done such a great job of, I don't know, I guess, having a theme for an ascendancy, but still keeping it general enough that the theory crafting options are still available with all the gems, that it is. That's, like Justin said, that's the most exciting thing. If you guys didn't do one more video or one more interview, but the only thing we got was an ascendancy, this is the way it's going to be, our minds would be blown.
I can't wait to see the tree.
Right. So, but onto that, because there's so many different kinds of ascendancies you're going to have. What was it, like 1 million, give or take a few thousand? Do you prefer when you're playing, are you a slow-paced player, fast-paced? Like you were talking tornado shot, is that your style, or do you like just meandering along and smashing something and then moving along slowly?
Oh no, I definitely like going fast. Just fast enough not to die to some mechanic I didn't see coming.
To bleed.
Changes how fast that is sometimes.
Sure.
But no, I mean, the changes in how movement skills in PoE2 work is like a big thing of like, is this gonna like kill the like momentum and the feel of it? But the mobility within the skills is now like the new way of getting that sort of speed and motion and stuff. And yeah, and I mentioned like Warframe as like that's the thing that appeals to me most is the like going fast and things like that. And it's the same thing I look for in PoE. I mean, last Epoch played a bunch of different builds in that, and all the ones that I stuck with were the ones that like they can zoom. Yeah, they can really zoom if they need to.
Are you more melee or range, or like what do you like to play in PoE?
Usually it's just whatever's interesting, like anything that's got like some proper gameplay to the mechanics and tactics to it. Anything that's like press a button and the whole screen gets nuked, like not now that doesn't appeal to me too much. I want to feel like I actually worked other than just following someone's build guide.
Yeah, right. Yep.
Sure.
They're doing the hard work of the like min-maxing the maths.
Interestingly, Rory did say that in like most games he does prefer melee. He's a melee kind of guy, but like it's very telling that he doesn't instantly say melee when asked what is his favorite archetype to play in PoE1.
I could do it, but I could also just spend that time playing the game faster.
So you don't like? Do you have a favorite? It sounds like you mix things up and you accommodate to what the new league mechanic is, and just maximizing that potential. Do you have a favorite skill despite that?
I think Divine Ire is probably my favorite skill to play, even though it's never really been effective on a like zoomy builds that I've played. But just the feel of it, and like Ignite Divine Ire is something I enjoyed. That is kind of a wipe out the screen thing, but you had to aim, so it's a little bit different.
Yeah, you did something.
Yeah. It usually is spellcasters just because that's where we've been able to do some crazy stuff. But yeah, I still love Earthquake, and I've played my share of Cyclone doing crazy things.
Yeah, Cyclone Chaos on Crit has always been fun for me.
Mm-hmm.
Has there been anything ever, item, mechanic, skill, or anything that's been pulled out of the game that you wish would come back? Or that you were sad to see go?
No, I've definitely blocked it from my memory.
Yeah, you're good at that.
It's probably like specific things I enjoyed in leagues that have since changed or been removed or something like that. But I mean, more and more the leagues like come back again in a different form. I'm like, oh, actually, no, this is cooler size chunks.
Do you have a league mechanic that's been your favorite?
It's probably Heist, and it's probably entirely because of the theme. And also the like number of times I've hit the jackpot of like early on in the league. Oh, I just got something that was worth 1 million Exalt or 1 million Divine. And
it's such an awesome rage bait answer and like controversial answer to say Heist. But I do like Heist also. I feel like it's not perfect the way that they rework Grand Heists. I feel like it would be nice if that was slightly different, but I don't know how and why. I just feel like every Grand Heist is the same now, and it's like, I guess I get why they did it, but then also it just feels it lost some identity there and some decision making in terms of like what risk and reward do I want.
Like, again, it usually shortens my gameplay. I'm like, I've got where I want now. I don't have anything more to do, but like, I've had positive experiences with Heist just through sheer luck, and I just love the theme and the writing so much. And yeah, the good friend Nick did a lot of the writing on the characters. So it's just like I'm playing with Nick every time I go and visit the
failed gotcha.
That's awesome.
It's really cool. Justin, did you delete some questions or something? We had 1,000 questions for you. Now that was.
I mean, yeah. I guess I also don't appreciate the betrayal changes there. Yeah, I feel like Heist and betrayal could both use a little bit more reward targeting. I mean, not to say that betrayal doesn't have reward targeting at all. They still have the mechanic for it. It just feels like it's so meaningless because I don't know. I feel like the amounts of scarabs that you get from Syndicate, maybe they're perfectly balanced, but without having farmed it too much, it just at face value, it seems like it's laughable compared to the regular scarab drops that you get from mapping. And scarab reward times 100. I mean, 100 is maybe exaggerated because you can target specific scarabs, but yeah, maybe make it so that you can guarantee the higher tiers or like the more rare ones or something like that. Rank 3 Beast on Katarina gives you base scarabs only? Wait. Are you playing PoE2? No, I'm watching Alk's footage of playing PoE2. I wish I was playing PoE2. No, this is YouTube footage of Al Kaiser playing PoE2 at the LA event. Yeah, let's listen to the rest of this, and then maybe we do some own gameplay of something. Not PoE2 though, unfortunately.
Was nervous we had like 1,000 too many, and we just got like
We're
a
gonna
couple
wrap
more
it up
left.
pretty soon. We don't want to take up too much more of his time.
I want to take up all of his time, but we don't want to take up all of your time.
He's got to get to the snack bar.
At some point, someone's going to come into the room and be like,
We
"We really need the answer
That's
to this
fine.
question."
As long as they're asking something that we don't know, so it's fun and interesting, so that like PoE2
tell them to
questions.
speak up.
Yeah, that's right. Speaking to the mic.
Can I watch the
Do you
clip?
have
No,
a
the
Path of
Noogie
Exile
clip that you
tattoo?
posted.
I do not know.
The Noogie clip that you posted. I did not. But by the magic of comment history, I can just scroll up and play it. I did realize that I didn't watch it when you left, and I was like, no, I don't want to react to it because it's over already. You're gone.
But at the same time, feels
Is this
the way
MF-related?
like Grim Dawn really is a game that feels 15 years old. But at the same time, feels like
15 years old
feels
in a
like-
good way.
Like Grim Dawn is one of those games that is like it's the most well thought out games out there in terms of ARPGs, in my opinion. It's just amazing. Like it has so many features, so many good ideas. Such good balance, honestly. It's probably one of the best balanced ARPGs out there, if not the best. The way like Grim Dawn really
Past balanced. Yeah. Okay, so you underlined the point that you guys made earlier for Grim Dawn in chat. No, that's fair. So not MF related, that's why I'm saying it. Why isn't he playing Grim Dawn if he likes it so much? I mean, are you not allowed to talk about any game while you're playing another game? I mean, he just happened to be playing this game and the conversation steered into that direction and it came up. Is he now supposed to not say Grim Dawn when he's actually just playing Last Epoch? You get what I mean? Like, is he supposed to write it down and keep it for a Grim Dawn stream to talk about it? Played it a lot and said he'll play it again when the new DLC comes out. So yeah, so he probably is just... Oh, you mean why he's skipping the season? Okay, yeah. Fair enough. Fair enough, bro. Okay, let's listen to the rest of this and finally finish the content reaction. Dude, this is like a 80 minutes and the 120 minutes. We had 200 minutes of footage that I'm reacting to. And we're already at almost 6 hours stream, dude. Like, what the fuck? I didn't even comment that much. Like, how is it that much? Like, I constantly feel like I'm actually just doing easy stream, piggybacking off of other people's content, but actually I'm adding value, at least, I guess, in terms of time. Weird. But yeah, let's just get through it.
No, I don't have any tattoos. I have one I want. My mother will not approve, but I'll get there one day.
You have to wait until she passes to get it guilt-free.
I'll get it one day once. Not just when she's like, maybe when her eyes start to go a little bit or something.
That's right. That's not a middle finger, Mom. That's a thumbs up.
No, my daughter just drew it on my arm. Yeah, don't worry about it. She just drew it
Yeah,
in the
that's
morning.
right.
Fine.
I just can't take it off right now. I don't want to make her sad.
Yeah.
All right. So if you were to get a Path of Exile tattoo, what would it be?
That is a good question. There are various mechanics and items and stuff that are pretty near and dear to me. Like Whispering Ice is like my baby in terms of like the unique, that it was like, this is just fully just, I got to do whatever I want and just went in straight as is, and like the artist that I was working with like just came up with something cool right from the get-go. But I don't think it's like pretty enough to be the tattoo that I want. On my vibe, I need something more geometric. I'm not sure. I will have to, I'll send you a picture of the tattoo on.
Yeah, you said that's right.
Sounds good. With the clip of you rapping.
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah, that's right.
I mean, if my mother would disapprove of the tattaoo, she'd definitely disapprove of a
the
Rylan
rapping.
jar tattoo. So,
But right at your butt cheeks, obviously.
I mean, I don't think I have the pain tolerance for it, but the entire Atlas tree would be cool.
Oh,
Yeah, but
that's
you'd
a
have to get it
hot one.
updated
Yeah.
pretty often.
Yeah. Every time I change my build, I've got to like repath across my bat.
That's right. Every time you respec. Oh, that's really funny.
That's
Good
awesome.
answer. Good answer.
Hey, thanks so much for joining us. I don't want to take up too much more of your time. We're obviously very excited for PoE2 and beta and everything that you're doing. So, yeah, thanks again for taking the time.
no,
It's
it was
really been
great.
fun.
I don't think I spilled any juicy secrets that I wasn't supposed to spill, so I think we're all good.
I would have written it down as excitement, but don't tell him.
No, we didn't want to make you uncomfortable. We're not going in for that. So hopefully you didn't say anything you didn't want
I
to.
appreciate it. 'Cause
Look how close it was. Like the podcast is over, and Al Kaiser got his level. Like this aligned so well, the XP bar with the progress bar on this podcast. It's just Al Kaiser was a little bit faster with getting the level than. Actually, I have no idea how it aligned like early on. I just noticed though both is almost full.
I would have spilt everything.
Hey, if you want to, you're welcome to.
But I
That
want to
wasn't
lose
the
my
purpose
job.
of this.
It's an option. Okay.
Yeah, no,
Yeah,
that
sure,
wasn't
yeah.
the goal.
Hey, she's a writer. She's got it.
Yeah.
You could always reapply as a different job as a writer, right? Underwriter.
Yeah, but thanks again. It's been a lot of
Yes.
fun.
Yeah, no, it's great.
All right, let's wrap this up. Forever XL 237 with Rory from GGG. I'm Justin AK Tags.
And I'm Tyler, Wrecker of Days.
Patrons will catch you in After Dark. Everybody else will see you next week in 238. If you're looking for more information, we got a website, foreverxl.com, Twitter foreverxl2, Discord's very fun. Come in there, Patreon, that we support the podcast. You'll find them down below.
Shout out to the Forever Exile boys. After Dark, yeah, exactly. Where they talk about all the Combi lawn care topics. But yeah, in case we haven't given a thumbs up, we want to give a thumbs up. Awesome. I think I haven't commented yet. No. I held back. I wanted to comment when I saw it come out, but then I didn't. Because I was like, I want to have listened to it first. And now I'm just commenting awesome without actually referring to anything in the episode. But yeah, Rory, pretty awesome. Rory's rap. Right, yeah. Should we wrap this? No. I really want to listen to Forever Exiled Rishi. To Rishi interview, the most recent Rishi episode with Forever Exile. Probably listen to it by myself later. Octavian would also be cool. That would be amazing, in fact. Wait, 7 months ago? Didn't Octavian tell me he doesn't want to do interviews because he doesn't want to say anything about the game that he's not supposed to say? He just doesn't want to. I'll actually, we'll have to ask Octavian to come back on Faded at some point. That would be awesome. I haven't asked him forever, so it's like probably at least 2 years that I haven't asked. Definitely haven't asked since I saw him at Gamescom, which was more than 7 months ago. But yeah, I don't want to bore you with too much reaction content. How are the feels on listening to more Path of Exile podcasting? Plenty of PR training in 2 years, probably. Asmongold finally streams the game he's been secretly playing for years. Path of Exile. Down for whatever. I mean, maybe I play a little bit of some game while we listen. That'd be super confusing to... I don't know what I want to play. Like, I can't multitask well, so I don't want to play Gigantic. I don't want to play Grim Dawn next to listening to that. I'm down for playing Grim Dawn, but I feel like it would be confusing to listen to a PoE interview while playing Grim Dawn, or like watching Grim Dawn for the people. I could play Deep Rock Survivor, yeah, but I suck at it. That at least would be like low enough maintenance for me to listen to. Yeah, I mean, we can play a little bit of Deep Rock Survivor until I get frustrated because I never finish the missions and always die.
I was wrong.
Deep Rock Galactic Survivor. We go with music? Probably not. Yeah, so 1 year ago. I'm just curious because like we've talked about it on the one episode of Faded, we've mentioned it, that like all of us like would be super interested to talk to Rishi, so I'm just curious about like what they talk to Rishi about, you know, like what kind of questions that they ask and what questions did they not ask that remain open, or what questions are worth asking again since it's like a year ago.
And stuff, who you are with GGG?
Yep. So my name is Rishi. I am a game designer at Grinding Gear Games since I think it's 2016 now, so coming up on 7 years. I moved here for the job all the way back then, so you know it's been pretty fun since.
That when you say moved here, where did you move from?
So I did my schooling so originally I lived in India, and then I did my schooling, you know, like my university in the US. And then I moved from the US over to New Zealand. So I've been all over the world a little bit.
Wow,
yeah.
cool. That's pretty awesome. We want to get a little bit of an idea of who you are before we get into the Path of Exile stuff. That's kind of our thing. People love it. We take a little bit sometimes to get into the Path of Exile content. But sort of outside of work type stuff, what's your thing? What do you like doing? What do you like to do when you're not working?
Well, I used to play a bunch of Magic back when I was in the US. I don't play as much anymore when I'm here.
Is that just because it's not as big of a thing? I would have thought Chris would have started a group or something.
I do play with Chris once in a while, for sure.
Okay.
But,
yeah.
Well, in the US, I used to go every weekend to play. Here, it's not so, you know, regular. Other than that, I mean, I don't do too much outside of work. I like to play games. I like to watch documentaries, especially related to history, that sort of thing.
Cool.
I've been writing a book for 8 years that has never been finished, that probably never will be finished because I procrastinate forever.
What kind of book?
Good for you.
It's a fantasy novel.
Wow.
Nice. And you've put pen to paper? Like you've actually written some stuff down.
Yeah.
You haven't just been dreaming about it for 8 years. You actually have some content?
No, I do. I have like about 40,000 to 50,000 words down. But the problem is, every time I get to say I'm in chapter 8 or something, and then I'm like, man, chapter 1 really sucks. And then I go back and I rewrite chapter 1, and then I do chapter 2. And then I go through the whole process again, and then, you know, I go all the way back and I keep rewriting, and it'll never finish. But one day I hope so.
That's crazy.
awesome.
Good for you, though. I heard, what was Stephen King's first novel? Was it Cujo? I think it was Cujo. And I think it was his wife that got it published for him because he finished writing it. He thought it was garbage and he threw it in the garbage. And then his wife took it out and then went to the company that he was supposed to be writing for. And then, yeah. You never know. Right now, the guy writes like a novel a minute, but
Good for you putting stuff down on paper. That's the hardest part. That's the hard. I've been to some writing conferences. That's kind of stuff that interests me as well. And they say, number one thing, it doesn't matter if your idea sucks. Just get it on paper. Just get going. So good for you.
Yeah.
I'm proud of you. Now, I'm a pet guy while we're on the subject. And do you have any pets?
No, I really want one though. When I was growing up in India, we always had pets. Like I had dogs, cats, everything. But ever since I've been living here, I haven't had any. I really want a cat, but you know, one day.
Any kind of cat?
Oh, anything really. It doesn't matter. I just love
something to
cats
sit on
and
your lap
dogs.
while you're writing.
Exactly. All while playing, as long as it doesn't get me killed.
Right on. Now, you mentioned you play Magic, or you'd like to more often. Any other games that you'd like to play? Video games, board games, anything else stand out?
I play a lot of MMOs as well, so that's another thing. But in general, I just like playing all kinds of ARPGs. Like every time a new game comes out, which is relatively interesting to me, I typically play it and then stop the last game.
And now another hour of pets, board games, and lawns. I mean, this one is like 90 minutes almost, not just 80 minutes. So I hope that we get like 10 minutes more PoE2 talk. But yeah, this is like a fair bit older. This one is like from a year ago. And yeah, to be completely fair, I really don't mind the personal background because I like to know the people a little bit more. It just helps me from like a point of view is like, how would I do an interview if I got the chance to do an interview? It helps to learn to know the people. And like, obviously, if we got the chance to interview someone on Faded, we'd do a lot more PoE talk, right? Like we wouldn't spend all that much talking about other games or personal background. So it's great to already have that information to be able to build upon and to take into consideration when asking the person, rather than having to build that foundation from scratch. Right? I mean, you can, like, if you want to build off of something where you're like, oh, you mentioned you're writing a book and like, how do you relate to this or that, blah, blah, blah. Then you can like soft bring that conversation up again, right? So that the listeners also are aware of the context. But I feel like, yeah, I mean, I feel like this is a lot of great groundwork. Isn't that also their approach? It'll be a little bit less PoE focused and more IRL. It really depends. I feel like they gravitate back and forth with that. I feel like if when they're doing like a league start, then there's so much PoE stuff to talk about, and the entire episode is PoE focused. And when it's like a little bit later or with their guest episodes, then they like to talk about other things more. But when there's a lot of PoE to talk about, then they talk a lot about PoE. I figured this interview was probably a fair bit away in terms of chronological proximity from any sort of like interview or PoE2 reveal. So there wasn't really all that much new stuff to talk about at that point. I figure this must have been like right around, I mean, doesn't January 1st. Okay, that's a fair bit older than I thought. Yeah. It's during Forbidden Sanctum, I'm pretty sure, right? Yeah, I don't know. The one-on-one between the two is also 1 hour just personal, what happens in their life stuff, and 1 hour PoE. But they don't even do 2-hour episodes. They do like 1 hour episodes usually, unless it's like a guest that they do extra long, right? Or am I wrong? But yeah, I mean, I give you that there's a lot of personal talk. All I'm saying is like I've listened to episodes where they almost exclusively talked about PoE. Well, it's a little bit more often. It's more than an hour than not. But yeah, like I definitely I've listened to episodes where they pretty much only talked about Path of Exile, outside of like a little bit of lawn care here and there, or like you know, how are you doing this week and how are you doing that week. But like the bulk of the episode was PoE talk. Anyway, yeah, I hope that there's going to be a lot of juice. But like Rishi seems also like the kind of guy to be probably steering the conversation towards PoE pretty soon. and like relating the questions that they do ask, even if they have nothing to do with PoE, gonna relate them to his work and to, because that's the context why he's here. Like he's not gonna be silly.
Game I played right to the end was Cyberpunk, you know, so
Nice.
That sort of thing. But it's pretty much any ARPG, story-driven RPG, whatever it is.
All right, nice.
You mentioned that you went from India, then to the US, and then to New Zealand. And I assume, obviously, the reason you went to New Zealand was the job. That was the move. So what, before New Zealand, then what were you doing in the US? Like, was there any work that was sort of similar to this style, or was that just school?
No, it was just school. I actually was born in the US, but then my parents moved to India about a year or so after I was born. And I did most of my, schooling, like high school, everything in India. And then I decided to study computer science. I'm not entirely sure why, but whatever that reason was. And but I never really considered game development a real job, like I mean, it was like, obviously it was cool and I would have loved to have done it, but I didn't think it was a realistic thing at the time. But when I moved to the US to study, we had the option to take like, electives and that sort of thing. And one of the electives that I took was game mod programming, which was really kind of fun because the course was effectively taking Quake 2 and making a mod for it. And from that, I kind of realized how much I enjoyed doing it. So I then branched out into a full-on minor in game development from there.
Huh. So but there was no, you went basically then from school to working at grinding your games, is that right?
Yeah, I mean,
Wow.
there was like a little bit of time after I graduated until I got the job, but it wasn't like, like an extended period.
Okay, second time. I was really good with it the first half of the stream. Now we've been live for like almost 6 hours. It's like starting to get hard to keep track of it. I need to buy the stream deck where I can see it. Anyway, so what does potency mean? Like, how can it be more damage, increased damage at the cost of potency? Is like potency anything different than damage? Or is like the damage the impact damage and the potency is the damage over time from standing on the sludge ground? Or is it like the slow? I find this hard to understand. There's like no explanation whatsoever, so I'm just picking the straight up no downside overclock with damage and reload speed, even though it's a little bit less damage, but it's better uptime, so probably even better than this one. Anyway, let's listen to the thing.
Time or anything.
Cool.
That's pretty neat. So there wasn't anything that you kind of, when you had your life prior to your GGG employment, there wasn't anything that you kind of like, I mean, obviously family or, close relationships, but outside of that, any passions or enjoyments that you left behind? Maybe the Magic, the Gathering that you used to play in the States?
I used to act on stage a lot.
Oh,
wow. Cool.
Go on.
Which I haven't done in, oh God, it must be like 10 years since I used to act on stage. But when I was in India doing, and a little bit after that, I, like every day in the evening, like 6 o'clock to 8 o'clock or something, I would go for rehearsals. And once every 5 or 6 months, we would, I'd join like a theater group and we'd do like a performance on stage or something. But that kind of all went away after a while.
Was that just like a recreational group then? Like just, you kind of found like a group of people that were doing it? It wasn't anything related to any sort of school?
No, well, I found the group through school because, so just a bit of background, but my school was celebrating its 50th year anniversary or something like that. So they hired like an external group to come and do like this performance of Wizard of Oz. And I really liked it. I did Tin Man for the thing. So
Right on.
Yeah. So after that, when I was at university, I contacted this group and I was like, I really enjoyed it and I kind of want to, do more of it. And then I just got involved from there.
Well, that's cool.
That's really, really cool. So that we saw Camille tweet out for Christmas. We saw Camille tweet out a nice stage for the Christmas party there. Was that all for you? You going to be performing for everybody?
No, definitely not. I haven't done it in more than 10 years. And it's just the thing, like, when I look back, I'm like, how the hell did I do that?
So you're not pulling out any Danny Kaye or Bing Crosby dance moves at the same time this year? All right.
That's too bad.
I feel like all my other hobbies went to the wayside the more I got into games.
Yeah,
I mean, it's still
isn't
a
that
hobby.
true?
Just extra hobbies, yeah. That's awesome. So when you were talking about when you got your job with grinding your games, or when you started moving over to work with them, I'm kind of curious about that process. And one of the things that made me kind of smile was, is it true that your brother actually was one of the things that sort of like helped you convince you, or maybe forced you to actually send in that information?
Yeah,
I read that.
Yeah. Well, I'll say convinced, but the truth is he probably forced me.
Yeah.
Because I obviously played a ton of Path of Exile when I was in university. I don't know if, but I bought that high tier supporter pack, designed Cloak of Defiance, which became Mind Over Matter, all that stuff. But I didn't really consider like writing in and looking for a job or anything. And I remember I was back in India for like, I think it was like a Christmas holiday or something like that. And we were just talking about it. And my brother was like, well, why don't you just send in an email? And I was like, well, what good is that going to do? They're not even going to look at it. And he was like, but just do it. What happens if you don't? And then he kind of forced me to send the email. And that's kind of how it all started.
Wow. So was it a result of that email then that got you into the process, like to being interviewed and actually talking? Oh, that's so cool.
For sure. I mean, this was obviously way before I actually graduated, but it was at least, opening up the, a conversation for sure. I mean, again, I had to resend an email after I finished graduating and everything, but I had that original email that I sent because my brother sat on my head and forced me to send the email. So,
That's awesome. Was there a reply, obviously, to that email?
Yes, and exceedingly fast, which was very surprising because I did not expect a reply that fast. But
What was the time period between that to when you graduated? You remember?
I think it would have been like 2 years before I graduated or something.
Wow. That's
Maybe
awesome.
something like that. It's somewhere between 1 to 2 years. I know it was not during the last year of university, so it would have been the year before that.
And so was there an expectation for you that maybe once you finished, that's where you would be looking towards? Or was this just like a hopeful thing? Like, okay, well, when I'm done my schooling, then I'll reach back out and see where it goes.
When I finished schooling, my plan was to apply to, and I did apply to about 500 different companies to try to get into the games industry. And I actually had a spreadsheet somewhere with like the list of every single company, whether I had sent in an application and everything. And GGG was at the top of that list. So it was definitely, a hopeful thing that, that would be the first company that I sent in an email. And then, I went down the list and I sent, emails to pretty much everybody at that point.
What was I'm actually just kind of curious that if you're 2 years still roughly to finishing, what's the context of the email that you originally sent? Is it just like, hey, would this be something I could look at down the road? Or what was the context of that original email?
I think it was something like, I think my brother said something like, many companies like to do internships, so why don't you see if they do one? And then I was told that they don't do internships or whatever. But it was still, the fact that I had reached out and spoken to them meant I had that, that open line of communication regardless. But that was, I think, the reason why I sent it in. I mean, and it was also to kind of, express interest to apply once my university was finished.
And was there like a hint, like, hey, I'm one of the top, I gave one of the top supporters. So, just push me to the top.
Absolutely. And there was a hint saying that I played vintage Magic. I pulled out all the stops,
Good for you. Good for you.
Amazing.
And you don't give your brother any credit, right? He doesn't know that he had any part of this, does he?
He does, and every time we meet, he makes sure to remind me.
His Christmas gifts are a little bit bigger.
That's awesome.
So getting into your work day with what you can say, what is a normal work day for you? I read along. You had a GGG kind of one of those post interviews that they give to the community, but I think that was way back in 2016. So that's been a bit now. What's your work day now?
Oh yeah, that would have been right when I started, so which is quite different. But honestly, as much as the workday is very different, it's really hard to describe an average workday because every day is just kind of a new problem to tackle and a new problem to solve. So I don't even know if I could say that there is a typical workday other than there'll be a certain number of issues that come up and some discussions that need to be had or whatever. But there's nothing that's the same. Like when I go into work today, it's going to be different to what I do tomorrow and so on. Like that's not going to. I don't think that's changed since then, at the very least. What I work on has changed, but not necessarily what the workday looks like.
That's awesome. It's really fun when you don't know what to expect or know for sure what the day is going to be like.
Yeah. It also keeps it exciting in a way because like every day is like almost feels like a new, all right, so what's going to go wrong today or what problem are we going to have to solve today type of deal.
And you are the kind of person that enjoys that randomness. You're not the kind of person that wants that static, all right, this is what I got to do, 5 o'clock, I'm going home. You like that randomness throughout your day?
I do. And I almost never go home at 5 o'clock. Like I usually lose track of time before I leave.
Oh, cool. And you're not just saying that because they might hear this later?
No. Well,
pretending that you like your job?
The fact that I send Chris messages at 10 o'clock at night about random PoE things probably says...
All right.
So your official role is game designer, is that right? That's like so I saw a tweet that you sent out a bit ago that made me laugh, which was sort of explaining what you do, where somebody says you had this tweet that somebody says, what do you do? And you say, I work as a computer game designer. They say, so you play games at work all day? No, I don't. Oh, so you draw things for the game? Oh no, the artists do that. Oh, so you're like a programmer? No, that's what the programmer's job is. So what is there left? So can you, I thought that tweet was amazing. It made me laugh when I read it, but can you, how would you describe game designer? Describe sort of what that entails.
Oh, that's the $1 million question, isn't it? It's a lot of bringing all those parts together and making it actually fit within the context of the game as a whole. Like, as an example, one of the first major things I started doing was a unique item design, right? And a lot of that is, and look, ideas are not the monopoly of designers. Ideas can come from anywhere, but it's like, it's the process of collecting a good idea, then getting the art sorted, getting the programming side of things sorted, getting the testing sorted, and bringing that all together and making it actually fit in a kind of cohesive way in the game. Like I feel like that's the sort of thing that a game designer is meant to, and also honestly ensuring that the final product, as it were, is good. But by the time it gets ready for the next patch.
So one of the things that was mentioned to us that you've had a hand in, because there was a list, I think that Bex had mentioned, I think maybe you had sent it to her, but one of the things that sort of stood out was character power and the player power. So we were just kind of curious, are you part of that discussion then when they go, well, we need to figure out this with regards to player power? Is there like a sit down, or are they basically saying, okay, this is what we need to change? What do you think, how we can come up with something that will...
It's usually just part of a discussion, and I'm one of the people involved in that, whether it's, item related or, passive trait related, ascendancy related, skills, whatever it is, it's just generally a discussion that we tend to have with a few other people as well. And I don't even necessarily end up addressing it myself, but at least I'm part of the initial discussion to determine what needs to happen, or at the very least, what does not need to happen, and then we kind of go from there.
So it's pretty collaborative then when it's like, okay, this is an issue or this is something we want to do, then it kind of falls to everybody then to try and figure out how to make that work. Is that?
Yeah. I mean, obviously sometimes if you have a really good idea of what you think needs to change, you can enter that discussion with that thought in mind, right? But yeah, usually it's, it is very collaborative, and it is what do you think? What do you think? And then let's all agree on what the right, plan of action is, as it were.
I've always been curious about how the dynamic is at the table when these talks are happening. Like, does everybody just always get along? It's like, yeah, no, I agree, no, I disagree. Or is it like sometimes just like, no, fisticuffs are happening until somebody wins?
Sometimes it gets heated. It can but it comes from a place of passion, right? Like, so you generally try to not let it affect you or anything like that. But yeah, it definitely gets heated sometimes. Sometimes, it's nice when everyone's always on the same page and everyone just agrees immediately, but that's not usually the case. Generally, people have different approaches and different, like, people might think there's a different problem from person to person. So, we generally have to come to a place of understanding, I'd say.
Do you ever watch hockey when you were in the States?
I watched one show because I lived about 5 minutes from the New Jersey Devils Stadium.
Oh, okay.
So I went to a couple games, but not besides that.
Because I was going to say, I always pictured when people disagree in the office for a game that people are as passionate about as Path of Exile. Yeah, it's a hockey fight. The jerseys are coming over the head. There's uppercuts. And then everybody just gives everybody a high five at the end. Like, everybody, good job. You pumped up the team. All right, let's get back to business. So let's see. If you can, what's kind of the process that either yourself or the company goes through for character power? Let's see, like, where does the discussion begin? Where do those ideas come from? How long is it on the table? And then the people that okay, so here's the problem, here's what we want to fix. And then the people that those are given to, how often do they come back saying, like, that just doesn't work? Okay, you got to sit down at the table again and figure it out. Like, can you give us some detail as to kind of the process of how that works?
Let me think, because I feel like this is usually different based on what the problem is. And I mean, maybe if I give an example, something from a while ago, actually, there was the whole, do you remember when we introduced the concept of the mana skills back in the day? That was something that I pushed really, really heavily for. And
that's a long time ago to you? To me, it feels like yesterday.
Wasn't it like 4 years ago? I feel like it's a while ago.
I don't know. 3.0 feels like just 2 seconds ago, so. Anyway, go ahead, the mana skills.
3.19 feels like a millennia ago now.
All right.
But like that sort of thing. Like, everyone had different ideas on how we could address mana and how we could, expand mana into something more than just a resource to cast things. And I feel like that went through a ton of iteration where we added things, it didn't work, and then we had to, revert it. And then we tried again, and then we eventually, hopefully, got to something that we all liked. But I feel like this kind of depends on how, I'm trying to think of the appropriate word here, but how sensitive the issue is with character power. Like, if it's something extremely core versus something that's a bit, extra on top of that. Like,
and when you reference sensitive, is that referencing you at GGG, or is that the community, or both?
Not necessarily the community or anything, but when I say sensitive, I mean, as an example, changing how armor functions. That is so core
within the
to
game
how,
itself.
Yeah. So that's so core to how every character that uses armor functions. Like something like that is what I mean, where a change is sensitive that it can have follow-on impacts to like all other parts of the game, or like mana is a good example.
Mana would have been a big one,
yeah. I mean, mana is so core to how casters work and honestly how every character works, and making any changes to that would be huge, right? Because there's then going to be like mechanics that scale off mana, or there's just so many things, like you can't even begin to count how many things that would be affected by a change to something like that. And those are the sorts of changes that I think usually go through a ton of iteration and a ton of discussion in that way.
When you have stuff like that, and I think I kind of already know the answer to this because I did read your 3 articles on Legion, but does it often happen where that idea or those concepts are developed and thought about and tried to get figured out through multiple leagues? Like, it's not like you're coming up with an idea and going, okay, we have to try and figure this out for an upcoming or this next coming league. It's something like, oh, we like this idea, but maybe it's going to take us a league or 2 to actually make it work.
In theory, that's usually the best situation, but there's some times where, let's say we have something that we plan to do for the upcoming league, but if we end up not figuring it out, we don't have enough that's going into that patch. So sometimes we have to figure it out by the league's launch, because, like, hypothetically, if that change is the main, meta shakeup of that league, for example, then we don't really have a ton of freedom in that. But a lot of times, yeah, like if something just doesn't work, we just shelve it and we come back to it once the league is done.
So with the game, a game like PoE that is literally always changing, there's always something new or whatever different. What would you say is sort of the biggest challenge for you with regards to game design, character power, all the things you're involved with? What is there something that's the most challenging thing as you're trying to come up with ideas or as you're getting towards time to develop something new for an upcoming league?
Honestly, how big and how complicated the game is, and I don't mean complicated from an understandability way, but from the sense of how many different weird interactions can impact things. That's usually the biggest challenge. Now, considering I've been involved in so many uniques and so many of these things, I generally tend to know these interactions off the top of my head. But
with all those uniques, really?
No, a large percentage of them. But
still, that's more than 2 is impressive to me.
But it's so easy to miss like this random interaction, and that sometimes can result in things going really bad, or sometimes it's interesting because it's like this weird interaction that the designers didn't think about, and then someone in the community figures it out, and then it becomes build of the week or something. But I definitely think that is the most both difficult and interesting part of the process, because it's difficult in the sense you kind of have to come up with something new, but because there's so much there, coming up with something new can sometimes be a little difficult because there's so many things that already impact character power in so many different ways. But it's interesting in the sense if you come up with something new, it's not just coming up with a mechanic. It's like, and to use Magic as an example, it's not like you're designing for a standard set, you're designing for the entire card pool. So if you make something, there's potentially thousands of uniques and that can interact with it in weird ways.
So how do you go about figuring out where character power should be, but before community feedback, just within yourselves? Is there sometimes that it's just there needs to be a shakeup, or is there always a list of things that need to be powered? Like how do you go about figuring out where character power needs to be adjusted? What are kind of maybe some of the thresholds or lists or formulas you might have that kind of determine where said item or skill should be?
I feel like this is different from person to person, but for me, it's not so much I think there needs to be a shakeup, because I generally don't like to approach things that way. For me, it's more, there's a list of things that in general I'm not, I'm either not happy with or think could be better. And I typically just go back to that and I'm like, well, can we improve A or B or C? And, keep going down that list until until we go through the whole thing, but we probably never will. But that's usually how I like to approach it anyway. It's usually, I feel like this mechanic could be better, or this mechanic isn't good enough, or this mechanic works, but it's kind of boring in how it works. So, let's try to make a change to make it more, make it fit within the game better. That's usually how.
Are changing mechanics over a unique item that you've worked on, lots of jewels, clusters, that kind of thing, are skills? Are some of them a lot easier to modify? My assumption would be that skills would be a lot easier to modify because you're just changing numbers, where a mechanic would probably take quite a lot of collaboration, a lot of fingers to touch it for it to be approved and also function properly for the core game.
Oh, definitely. And skills are very easy to change for just changing numbers, but sometimes skills don't need number changes. They need to actually have mechanical changes, and that's when it can get a little complicated. It's the same with something like the passive tree, right? The passive tree can be very easy to change if all I'm doing is changing numbers or changing stats or something. But if we're doing more broad shakeups to the passive tree, like when we added masteries, for example, that can obviously end up being a multi-month process of collaboration and iteration to get where it's at.
When a new design comes out, or a new mechanic or whatever comes out, and you're starting to get feedback back on some of that stuff, are you involved in trying to figure out if the feedback is coming back that maybe a mechanic's not working, or it's not functioning the way it's supposed to, or it's too strong or not strong enough, blah, blah, blah? Are you somehow involved in that process of trying to figure it out after it's out?
Do you mean after it's released to the public? Or
released to the public?
Released to the public. I do try to read feedback where I can. I mean, I used to read feedback a lot more, but now I don't have as much time to read, to absorb all the feedback that's there everywhere. But I'm definitely, or at least I definitely try to be involved as much as I can, just so, whether we're changing something or not, it's still good to be aware of what thoughts are.
What about feedback? I guess maybe before it's released. Then, if it's going through testing, then I assume you're pretty hands-on. If it's something you've been working on.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, definitely. Like if it's like internally, I'm like on top of it for the most part. Like unless, I mean, there've obviously been patches where there was too much going on and I've been less hands-on than I would have liked to. But ideally, yes, that's usually what it would be like.
And now, from the community feedback perspective, what's it like getting community feedback or hearing some of the community feedback for the things that you had into, whether it's decisions or you were really hands-on, both the positive and negative? What's that like?
It used to be a lot harder to read it, but now, like over time, it's just something I've gotten used to. Just taking it as it is and trying to get useful information out of feedback as much as I can, and ignoring anything extra from there, because no matter how the feedback comes, there's something useful that you can get from it. So, and if that can result in something improving or becoming better, that's obviously a good thing to know. Whether we're changing it or not, it's still good to know, because as I said, in the future there might be like this opportunity to change it later, and knowing how something has worked or not worked is useful information to have.
Was it pretty difficult beforehand, like when you were like in your early years with GGG and you're starting to see some of the passion from the community, whether it's legitimate feedback or not, compared to what it's like now? Like, do you feel kind of like you've had to turn it off a bit of the emotion from feedback?
I see what you're asking. I definitely did at the very start, but it didn't last for very long, because I feel like it kind of, I mean, I've been on the internet for a very long time, so it's not.
Yeah.
And you wouldn't have been new to the PoE community either, because you were a part of it.
Yeah. I mean, I play, I used to, and I still play this old Korean MMO called Ragnarok Online. And I've been used to seeing how the internet works for a very long time, so it doesn't change too much.
That's funny. Watch, when you got hired, they lost their worst, most provocative critic. You're the most colorful swearer on the planet. And then as soon as you get hired, the internet calms down.
The funny thing is, when I got hired, I went back and looked at all my posts to see, like, how many...
Go on. Do I need to remove anything?
And how'd that go?
Straight away,
That's awesome.
I didn't have too many, really angry posts or anything. I had one that I do remember, which was a really long time ago. This was when... This is actually so old, but do you...
I'm thinking right now, do I have any questionable posts on the forums, on the Reddit, where I'm like shitting on the game or stuff? Yeah, I noticed it just takes a long time to like find the mouse that controls the cursor that can interact with the mute button. Yeah, no, I wish there was more. I feel like with Rory, there was like way more points where I hooked in and I was like, oh yeah, I said something, but maybe there was also more that I reacted to in chat. I remember there was a couple of points in time where I interrupted the interview, or the podcast rather, in order to talk about things, and then I didn't realize. Cat pauses at the worst moments. Why? Because you're so curious about what Rishi wrote in his controversial posts. Let's see.
Really angry posts or anything. I had one that I do remember, which was a really long time ago. This was when... This is actually so old, but do you remember when there was that build that caused monsters to stand still because you stacked curse effect or curse quality on temp chains?
Yeah, the Buddha video.
Really long time ago.
Yeah, I do remember. There was a hotfix after that where it changed the quality of the curse from even more of a slow to like cast speed or something, and I was like, well, how could you do that? I was also building around this attraction. But yeah.
There it is. Now, what are some of the projects or ideas that you've been a part of that have totally failed or got completely shot down? Something that you were really excited about maybe, or had a lot of passion, and it's just like, nope, didn't work.
There have been a few, but I don't want to say that they failed. They've just not come out yet, so I don't even know if I could really talk about them because they might come back, later. I mean,
Bex is about
an example. We came up with something and then was like, it doesn't work. But then it came back again later in Legion as this bigger, more grand system than what it was originally designed as.
In Legion itself, I was reading your articles about a bit of a brainchild for you. Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I just have questions as a dumb PoE.
The timeless jewels were supposed to come out before. My stream output hit 0 again. Yeah, it's so weird. My internet isn't gone, is it? Honestly, I wonder whether it's just an OBS bug or something like that. We should be back, right? Yeah, because it didn't drop and my OBS still says 6 hours and 18 minutes and stuff like that. It just like completely went down to 0 for a couple of seconds. I have no idea what it was. But yeah, thanks for your patience. But like my internet wasn't gone, right? Like I could load YouTube. So really weird. I don't know what I was saying. Well, I was saying something. Yep, press Control R, like refresh, or like pause and press play again to catch up. Because oftentimes when like streamer lags with upload, then it doesn't pause and restart at the same exact time for everyone. So you might be like 20 seconds behind the live broadcast or something like that. So I'm just gonna talk a little bit and to cover that time. Just make sure you
nuts because there's no.
Is like he said timeless jewels were an idea that first was conceived way before and then scrapped and then they brought it out in Legion. When was it originally supposed to come out? That's what I was wondering. Does anyone know?
Each node on the tree,
did he say,
is difficult. Can you look at a timeless jewel now and just know? Like, do you know all of the things, all of its ways that it will affect one, regardless of like what number is on it and which general?
Absolutely not. The only thing I know is what keystone it's going to get.
Oh, you scared me for a second. You said absolutely, and I was like,
we just thought there was going to be absolutely.
Absolutely not. The only thing I can tell you is I can look at the Legion, at the general, and say, okay, it's that keystone. That's it.
Right.
It was just made as this is how you make your passive tree your own. Nobody else can have your passive tree because this is how the jewel changes the tree for you. And sure, someone else can try to imitate it, but the number of seeds that can appear on the jewel is so massive that it's kind of hard to divine into one.
Are the seeds, the way those seeds work, is there like a string of numbers that are going to be the same with, like, because the seeds are not short.
Mm-hmm.
Is there like a string of those sets of seed numbers that mean that timeless jewel, if it's the same general, is going to be the exact same way it modifies it, or does every single individual seed change?
Every single seed changes it.
Wow.
So there's like infinite well, not infinite, but there's a ton of possibilities.
Huh.
And
wow.
This all started from, like I said, from a failed concept of trying to corrupt the passive tree back in Incursion League. It was just, it just doesn't work, and then we put it aside. And then later on it turned into this even bigger thing that I feel like I'm glad we didn't release the thing in Incursion because it turned out better in Legion. And I feel like there are actually a number of concepts like that. Like, I do remember one of the first uniques I designed back when I started in 2016 was this unique that gave you a free aura on your amulet. And it was, like it never actually released. And then it came out later in the form of All's Uprising, So, like a lot of these concepts fail, but then they come back in a different form because, they're a cool thing. There was a keystone that I designed for one of the Legion jewels, I think, which was armor applies to elemental damage, Transcendence. But it didn't come out in the original set of keystones. It came out later because it was a failed keystone back then, but then we ended up releasing it like in a later patch, so.
Did you have to keep some of those keystones like that you didn't release in the background for when you guys all of a sudden start taking some of the Legion, some of these timeless jewel keystones and just adding them to the tree? Now all of a sudden you got to figure out some other way to make the timeless jewel work?
So I didn't actually keep like go back to that list or anything, but what happens is like often when you're coming up with ideas, you tend to go back to similar ones if you feel that they're ultimately something that you think will be a good idea for the game. And it just so happened that this, like, I came up with the same keystone idea that I did 2 or 3 years ago, and it just ended up working this time rather than the previous one.
Mm-hmm. That's got to be one of the craziest changes, because those things confuse the crap out of me every single time. They're so exciting, they're so fun. It's just trying to understand them is like difficult. It's difficult.
I had no idea either. Like, when they were released, I was like, okay, what are people gonna do?
Wasn't that already solved a year ago? Didn't we already have the timeless jewel implementation in PoB beginning 2023? For sure we had in January 2023, right? I mean, not saying that they're like super easy to understand, but it's definitely not something super confusing either. Well,
With this, and then I just had to look and see what crazy timeless jewels people came up with and what their trees look like.
It is really fun because, like you said, it lets somebody make the tree their own. I think one of the things that a lot of people struggle with those timeless jewels specifically is that if they're watching a streamer or somebody and they notice that they've got a timeless jewel in there, trying to replicate that can be very difficult.
Oh yeah.
Because there's no way to test or know without actually having the jewel.
Mm-hmm.
So
that's not true.
They are fun because then when you get it, you can be like, well, what can I maybe do with this one? You mentioned Ragnarok Online and you talked about playing a lot of ARPGs. Do you have any specific like inspirations that you use for work? Like when you play these other ARPGs, is it sometimes also to help with that? Or
I really need to Google it now. Timeless jewels support PoB. 3 years ago, dude. I guess they're not using PoB. I think I listened to them talk about not using PoB before or something like that. But like you can't like seriously go onto a podcast and say that it's impossible to know what a timeless jewel does unless you own it and you put it in.
You mentioned Ragnarok Online and you talked about playing a lot of ARPGs. Do you have any specific like inspirations that you use for work? Like when you play these other ARPGs, is it sometimes also to help with that, or are you pretty good on the whole inspiration and coming up with stuff on your own?
Oh no! I get a ton of inspiration from other games, but I don't know if I could actually give you a specific example. Like, I don't play the games to get inspiration. I play the games because I just like them. But it's natural to get inspiration from things that you think, and it's not necessarily just games, right? Like it's from any other.
Oh my god! I'm such a
you tend to get inspiration.
Oh my
from those
god! That
but
happens to me so often when I play
spend
this.
a lot of my time playing RPGs, MMOs, and whatever. It tends to be that a lot of inspiration do come from those games, and sometimes older games too.
I'm pretty sure I read that you played a lot of Age of Empires.
Because I usually play it as a low maintenance game when I'm listening to a podcast or something, right? Like, and now I'm doing the same thing on stream and the same problem. I just like forget that I need to go to the fucking drop pod. Unfortunate, dude. Fuck my life. You've never missed the escape pod. I just forget about it. I notice it and I just don't look at the timer anymore. Like it's probably to do with like looking back and forth between screens, right? Like if I just focused on the game and just played the game, I wouldn't forget it. But it's because I look at chat and then I look at like Twitch activity list or like stream uptime or like, something else. And then I just... and I also get like mentally invested into the ideas presented in the audio part of the, so just bad, I guess. I'm just really good at forgetting everything around like what I'm paying attention to. Like I'm really good at tunnel visioning on one specific thing. If you want to look at it from a bright side.
Empires, the first one?
Yeah. That was actually That was my
I
start.
got excited when I read that.
That was my start in even thinking about game dev when I used to make custom maps with the map tool.
The best.
So fun. Where are you going to put fish? Where are you going to put some trees?
My favorite map that I made, which I wish I could get back, but it's in some old computer that nobody knows where it is, was I made this maze where you had to take a single character through, and they were like obstacles through the thing. It was really weird, but and probably not really fun, but it was cool coming up with that concept over time. I was
That
like,
is
what?
cool.
I was like, what, 12 years old or 14 or
so
something?
fun.
You're
pretty-
talking. We LAN partied. We'd like pick up our computers and bring them over to Justin's house to play Age of Empires. You're
Oh,
talking to the
wow.
right people, so don't you worry.
Yeah,
Let's just
so
change
much
this to
fun.
Age of Empires chit chat.
Yeah, such a good game.
I actually like Age of Mythology more than Age of Empires.
That was
even though I
good.
know that,
Yeah.
like, I feel like a lot of people prefer Age of Empires over. I love the whole god powers and favor and all that thing.
You couldn't customize maps in Age of Mythology, could you?
You could, but
Huh.
I believe the tool was less expensive or something. There was something about it because I didn't actually use the Age of Mythology map tool as much. I used the Age of Empires 2 map tool the most.
Did you ever play Battle for Middle Earth 1 or 2?
I played Battle for Middle Earth 1.
Yes.
That was
good.
pretty fun. I liked it.
That's just a win for us. Whether you liked it or not doesn't matter. If you win, if you
long as
liked
you
it more,
played
that's
it. You
better. but
installed
just-
it,
Yep,
we're good.
We're happy.
So you mentioned the Legion stuff, but I'm curious is there a project or idea that's your favorite that is part of the game now? That you sort of grew into Path of Exile. Is there one thing that you could put your finger on that says that's my favorite thing I've brought to the game?
That's hard. There's so many things that I've brought into the game now,
Yo, what up, Sinal? How are you doing?
but I don't know if I can answer that. There's just so many things that I don't want to say one of them is my favorite because I feel like they
You
all
hurt
have
the other
impacted.
feelings.
Yeah, like
That's
it's
right.
like
I get
it's
it.
like asking you to pick your favorite kid.
Yeah,
How
your
could you do
favorite
that?
child. That's right.
Well,
But I can name some of them.
Yeah.
What's
But
a
I can name
couple
some
of
of
them,
them,
sure?
right?
Just so we don't hurt the others' feelings.
Like I did a lot of the like the rework to war cries back when we changed them over to the whole exerted attack system and all that. All the mana skills, like I mentioned earlier, Arcane Cloak, Archmage. What else? So many keystones. Keystones are so. Just a bit of background, but I got into Path of Exile because of a guildmate of mine from Ragnarok Online linked me this website of this thing. And I was like, what? Why am I playing this? It's just it's just D2 but worse at the time. And then and he knew that I loved D2. And then he was like, no, look at the passive tree. So I looked at the passive tree and I was like, whoa, this is great. And then the weirdest thing, but the reason I ended up downloading the game was because I looked at this keystone called Chaos Inoculation. And then my mind just exploded with the possibilities of character building. And then I saw this other keystone called Blood Magic, and that's it. My mind is made up. I downloaded the game after that, and I played since then. That was 2012.
That's so cool.
So I love keystones. That's probably one of my favorite things about
Just quickly
character
getting
building.
the XP here,
So
looping
any
around, and
keystone that
then
I've been
drop pod.
involved in, I have a bit of an attachment to. There's so many.
Is there a struggle at this point with as many keystones as there are to like come up with new ideas? Like, I don't know how you guys even came up with as many as there are, but
Oh no, we have so many more in the back burner that we'd like to do at some point. Usually, I think it was Delve League where there's this helmet called Hail Negator that comes from the Lich inside, the Lich boss in Delve. That was originally supposed to be agnostic, and I can't remember why it was that we couldn't do it at the time, but that idea was just cool. And then it came back again later. When whatever the problem was, which it's been so long now that I don't remember why we couldn't do it then and why we could do it later. And I got that idea from the weirdest of places, but it was a random mod for Skyrim.
oh,
There was this random boss that this mod had, and I don't even think the mod is that good or anything. I don't even remember what it's called. But there was this mod where every time you damage this enemy, it would drain its mana and then heal itself back up to full. And I was like, this is the most annoying enemy I've ever fought. And then I got that as an idea, and I was like, wait, what if you could do that? And then it kind of turned into, turning your mana regen into life recovery.
That's pretty cool.
that's fun. Comes from anywhere.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Like sometimes they just like I said, like you can. Like ideas are not like a monopoly of any single person. Like anybody can come up with a good idea. The strength is in being able to recognize when something is good and something fits the game really well.
When you had just going back to your Legion thing, when I was reading through I think it was like a 3-part article about Legion. The part I found quite interesting as I was reading it is the fact that when you guys had this idea for this craziness of what these timeless jewels were going to be and how it was going to be this major shift to how keystones worked and how the tree worked. As I'm reading it through, and I think you mentioned a few different times about conversations that you guys were having and how it was going to work, in my head, I just kept going like, how did nobody at any point just go, no, it's too hard, too much, we're not, let's do something. It's just crazy to me, because that, I just, from my business background, I would have been like, all right, it sounds like a lot of make work, I'm not seeing an end.
Yeah, sounds like a cool idea.
Crazy to me that you guys went through with that huge change, and it worked out awesome. It's such a fun mechanic. It's just reading through this, 3-page thing, I just multiple times was going, how did nobody step in and go like,
it's usually when people are, well, when everyone's excited about an idea that they feel is going to work, then it's a lot easier for, like let's say there's 4 people working on something, but only one person is truly excited about the idea. It's really easy for that idea to get shut down. But when all 4 of them are really excited about it, it's way easier for something to get finished to fruition. I actually did think of something that I'm most proud of, which is Rootless.
That's like 2 questions away.
You were like a couple questions away. We are getting
this is almost the perfect segue.
It's a perfect segue in a minute.
And we have questions.
Okay.
Right. So we've talked lots about stuff that people can love you for. I remember I think it might have been a Path of Exile 2 chit chat or around that time when we heard Rory talking about one of the skills that he really liked, that he was really proud of. He didn't care if it was popular, he didn't care if he liked it. I think it was the Herald skills. I think it was Herald of Agony or something. And maybe I'm getting my skills and people mixed up. So he loved it no matter what. Didn't care if anybody liked it or not. Is there something that maybe you're finding that doesn't get a lot of good applause or reception, something in the game that's there that people kind of avoid or not do, but you just love that you had a hand in it? Or is everything you do awesome?
I don't think everything I do is awesome, because there's definitely things
I wasn't trying to trap you into like a proud comment there.
I would never say that myself, because I'm probably my worst critic. Even if there's something that people love and I'm like, man, this thing just sucks. Why do people like this?
Gotcha.
I'm not sure.
Well, you can come back to it.
Yeah, I'll have to think about this a bit. There's definitely skills that I've made or uniques that I've made that nobody likes, but I'm like, man, I love this unique and I always use it. Or, I would love to use it as a thing, but I can't think of it off the top of my head.
Well, if it comes up in the middle of whatever conversation, just shout it out and we'll know what you're talking about. You mentioned that you made the Cloak of Defiance.
Shit, I still need 2
and
Boodle
then
caps.
that eventually turned into Mind Over Matter. Can you tell us a bit about that? Because that's kind of a cool conversion to go from somebody that was just a fan of the game and was able to make it unique, and then now all of a sudden it's a keystone, but you love keystones.
Yeah.
How did that go from one to the other? Because Cloak of Defiance is still in the game.
So I was playing a ton of Path of Exile at the time, and I just wanted to support the game at the time. I mean, the game was much smaller back then, right? Like, this was back in closed beta, and then the game released into open beta, and I was like, man, I just play this game so much, I just have to support it. And then I saw that the highest tier supporter pack included a unique item design, so I just bought it at the time. And I didn't think
As
at the
a
time
fucking
what I wanted
student,
my
you
unique
buy the
item to be.
highest tier
But
supporter
later on, when
pack. He was a student at university at the time, right? Did I not get that correct? Fucking 500. I didn't have that money. Yeah, I mean, true, if you're... Did he studied in the States, right? Like, he grew up in India, he said, like, with his parents, but then he studied in the States, right? Need to re-listen to that part. Poor Master OP. It's just like when you study, like, you have a little bit of money and you spend, like, some of it on food and some of it on drugs and some of it on travel, and that's it, right? Like, I mean, it's not like you have a whole lot to go around. That's what I mean.
Got this email saying, hey, you purchased a unique item design. Let's see how it goes. It was Rory, actually. So I emailed Rory back and I was like, hey, do you think we could talk about this on Instant Messenger, because it'll be easier to get ideas and whatever. And I loved Energy Shield in D2. So I was like, we don't have Energy Shield as a mechanic, like which in D2 Energy Shield was Mana Shield. So I was like, can we just do a mana shield? And originally I was told, no, we can't. Like, the tech just doesn't support it. And then we went through a bunch of other ideas, and then we kind of circled back to what eventually became Mind Over Matter, because that was just the coolest idea of all of them. And then eventually it was made, and I was told that it was really fun, and they kind of want to make it a Keystone as well. And I was floored, because when I started playing PoE because of Keystones, and the fact that I got to make Keystone was just the coolest thing ever.
Did it become a Keystone before you started working there?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
In patch 1.0, both the Unique released and the Keystone was released.
What does Cloak of Defiance do now?
It still gives the Keystone.
Okay. Yeah.
And it gives a ton of mana regen. So, I mean, it still has its place. But I think, and this is a bit of a, I mean, it's obviously hard to go back to those days, but one of the problems with Cloak of Defiance, and this is not a problem, but this is, when I look at it, I'm like, man, this could be so much better. It was designed as an evasion ES base because of how Eldritch Battery used to work, which would convert your energy shield into mana. It was designed to be level 54 because that, or that base type, because that was where Merciless Ledge was, and at the time you farmed Merciless Ledge for 10 levels before you proceeded in hardcore. So everything made sense.
Yeah, I remember that time.
And it worked really well with the old Arctic Armor, which was, drain mana and take less damage from hits. So it doesn't fit in quite as well as it used to, but at the time, all I wanted to do was make something somewhat build enabling, and I believe for like 2 leagues in a row, it became the most used Unique or something like that in hardcore.
Oh, wow.
So then and after that it got nerfed, and then it became less used, but it was still good. And the fact that it'll always have a place because of Mind Over Matter itself is really cool. And I would say Mind Over Matter is probably one of my favorite Keystones.
And there was a long period of time where it was like meta all the time.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I remember at the time there were 2 chests that everyone used to go for, which was Lightning Coil and Cloak of Defiance.
Yep.
That's cool. So from a personal perspective, not as an employee, because not everybody that, of course, has the opportunity to make a div card or a unique or whatever it is, that not everybody, of course, gets to have that actually as a keystone as well. So you kind of had your idea in a way implemented permanently in the game as long as the keystone didn't change. But Cloak of Defiance has, of course, changed, got nerfed, as you said. What's it like when you create an item as a fan for the game you like, and then of course it gets modified a bit from its original creation, or it gets nerfed, it's no longer, of course, obviously it's exciting to have the coolest unique in HC for 2 leagues in a row.
Yeah.
Then that changes. What was that kind of like?
Was he already working there? No, probably he got hired a little bit later. Otherwise I would have said, yeah, but he got to make the change himself. Because he's in charge of item balance, right? But
it never actually bothered me. Because I didn't want the unique to be that popular. I wanted the unique to be this weird niche thing. And the fact that it got nerfed so that it wasn't as popular, in a way, kind of brought it back to what it was originally for. And I'm not trying to say that it wasn't cool that it was this super popular unique or anything, but I feel like that was almost by accident. It wasn't like the intention was, it was this, nobody stack mana, because why would you stack mana? There's no reason to stack mana. Well, there's this unique that lets you stack mana, so that's kind of cool, so the few people that want to stack mana can. That was the kind of intention behind it. So it actually never bothered me. In fact, and I don't even remember how I suggested, but I remember messaging Rory well after the fact and saying, hey, if you want to nerf Cloak of Defiance, why don't you do this, or something like that.
Oh, sweet.
I don't know if he
encouraging the nerf.
I don't know if he actually took that into consideration, but I do remember sending a message.
Did Cloak of Defiance ever drop for you in those first 2 leagues?
It did. I still have that screenshot.
Oh, that's cool.
It dropped in Merciless Docks, and I immediately took a screenshot of it. That's really one of the coolest feelings. Like, you make something and then you find that.
That's awesome. All right, ready for Ruthless?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay. Now, you said that was one of the things you were most proud of.
I guess we're going to have to do a Ruthless one as
Ruthless? I'm just kind of curious. Was Ruthless like the child of like multiple people's thoughts, or was it like an individual that went like, "Hey, we should try this," and then everybody jumped on? Or how did Ruthless just become a part of it? And if you were a part of that, why? Like, what was the reason?
So I don't know where it started, but my first exposure to it was, I can't remember what I was talking to Chris about, but I I talked to Chris about something that I wasn't happy with, something to do with items. I can't remember the exact thing. And I was explaining it, why does this work this way? Can it be different or something like that? And then he was like, so I have this idea. What do you think? And then he pitches the idea of what was called hard mode at the time to me. And I was like, man, I love it. And then and it kind of went from there. That was my first that was where I first heard about it. And from then on, it kind of just, it was just sort of in the background until eventually, I mean, I remember I feel like I was rather annoying because I kept asking Chris, hey Chris, when are we gonna do hard mode? When's hard mode? And then eventually I kind of just got involved with it, probably because I kept asking him about it.
What was the thing about Ruthless that excited you or wanted you to be involved in it?
Item scarcity, I think, is the biggest reason why. I love the fact that in Ruthless, a single ring, a white ring, can drop, and I'm like, oh, I just got a white ring, Like, that's, I think, what excited me the most.
How did the current iteration of Ruthless come to be? You go through a lot of different options. There's a lot of people involved in the decision making. Chris says it's done all after hours. So how does like all that kind of complexity, and of course you have the core game going on at the same time.
Yeah.
How did this current version with all the other ideas come to be the one that you all chose?
Well, that's one reason why it took so long, because it was kind of, like you said, it was just kind of happening in the background and not because the current game is also going on at the same time. But it was, there was a ton of iteration on like what the drop rates needed to be like and everything. And I feel like once we had the core game, as in the core game of Ruthless working the way we wanted it to, with 0 leagues added, then it was kind of easier to add the leagues in one by one, because we know this is what the game needs to be like. And then we add, okay, how do Rogue Exiles work in this context? How do Strongboxes work in this context? How does Delve work in this context? And you kind of start to expand. But once you have that fundamental in place, it's a lot easier to add all the other complexities of the game in. The problem is when we were and that was the reason, like earlier on, where people were often asking, well, why is this off and why is this off? And it's like, it's a lot easier to know what is wrong when, okay, let's say there are 20 things that are going on in Ruthless, and the experience doesn't quite feel right. You don't know which of those 20 things is contributing to that feeling. But when there's 5 things going on, and it doesn't feel right, it's a lot easier to narrow down what it is. And then you can go from 5 to 20 by adding it in one by one and seeing how that, impacts the whole experience.
Is working on Ruthless, I would imagine it must be quite a bit different than your normal day-to-day working at the PoE and PoE2.
Mm-hmm.
Like, is that, I'm actually trying to figure out in my head even how to phrase it. When you're thinking of stuff game design related, I assume you're thinking PoE and PoE2.
Yeah.
And then in Ruthless, is it just kind of like giggling in the background that this is going to be awful for Ruthless, or like what's the like what? Or does Ruthless, is that just an afterthought that you figure out later on?
Usually it was that. Ruthless is an
good
afterthought.
question.
We figure it out later on. Like we make something, it goes into the core game, and then when I'm in Ruthless mode, as it were, I'm like, okay, so we have this thing. How does it fit into Ruthless? I mean, an example of this was the way Beastcrafts work in Ruthless. There's no create a unique. You can't just create uniques in Ruthless. It's way too rare to have create a unique. So, it was like, okay, Bestiary works in this way. And then when you go to Ruthless, it's like, okay, we like beast crafting. We like finding rare beasts in maps, but how does this mechanic fit into this game mode? And then you try to problem solve that aspect of it.
So you played back in closed beta. That's when I started as well. Mm-hmm. And sometimes I look at Ruthless as much more closed beta-ish, where there's not all the extra stuff.
Yeah.
Is that another reason? Like, is that sort of something that draws you towards the idea of Ruthless, is because you played for so many different iterations of the game that this is kind of like, it's not quite a flashback, but it's kind of a bit going back.
Oh yeah, definitely, without question. It feels like
back to the good old days.
I'm not saying it's like Path of Exile in 2012. There's obviously a number of differences, not the least of which spamming /OOS. But
yeah,
but there's obviously differences there. But I feel like you get similar feelings when playing it, even though the actual game that you're playing is different. Like,
right.
you can do a delve. Obviously, delve doesn't fit in 2012 or 2013 Path of Exile, but you can still feel like it feels in that, it gives you the same. What's the word I'm looking for here? The same dopamine hits that you got in 2012. I feel.
Sure.
Yeah. The excitement of it.
Yeah. That's definitely what draws me to it for sure. And there was talk about not having any of the leagues, but I feel like that's one of Path of Exile's strengths, having these variety of mechanics. And I feel like the game, you still have to take everything that the game has gotten over the years and have it fit, which is, but I mean,
you
that's
can't
the
just
reason why
delete
leagues are
like
less,
80% of the content.
I mean, you can't find leagues as often as you do. And that's a big reason for this is so there's more of an emphasis on the core game and not the sort of side games, as it were.
I don't know if you can answer this, but is it planned that Ruthless will continue to include upcoming leagues?
Yeah, it will. Like every league, I'll try to make sure there's time
some
put aside
version of it
so
or something.
it works for Ruthless. Yeah, I was actually very insistent on if it was releasing in 320, it has to have the league, because if it doesn't, you're gonna have such a feeling of missing out because there's this new content. But if you choose to play Ruthless, you can't try the new content. Like that's going to feel so bad for anyone that wants to that likes everything else about it. But because the league wasn't included, you just can't play it. So
we haven't touched Ruthless yet. We're probably waiting to our private league to do it this league. But I assume rewards must just be slashed by a billion with regards to
Have you played Ruthless at all?
Yeah, I have.
Was it
What a question.
before release, or have you had a chance to touch it since release?
Oh no, I've played it a lot since release too.
Cool.
I actually died yesterday. Really sad. So I started a reroll. So I rerolled the second character yesterday.
Oh,
got an
I didn't mean to
attack,
bring up
like
such a
5 or something.
sensitive subject. I'm sorry.
Are you doing Ruthless hardcore trade or SSF?
Trade.
Okay.
Before Ruthless came out, I used to play in a private league with a bunch of friends of mine, but now we're all just playing on Ruthless hardcore trade.
Because it's almost like a private league,
It is
I'm
pretty
sure.
much like a private league, except with a bit of a larger economy rather than just like 5 of us trading in guild. Oh, 5, like 10, like 10 of us trading in guild stash.
Yeah. What do you think of Ruthless so far? Like feedback wise, launch, go. Do you feel like it's at a pretty good spot right now?
Yeah, I do. I do think there's definitely things that can be improved. I mean, there's obviously things that are missing, considering it's still a bit of a beta in a sense. Like that's one of the reasons why there's no challenges, because it's not 100% completed thing yet. But I do hope to have them for 321. And there's definitely some improvements that can be made still. I've noticed some while playing, and I have my private Discord server that I just write down notes while I'm playing. So every time I see something that I'm like, man, this could be better, and then I just note it down there. And this is not just for Ruthless. Like whenever I play Path of Exile, I have this notepad of things, which is like, oh wait, that was bugged, or oh wait, that didn't look right, and I just note it down and then address it the next week. But yeah, I do think it's been really fun. I feel like the feedback has been mostly positive, and the people that like it. It's obviously not for everybody, but those that like it do.
When you talk about making the notes for Ruthless and things that you would change, because Ruthless, you guys were, which I appreciated, were much more upfront on saying like, if we don't like it, we're going to change it. Like, like with PoE, it's definitely, you got to be careful. People plan builds around it. Do you prefer that way of going? Like, nope, this doesn't work. I can change it tomorrow.
I do like it. Like, I do prefer it for now, just because it's not a fully completed thing.
Sure.
After it releases, it definitely feels bad when you do it. And I do know, having been on both sides of the fence, why it's good to not change things after it goes out, just because you don't want to, fully invest in something and then it be a patch note away from changing,
Right.
How very relevant.
It's definitely something we're careful about for that reason. But because we kind of preemptively gave a warning that, hey, if there's something that doesn't work, we have to change it because this is still a beta. And then, you're forewarned that, something may or may not be the same.
Is the thought that Ruthless will eventually not be in that sort of mode, that it will actually be a full release? And
yeah, I think in 321 onwards, it'll just be, it'll be termed less of a beta and more of just a release.
Cool.
So you have a short timestamp then of just being able to like tell everyone else to stick it. Like, we're changing it. Stick it. Don't care what you say.
But we can still change it every patch.
Sure. But that's expected. Now it's just
know.
like, screw you. So you mentioned your Discord server, your private one that you're taking notes on and stuff. So not sure how if you're able to answer the question or not, but if, let's say Ruthless was yours and only yours, it was your game, right? You just created it. It's your own thing on Steam or whatever. What changes would you make to Ruthless from a
Damn,
state?
they asked
what
so
kind
many
of
good
wishes do you have
questions.
for it?
Right now?
Or changes that you would make that maybe you would prefer not are in it? Whatever.
There's actually a lot of changes that I would like to, but whether we can is a bit of a different thing. Like, I do feel like there's a bit too much emphasis on the Atlas tree when it comes to map sustain, and it kind of crowds out some of the other interesting things. Like, I do feel difficult map sustain is an important aspect of this. That is what PoE used to be like back in the day, where you had to have a strategy, you had to execute your strategy to ensure you could climb maps. It wasn't just, a guarantee. You had to invest in your maps and everything, but I do feel it may be a bit on a bit on the high side.
When you say high side, do you mean like the difficulty to maintain?
No,
Or
I
it's
mean
too easy?
the investment
Oh, okay.
required.
Okay. And map sustain, you mean getting maps you don't have, or are you just talking getting maps in general?
I mean climbing map tiers.
Okay.
What are the changes here? There's definitely too much power coming from the passive tree compared to items in Ruthless. Because if you think about it, like compared to the base game, your items, the quality of your items is so much higher. So
Yeah, they did address that.
The difference in power compared to how much power, like if you think about it from the perspective of your power comes from three sources, right? Your passives, your skills, and your items. There's definitely a much bigger portion of that coming from your passive tree and your skills rather than your items. And I would like it to be more in your items, because when your items give you a ton of power, they're just more exciting to find. There's just so much more that they can give. So that's, I think, the other sort of, I don't even know how we would change this, but I'm just saying, generally speaking, these are sort of the...
Is that a thought behind that too? Just because your items are going to be so much more rare, so there being some sort of excitement to getting them?
Yeah, definitely. It's just, when I find a ring and it has 2 resistances, it's crazy. Like, what? It has an implicit and 2 other resistances? That's so much resistance, Like, I'm now capped on 2 of my resistances. Like, that's the kind of thing. I mean, if I have a ring with a single resistance, like, I think the ring that I was wearing when I was in maps on my previous character was a blue ring with a single resistance on it. That was it.
That's awesome. We haven't, like I said, we haven't played it yet, but I have watched people play it, and it's hilarious talking, hearing people talk about where they're at, and they're on a 2-link.
Yep.
Because they just haven't found anything.
My friend said something which was just the most hilarious comment, where he was going through Sanctum, and then, and there was like the rewards, and then he's like, oh, I got an augment. Oh, that's good. Just imagine hearing that.
Right? I'd like 5,000 of these, please. Nice.
So when a new league comes out, or whenever, when new leagues come out, is Ruthless sort of the style that you would prefer to play, or are you playing both, or how do you look at Ruthless versus the normal?
If from like future leagues for my own play.
For your own play, yeah.
For my own play, I will probably default to Ruthless unless there is, for example, a new endgame that I want to get to, or something like that that I want to get to really quickly. But otherwise, I think I would personally probably default to playing on... I don't know if it'll always be Ruthless Hardcore Trade. I generally like to default to Hardcore, but sometimes I like playing Softcore just because there are some times where I don't have a ton of time. Like this time, I normally never have time to play in December because I usually go on holiday. But this time, my holiday is pushed to January, so I'm actually going to be here throughout December. So, I was actually going to play. Yeah, so I was just going to play a lot. But normally when I go on holiday, I don't get to play a ton. So then I have like a week to get as much as I can done in the league before I leave. But usually, yeah, I think I would default to playing the Ruthless version.
And Ruthless, you would still continue to make a new one each league, like not playing any form of standard, but actually the league one?
Yeah, for sure.
Nice.
I mean, my favorite thing was always the ladder resets of D2.
Mm-hmm.
So just going through the ladder reset process, every single time is really fun.
So are you secretly saying that standard people are crazy?
So there's a reason why I have considered playing standard too. And it goes back to how I like developing a character over a long period of time on MMOs. So if you're approaching it from that standpoint, I feel like there's a really good reason to focus on that. I tend to get my sort of satisfaction doing that on the MMOs that I play, so I don't do these long-term projects as much, because for me, PoE is always about the 3-month reset. And then because I usually have a new build I want to try, or a new something or the other that I want to do, and then I play it. And then, I always have this backlog of builds, but I always need something to kind of push me to try it. And that's usually a ladder reset. Like, I would play even if there was no new league, if it was just a ladder reset, because that's enough of an incentive to push me to try something new.
I like that. So hardcore, though. You play hardcore, you play trade primarily. When you die in hardcore, do you start a new build, or do you play the same build, but obviously you're having to start over?
So this time I played a different build, just because I wanted to try as many different builds as I could on the first iteration of Ruthless.
Okay.
Usually I like to just start the same build if I haven't done what I wanted to, just because. So I usually approach a league with a build that I'm 100% sure I want to do. And if I haven't accomplished the goals of that, I just start it over again.
Have you touched the game on console at all?
No, I don't actually have a console anymore. I used to have one, but I don't have it anymore.
So you're lucky. You avoided the question. I was going to ask you if you liked the game on console, and there was a correct answer to that, but I can't ask you. I'm the console fan here. Justin's the PC snob. I'm the console guy. All right.
I don't actually own a console anymore. So, and honestly, for me, I played Elden Ring on a PC with a mouse and a keyboard. So that should tell you.
You did the mouse and keyboard. I played Elden Ring on the PC, but I bought a controller because.
Yeah, I use mouse and keyboard for Elden Ring.
How was it with the mouse? That sounds crazy.
It was actually I didn't actually find it. I didn't find it that difficult. But then when I told people that I used a mouse and keyboard, they called me insane. So, I did have to change. So the default binding that they had for the dodge roll was spacebar, and I couldn't use that because spacebar is always jump in most games. So I changed that.
What'd you change it to?
That, F.
Oh, okay.
So it's
I would have
next
done it to E probably,
right
but
next
I don't know. Probably
WASD. I mean, I did kill all the bosses.
it probably does have a different binding on E that you don't want to overwrite. That makes more sense in the context of Elden Ring. I have no idea. Or Alt and Control. I don't know. Alt maybe, but Control is always crouch and Shift is always run. I can't do that. But yeah, cool to hear that Rishi played Elden Ring. Man, I need to play that eventually, I guess.
I did. I finished the entire game with the dragon incantations. Actually, they were really fun.
Oh, nice! So fun.
Right,
Such
cool.
a good game.
Yeah. Oh, Elden Ring must be my favorite game over the past so many years. Like, I spent so much time playing it when it came out.
Yeah, that was the same for me. It was until I played God of War. The new God of War on PlayStation 5 was it beat out Elden Ring for me, but Elden Ring was amazing.
Oh wow, okay.
Yeah.
I haven't played God of War yet.
It was
that
the
was
story.
going to be like early next week. Oh yeah.
And the story was just incredible.
Elden Ring for me, the thing that pushed it over the edge was every time I unlocked a new area, I was like, wait, the game is twice as big.
It just kept getting bigger.
Right.
The map just getting bigger, yeah.
And I feel like that was the first game that kind of downplayed how big the game was. It was just so massive. And this is something that I feel like you don't have as much anymore, where the first week of Elden Ring, nothing was discovered. Everything was, you go through a dungeon and at the end you have no idea what you're going to get or what the dungeon even has because all the guides hadn't been populated, whatever. And I know you can kind of simulate that by not looking at guides, but that requires at least some amount of
willpower.
Willpower to not look stuff up, right?
Yeah.
But even if you wanted to look stuff up, you couldn't. And that was amazing because I was just going through and I was like, all right, what's it going to be? And then I get something that is useless to me. But still, there's always that excitement at the end of every cave or dungeon or whatever.
Even just like running past something, you're like, what? There's an opening. Okay.
Yeah.
And then you're into a dungeon.
Yep. And then you go into the dungeon and then you're like, wait, there's 3 parts. Which part do I take? And then you go into this part and then there's something and
That was a lot of fun.
the thing that blew me away about that game was not just the quality of the release, because I mean, obviously there's bugs, but not from a user standpoint, but from like a PvP or development standpoint, where like it was just rock solid. But the thing that really blew me out of the water was they did so many firsts for that company, like From Software. They added a different kind of jump, they added mounts, they added open world, and all so many new aspects. A map. Yeah. Right? I mean, a map for Dark Souls.
That's true.
But they nailed on the first iteration. Like you look at any other kind of like sort of kind of RPG that tries to add, or just an action game third person that tries to add other RPG aspects to it, and it takes them 2 or 3 iterations of their annual releases to nail it. Whereas Elden Ring, they crushed it. They did it really well. So
I definitely agree.
We're all on the same page here. We have 3 Elden Ring lovers here. So we are going to move into some of the more personal aspects of PoE here. We touched on hardcore, solo self-found. Obviously, you love standard on console. We've been through that. But kind of like the segue from character power to a lot of your preferences. What's your preference in a game like Path of Exile in terms of character power? Should a character with, I don't know, I guess I'm thinking about like investment versus character power. Are you the kind of person that prefers, like Ruthless seems to me that you prefer the slower paced Path of Exile, where it takes absurd amount of investment to get to these pinnacle areas. Should pinnacle areas, you know, be able to be completely wiped off, you know, just like annihilated easily with the proper investment? You know, kind of like throw all those questions in. What's your kind of
I didn't see I took damage
for character power in a game like PoE?
I like it when pinnacle content is difficult to access and even harder to trivialize. It should be possible to trivialize because that's always the dream, right? But it should be really difficult. And do you remember when Aziri first released? Uber Aziri came out at the same time, and it was unbeaten for how many months was it before someone managed to kill Uber Aziri? It was longer than a league before it died. That's the kind of thing
that
it's like.
Wow.
I think so.
Like in
I can't
hardcore?
remember for sure, but I remember it was an absurd amount of time before Uber Aziri was killed. And I like it when there's like a more sort of, what's the word? A more normal growth of power over time, rather than kind of just jumping to the top really quickly. That's mostly because it makes every single upgrade feel meaningful. Like I go from, say, I mean, obviously using random examples, I go from, say, 5k DPS to 10k DPS to 20k to 50k to 100k. You know, you see every single step along the way.
Do you prefer a faster or slower paced build typically? Like what's, I guess, in conjunction with that is, do you have like personal type of builds you like to play, but do you like to be faster, slower? I
like to be tanky.
Okay.
So usually slower, but not necessarily slow. I just like to be tanky. This might be because of, you know, hardcore or whatever. My favorite build of all time was this. It doesn't even work anymore, but it was this build from, I think it was Beyond League, which was using Cold Snap and Ramirez Banquet with Resolute Technique.
Hang on, say that again.
Cold Snap, Ramirez Banquet, and Resolute Technique. So old Cold Snap froze and required a power charge to bypass cooldown. So you use that with Ramirez Banquet to get a power charge every time you hit, and you use Resolute Technique to ensure you can never crit with your Cold Snap, so you could permanently freeze things with Cold Snap, but the old version of Cold Snap. So things like that come together, because like, why would you take Resolute Technique on a caster? Well, this is why. You took it specifically to turn off critical strikes, you know? Like, that's the kind of thing that I like. Those are the kinds of builds that I like really tanky, safe characters that end up using some weird mechanic together. Because another build I really liked too before it didn't work anymore, which was, there was this Ascendancy node on the Necromancer, which caused, when minions died, they left behind Caustic Ground, which is now on the unique called Siegebreaker. But what used to be the case was Spectre Limit did not come up on the gem. Spectre Limit was only from the passive tree. So the way you abused it was you use Spell Echo on your Raise Spectre gem, and you cast Desecrate, and you just cast Raise Spectre. But because you cast it twice, your first Raise Spectre would die, and you would immediately drop Caustic Ground with massive amounts of damage because of the life of a Spectre. So those kinds of weird, quirky interactions are what I end up liking.
Are you, for those type, when you're coming up with your build ideas or what you want to play, are you in your head just like thinking about different uniques and how they'll interact? Are you looking at like what people are playing in the community? Like what's your typical lead into a new league when you're...
Oh, I almost never look at builds. I always come up with them myself.
So you're just looking at different uniques? That's awesome.
Yeah, that's my favorite part of PoE is actually just coming up with the build. While I obviously like playing the game, the best part is coming up with the build. And most of the time I don't even get to use things like Path of Building or anything, because most of the time when I'm coming up with a build, it's stuff that's not released yet. So I don't get to use. I have to use a spreadsheet. So I use a spreadsheet to come up with.
Oh my goodness. This is like dirty talk. Oh, keep it going.
Spreadsheets. Tyler's going.
Yeah. I love spreadsheets. Whenever I play a game, I have a new spreadsheet coming up with, to work out. I had a
If my wife ever leaves me, I'm giving you a call.
So when I was playing Elden Ring, I had a spreadsheet that worked out how much of each stat I had to get, what was the relative value of every single talisman that I could use and everything. And I had this massive calculation to work out what was the best weapon to use, what was the best armor to use and everything. And I worked it all out. It was really fun.
That's awesome.
And, I mean, I end up doing that with most games that I play. I just like that part of games, which is probably what drove me to game design in the first place, because that you do end up doing a lot of that in game design too.
Is there any consistency for you between build to build? Like, is it literally always just completely different skill, different uniques, everything? Or do you sort of have something that you always lean towards besides the tanky side of it?
I lean towards casters.
Okay.
Generally. There are some melee builds I really like. Like, I really like playing things like Smite and Earthquake and everything, but I generally tend to prefer casters.
And do you have a typical, do you just try and make a variety with your ascendancy choices as well? Or do you have a few that you normally, oh yeah? Okay.
Yeah. Although I tend to play witches more than most others, just because I like, the witch lines are so sassy and good.
We should have told you at the beginning of this interview. I know you have to represent the company a bit with how you speak, but you can use any word you want. We're not picky here. Like whatever you're allowed to use, you can use here. That's no problem. You don't have to tame it down to sassy. Should have told you that at the beginning. How about character goals each league for you personally? Is it about challenges? Is it just about seeing where your cool, quirky idea, how far it can go? I mean, obviously, Ruthless changes a little bit of your character goal each league, but before Ruthless, what was your character goal in normal? I assumed it was hardcore trade?
No, it was on a hardcore private league with my friends. So we didn't play trade. We played in a 10 to 20 person private league usually. Sometimes I played softcore, usually when the new endgame came out and I wanted to, beat the endgame on my own character and not on a dev character. But most of the time I used to play on a hardcore private league. Goals, it's usually different. Most of the time, it's just seeing the build come together. And this is a weird thing to say, but how long I play usually just depends on how exciting the next league is. Because if I know what's coming in the next 3 months, it's harder to stay interested. And especially if it's something that I really am looking forward to. Like, as an example,
for a lot of times when a lot of times when the next league is exciting, that gets me to play more, actually to feel more like playing. I guess I don't really play the previous league then, because I play the previous league and I'm like, oh, this is boring. I just want to play the new stuff that looks so exciting and all. But I can really relate to that one. And yeah, I mean, melee doesn't come as a surprise. They really need to do something there, but at least goes to show that they're all aware that something needs to happen with melee. And no, I don't have Vampire Survivors, but I also honestly don't have time to check out another game. I need to play all the things that we have a backlog for. And this is just like a nice little side thing, right? Plus, I haven't completed this game yet. This is actually something I do like to play, believe it or not, every now and then. It's something that I actually do play off stream, because I feel like there's not a big loss if I play that on stream. The OG game for this genre. I don't know whether I'd call it OG if it's just a couple years old, or actually was it already old when it became popular, but like the hype is not that long ago. But yeah, I'm aware it was the one that created the hype, although like what I do think is I personally will probably like Brotato better. But I haven't played either Brotato nor Vampire Survivors nor any other Survivors game other than this one. What did I want to say? I wanted to say something. I guess I'm gonna try and finish this run while we finish the rest of the podcast. And then we have to do something else because my brain is like mush from listening to so much. But I'm really impressed with like the amount of great questions they asked, and like I had my own like thought experiment because like I said in the past we talked about hey, how great would it be to have Rishi on the podcast, and I've started like trying to like think about like if I had the chance to interview a dev on the podcast, if it was Rishi, like what would I actually ask? And a lot of the stuff that I would like to ask in one form or another they did ask on these podcasts, so that's pretty impressive. It's pretty impressive that I mean, it's pretty impressive. Not they impress me, I impress myself that I was able to come up with good questions. Potato's a little different, but also good. Okay, like I said, I haven't played any of those. But I mean, so is Deep Rock Survivor is also a little bit different, right? I just really feel like this is a game I could 100%, right? Like eventually. There's still so much to unlock for me and so much like scaling outside of the stuff. Does do the other games also have like these rogue-like aspects of like having like this overarching progression in between the runs, where like this game actually you can't like do everything first try because you first need to get every weapon to level 12 to unlock the overclocks, and then there's also like the account features like the increasing your luck, increasing your base move speed, increasing your everything, right? So yeah, okay. Well, I mean, we'll certainly get to check it out eventually.
When I knew that we were going to release the mana skills, I stopped playing that league because I was like, well, I want to play the mana skills now, so I stopped playing it. But sometimes when that conversation happens too late, I just keep playing until I feel like I've done everything that my character can do. I feel like it
Honestly,
usually.
I'm not gonna lie, this like episode made me really, and I hope you guys are not hating on that too much, but this made me really hyped for another Path of Exile run. Possibly even HCSSF Ruthless with like almost no ambitions, just be like, hey, how far can we get this? How far can we ride this journey until I either get so frustrated about PoE and Ruthless that I rage quit, or that I lose the character or something like that. I hate when you play PoE, yes, the worst part of the content, true. It's awful. Let's go. I mean, I didn't say it tonight, not right now. But like after we're done with Grim Dawn, right? Maybe in the next couple days. I mean, honestly, after we're done with Grim Dawn, I really don't want to start another one before, but like I kind of need to, probably, depending on how long I survive in Grim Dawn. I do really want to play No Rest for the Wicked, which is like kind of recent, like immediate. Like I should have played that a week or two ago already, but like I really need to play that. If it's even still possible to play it, maybe it was a timely restricted. Maybe the beta was restricted. You better not play SSF. Why not? Don't you want to see me suffer? Or do you want to play Ruthless straight? Do you have a character in Ruthless, Dramas? But yeah, I mean, sure, we could do trade in Ruthless. That makes sense, since it's essentially SSF anyway. At this point of the league, certainly. I mean, if Trade League is dead, like regular Trade League, like how dead is Ruthless gonna be? Not yet. Gonna make a character to PK me, or to be always just 2 levels ahead of me. So you can be like, I'm better than Catmaster at the very least. I've accomplished something in my life. Always trying to keep a streamer down here. how's the weather gonna be tomorrow? I might have to go to Bonn tomorrow afternoon. Weather Bonn. Let's see. Oh no, that looks awful. It's gonna be raining tomorrow? No way. No way. Oof. 70% precipitation. Humidity. Wait, we need to have a German weather page. Wetter Bonn here. Let's go. Can we get like a detail like Yeah, the thing is, like, it was also for Thursday when I had the appointment in Bonn. It was also supposed to be really bad weather, right? It also said rain, but then during the day it actually only started raining in the afternoon. Like I was completely fine going to the appointment and back with the bike because it was dry, like until 3 p.m. or something like that, and then only it started raining. So maybe here's Saturday. Rainy, 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 cloudy. Okay. Oh my god. What's wrong with English weather forecasts? I just assume that they have less of an idea of what's going on in Germany. Stop raining long enough, you could go to the gym. You know, have no public transport. No public transport in Koblenz right now. Why? How come? Well, let's finish this one up.
I usually get bored when the upgrades start when I kind of have very little to shoot for in terms of like item progression, I suppose.
So is
and
the
I
goal?
don't really mean.
Sorry, is the goal typically then just to make your character to where it gets? It's not about specifically always what content you're getting to?
No. Sometimes it's like, well, I want this character.
Okay.
Well, sometimes I have kind of an internal goal of like, I want to kill all the pinnacle bosses on this character. Or sometimes it's like, I just want to hit 90 on this character.
Mm-hmm.
Or sometimes it's, something entirely different. Like there was one league
Start
where
with
I just
low
wanted
goals.
to delve
Sometimes
as deep
I just
as I
want to hit
could,
80.
and I kind of ignored the rest of it. I usually don't care too much about challenges myself because I usually make my own challenges, as it were.
Right.
So it's usually kind of my own thing. Like I
That sounds like a waste of money, Jormaz. I mean, I appreciate that suggestion and the willingness to invest, but it's pretty much going to be exactly the same as playing trade at this point, right? I mean, we're just gonna be in our own private league bubble if we play in trade. We don't need to throw the points into a private league. That's what I'm saying. Can save that. But yeah, I'm down for it. I'm just like not this weekend. Probably more like next weekend. Because like ideally I can nail a podcast episode for next weekend, and then I have to play No Rest for the Wicked between then now and then because I want to talk about it. Also want to talk about Grim Dawn, I guess. But I need to see whether we can get people who did play Grim Dawn this season on the podcast. I definitely want to talk to Tenki about No Rest for the Wicked, but I first need to get some first-hand experience in that game. Already gave up. No, I want to finish it. It's just like I need to play No Rest for the Wicked because I need to be in touch. Like Grim Dawn doesn't go away. Like Grim Dawn, I guess it does go away. Can you do a barbecue steam? Not really. Like how? Like I can't barbecue on my balcony, and I can't stream outside of my Wi-Fi. Like maybe when I get better mobile internet and like a power bank and everything, sometime next month. Like my dad is coming to visit end of the month or start of next month, and he's gonna bring me like some power bank that he doesn't need. But yeah, barbecuing is hard because it creates a lot of smoke and people don't really like the smoke, so I'd have to go and do it somewhere else than where I live. Can't barbecue in the kitchen, no. No. Open the window. Well, then that's the same as the balcony. I mean, I know you're memeing, but no. I mean, I could do like a burger, right? But not on a barbecue. I'd have to do it in my cast iron pan, do smashed burger. I mean, I guess I've done that before. Have I done smashed burger on stream before? I can make really good burgers. I've definitely eaten them before. But wondering how far I have to play before I'm far enough to stay ahead of you in GD. Yeah, I don't know. I have no idea. But yeah, again, let's finish this up while I try to finish up the game, and then we'll see.
I want to do X, and if I do X, I'm happy. And then, next league it might be the same, it might be something different.
That's cool. We play the game quite similarly, you and I, except you crushed the game and I can barely beat a Roa. I was going to ask you a bit about like some of the maybe builds that you love that you can no longer play, which you've mentioned. So what about a mechanic or an item that maybe has been changed or nerfed, something that's left the game that you really miss or wish could come back?
Old Arctic armor.
Old Arctic armor. Okay, yes. And that was you referenced that you say again what it used to do?
So it used to drain mana.
Right.
And drain even basically lose X mana per second. And when you were moving it made you lose even more mana per second. And it was minus X physical damage and minus X fire damage taken from hits.
Okay, so it would cost you the mana it's draining. It wasn't like an aura that was draining it from enemies.
Yeah, so it was draining your mana and it made you take less physical and fire damage.
It was so crazy.
That mechanic.
And now they've removed just the mana part, and you still have the reduction of physical and fire damage at the current state of the game, but only when you're stationary.
No, but it's a reservation. That's the difference. It used to not be a reservation. That's kind of what I miss from the old thing. I think that would be my first answer when it comes to like a removed mechanic that I wish. I mean, it's come back in different forms, right? Like there's agnostic, which is obviously losing mana. There's the unique pair of boots that causes you to drain mana over time. And I'm sure because I like it, it'll come back in another form again. But I think that would be like the number one mechanic that I feel like I kind of wish this was still around. But I don't know if it would even fit in PoE today. Maybe it would, but
was it
it's kind of hard to tell.
It'd be tough, now with all the auras and stuff.
For sure. That's the thing, right? Like you can point to an older mechanic and say, man, I wish that mechanic was there today. But if it was here today, it may not.
That was too low.
You remember the mechanic in the context of the game that was in 2013 or 2014.
I paused for too long. I got out of the groove.
Actually because there are many things in the game today that probably haven't changed in like years and years. But the way they're used today is different from how they were used, say, 5 years ago. So.
But any items?
Items. No, I can't think of any. I mean, it does make me sad that there are.
I don't think it's either or. I think Jorma's already played quite a bit if he's rank 61 with 6,726 league points or season points. I don't think it's like rather play ruthless than a good game. It's more like play ruthless after a good game. I mean,
some items that used to be really valuable back in the day that aren't very valuable today. Like I was playing, I can't remember which league this was, but I was playing Softcore Trade, one of the leagues, and I found a Combs Heart, and I got so excited. And then I looked it up, and it was 5C. And then I was like, aw.
You used to have won the internet, like way back in the day,
yeah. And I was like, aw.
All right, you guys have very similar chat name colors. I'm sorry, I slipped in a line. Well, how far are you, Jormaz? And maybe we have to start with our Council of Cats podcast thing and just discuss Grim Dawn, because I'm super curious what Jormaz has to say about criticizing Grim Dawn. Because, yeah, I'm not really that good at critical thinking.
I don't know.
I just tell you what I like and what I dislike, and so far I haven't played enough Grim Dawn to dislike it, other than enemies all feel kind of samey, but I guess I just haven't played far enough because I've played, the same part of Grim Dawn whenever I played it since I started playing it, right? I guess I can't complain unless I get to the end game and I start doing bossing and the different things.
You can tell us any of this, but do you have anything you're most looking forward to for PoE2 that you're allowed to actually say?
I don't think I can, but there's so many things that I'm looking forward to.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, not the least of which, and this of course I can kind of say, like, I joined the team when Path of Exile was already kind of established, but PoE2, there's a lot of changes, and I'm involved in some of those changes, so it's a bit more exciting in that way.
Kind of like from the ground floor, right?
Yeah, exactly.
That's awesome.
I remember watching ExileCon from home, and it was one of Jonathan's interviews. I think it was Jonathan after one of his interviews, after the main announcement, and then he was sitting down with, I forget if maybe it was Tarky, and Jonathan he was just so relaxed. He's like, ask me anything. I can tell you anything. I have no more secrets. This is great. How long did that last for you after ExileCon? That moment of, well, there's no secrets.
Well, I don't think it lasted very long at all because immediately after that, like I'm waiting for the next ExileCon, which is coming up in July, where then I can be like, ask me anything. But
that's right. For a week. For a week.
For about a week.
That's right. Cool. Awesome. Well, we have one more question for you. And, we actually have tons that we would love to ask you, but we'll wrap it up with this question here. It is our most important question.
Okay.
Do you have a Path of Exile tattoo?
No.
I can't ask you.
Tattoo.
Pardon me?
I was curious whether they're going to ask that question to Rishi after I heard that they asked it to Rory. Honestly. Because I was like, well, surely if they asked that to Rory, then they must have asked that to Rishi, who is like way more involved with item design, so you'd think he'd have an item tattooed. And then after Rory said that he didn't have a tattoo of PoE, they asked him, what would you have tattooed if you had a PoE2 tattoo? Not PoE2, but PoE tattoo. Yeah, so I'm curious whether they asked that Rishi and obviously what he would say. Because I also have that written down, like how does it feel, or like how does it impact the design process when like the game has such a cultural impact, like people have tattoos of exalted orbs. Of Arrow does have void batteries tattooed, right, on his arm. I don't know whether it's 1 or 2, but I think it's 2.
I'm terrified of getting a tattoo because I hate needles.
Gotcha.
If you were to get a temporary one, like a stick-on one, what would you get?
What would I get?
What would you get?
Yeah, a stick-on one that you can't remove.
Yeah. Probably a mirror.
Ooh.
Oh, okay.
So they're not going away.
We're gonna finish that one here.
That would be really hard.
Yeah. Oh, that's cool. Okay. And you, but see, we can't ask you why, because you know more about mirrors than we do.
Just because he likes the mirror. It's the pinnacle.
I just like it.
It's because you like looking at yourself in the mirror, right? That's
it's because I've never found one in the actual game. So
Me neither.
I can look at this and be like,
Never.
at least I have one here.
Tyler found one, but it was on console, so it doesn't count.
Oh.
Here's the thing. One of my gripes with the game is how many like empty chests there are, and it's like there's some levels just have an insane amount of chests, and there's like never anything in them. I found my mirror from a chest, just a random. It was like a T10. It was, I think it was port. You were saying you found yours in port. I think mine was port before they came. It was back in like the 3-tiered version of the game before 3.0. I was playing on one of the first iterations of console, and it just came just a random. Yeah, one of my zombies slammed when I was fighting an enemy, and it broke from a chest.
Oh wow.
Yeah, so I can't even be bitter about chests.
Now you have
it's like a curse.
Now you have to open every single chest.
I do. I know every one I don't open.
You see this chest on the other side of the screen, and you have to run all the way there to open it.
Oh, don't even. Yeah. At least it's easier on console though, because I just run by it and I go, and then they're all open.
Yeah, the mouse, your wrist is like, all right.
See, the thing is, when I'm playing on Ruthless,
Yeah, you probably open every single one.
the chests can give me a map. I'm not leaving those chests. I'm opening every single one. What if that's a map? What if that's a ring?
A 30-minute estuary. You're just there all day.
Oh my god. When I got to maps in Ruthless, I had never felt as weak as I did.
Right.
I go into the first map, and every single pack, I'm like, summon a decoy totem, cast a curse, hide behind the decoy totem, cast my thing, and then pick up my loot. I mean, I eventually got a bit stronger, but that was my first map, and I was like, man, I've never felt this weak in my life. What is going on here?
So fun.
It sounds great.
Yeah.
We're gonna find out. Hey, look, I really appreciate you taking some time. I know it's a work day for you, so we wanna be cognizant of your time. But thank you so much for hanging out with us. It's been a blast.
Yeah, thanks for having me. This has been really fun.
I'm glad. It was a pleasure meeting you.
Yeah, same
huge
here.
Pleasure. For everybody else, patrons will catch you in After Dark.
Pretty awesome. I like this a lot. I do need to write down that if we ever get the chance to do an interview, whether he did get a mirror now in the meantime, because he did say he didn't get one, but hey, if you play at that high level that much with the the dev client, maybe get a mirror in the meantime. But yeah, we'll play some music while I try to finish this. Please bring up any and all points that you want to discuss from all the interviews and podcasts that we did listen to. And we'll quickly finish up this game and hopefully win this deep dive. Because I can't lose anymore. We need a win now, and then we're gonna go into Grim Dawn and hopefully not die and get some levels, and then I fall asleep probably. But not before we accomplished something. Think he's gonna find a mirror in Ruthless? True, he only plays Ruthless. I mean, wouldn't a mirror in Ruthless be insanely good because you could mirror the best ring that you have?
Get to work. There's aliens to be killed and gold to be mined.
I need to take a dump.
I think Ruthless Mirrors is really good. Honestly, I think Ruthless only feels bad because people compare it to the main game. Like, if you look at it in isolation, then it's probably... I don't really want to say the better game because it's like...
The scanner just lit up like a Christmas tree. We got a swarm incoming.
There's too much of a bandwidth of like, what is a good game for which person, right? Like, some people prefer this, some people prefer that, but like, I think if I never played PoE... Nah, that's a stupid statement to make like that, but... I think if I gave Ruthless a fair chance, I'd enjoy it a lot more than I have in the past. That's what I'm saying.
Sorry, little bug. Your own fault for being wrong. This works.
Big swarm detected. Lock up and get ready.
Holy shit, dude.
Feeling much
Took way too much damage there because I was standing on the glowing ground. That was not smart.
I just became a better dwarf. Overclock, my favorite type of clock.
I guess. And get that. It's not all that much. Get that.
Aim this. Looks beautiful, like me.
Too much crap in the way. Supplies can't land. Clear it out, miner.
Have it.
I hope that we get the upgrade with the plus 70 HP and the 2 life regen. Otherwise, I better be farming some red sugar soon. Or we could increase armor by 1%, by 1 for 2% every missing HP. Why is that called salty pretzel? Frozen shield belt's probably better. I don't know. No, wait. This is the better graphic. This is probably really good, right? I just don't know how armor works in this game, so. %2 of missing HP. So right now I have like what? Let's say I got like 70% missing. So that would be 35 armor. Armor, deep rock, survivor. Armor is a trap stat. Armor and bonus XP are trap stats? You can have 56 armor or 112. And the difference is like 3 damage taken. This is March. Scaling is trash. It's to be a damage reduction like in any other game. Okay, sounds like armor is pretty much useless. What do you know? I suppose it's like still sort of useful. It's probably does work like PoE where it like reduces more of smaller hits than of bigger hits. Whether that is via a formula or whether it's just a flat damage reduction that naturally will just work better for mitigating larger portions of smaller hits, because if it's -1 damage taken, it's like obviously much bigger percentage reduction on a 3 damage hit versus a 20 damage hit. You know what we need to do is we need to install like some music production software here and like start just doing music production streams in the evenings. Just like chill here and let the vibes flow freely. And so on. Maybe a little. I can't beatbox for shit. I'm just like mumbling into the microphone rhythmically.
Stage completed. Onwards to stage 3.
Maybe sample a Pete. Yeah, we could sample viewers. Sure. We could do all kinds of fun stream interaction stuff. I need to write that idea down though. There's this German producer that I rated the other day also, but maybe you saw him, that's why I mentioned it. But like I watch his reaction streams and sometimes send my own beats there and get feedback. And like he does like theme videos, right? Like he did a video where he took an 808, like the Spins 808, and like just built the entire beat just with that one sound, using the sound and then resampling it, manipulating it with like various effects and stuff like that in Fruity Loops, and just like generating like a general background texture sample with chords and everything that sounded good, and then obviously building the essential drum sounds, hi-hat, kick, snare, and all, and that made a complete beat just from one sound essentially. And like, what would be cool would be to just like have viewers send a sound for every, like, you know, like use the first kick someone sent, use the first snare someone sent, or even like sample your viewers as in like ask people to record something that they produced with their mouth, like just beatboxing into your phone or something like that. How cool would that be to just have a beat that is made from like all kinds of sounds? And I mean, if you can make an 808, like just a simple boom, if you can turn that into any sound in a beat, then you could work magic with like someone doing like a click or something like that into a phone, like a kick, and then just use that as a percussion and layer it. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of fun things that you can do with music streams. I wish I was a little bit better at music production. I need to put more time into it, which is also a good reason to maybe stream it. But it just, I feel like it would be detracting from everything that I do in the gaming section. Because I already kind of suck at the games that I play. I need to play more of the games to get better. Everlasting struggle. Do we need more range or do we need more fire rate and reload speed? I think like less downtime is always great. On anything but driller, mining speed is a premium premium quality of life stat, I think.
I'm really not ready for this.
Like, you could argue maybe you don't even want to mine that many minerals because you have a different strat, but mining speed is just like, you need to break through the walls. You need to lure the bugs around, otherwise you like end up getting cornered. Well, not once you're past a certain point, but in the beginning, in the first couple stages of a... or the first couple hazard levels. Like once you got all 4 weapon slots unlocked and some overclocks and upgrades, then usually you get to a point where you can just stand still and nothing can touch you. Other than like real big boys.
I found some more kites.
Supplies ready. Clean up the LZ.
Sorry, little bug. Your own fault for being full of goodies. This'll do.
Swarm detected. Buggerman, get ready.
Oh, I got exploded. Oh. Yo, what up, Walt? Dude, why do I always fail at hazard level 2 already? Yeah, we now know armor is pretty much a dead stat, so we just go straight up damage, reload speed, whatever. Life regen. Crit damage. It's bad. Dude, I just want to win the... Here, I just want to complete the dive, collect 150 Nitra, upgrade LMG gun platform to level 18. How can it be that hard?
I just like working with my hands.
This is it. Either the dreadnought goes or we send in another dwarf. You'll be on your own in there. Make it count.
How's GD a skill issue? I played like 20 hours of GD in my life.
Much better.
In all seriousness, how much GD did I play? No more than 40 hours-ish. $47.7 hours. And I played like how many characters in GD? 2 or 3 before, right? And the deaths that I died were completely fair. Like there was the one guy that like has the stun jacks and the electrocute or whatever it is, and you guys even said that that was something that you would have died to as well, that you shouldn't like face at that time. So that's clearly not a skill issue. That's like something anyone would have died to. And the other one was just like a classic noob death, like dying to one of the bees, right? No, but you're right. Like that's you hit a wound there. I mean, with this game, it's clearly a skill issue. And if it's only the skill to like make myself pay attention, because obviously this game is not a very hard game. This is the one-handed game. You can play it with left hand on WASD. You can play it with right hand on cursor keys. Yeah, all you need to do is occasionally press enter in order to confirm your choice. But that's the trap, right? Like you fall into. You just like get cocky and you try to do limit testing. You're like, oh, can I get away with this? Can I get away with that? Isn't right the game for one-handed gaming? I mean, it depends on what you're doing with the other hand. Right? Like I got the stream, so there's always great things I could do with the other hand.
If I do.
But what was I saying? Yeah, complacency. I mean, to be honest, that's like what kills me most of the time in Path of Exile as well. It's just like, you know, you grow more and more negligent to the point where everything just comes together and kills you. And like, chat often does apologize for killing me, but that's not true. It's just me being like, oh, it'll be fine. I don't need to pay attention. And just, I guess there's a level of, there's an amount of seriousness that I need to bring back into my approach to gaming and like attention paying. Fire rate and reload speed. When standing still? I don't want to stand still. Standing still is the little brother of death. We take red sugar. I don't know why I said little brother. I was gonna say cousin. Because isn't that what Nas says in that one song? I never sleep, because sleep is the cousin of death. Right? Yeah, I mean, eventually I'll play Vampire Survivor. Per se, you know, like, you guys always complain that I don't finish things, and let me finish this. If I'm already like playing it after I already like finished 10% of it or 20. I'm gonna get it done, dude. Full completion. One day. I mean, not today. Today we just get this one thing. Then we do something else.
Give me that.
Finish GD first. GD doesn't compete with this game. This game is like something that you can just slot in. Like, the reason we weren't playing GD was we were listening to a Path of Exile related interview and I didn't want to confuse people with two different ARPGs. This was clearly just like a side game and much less complicated. Also, you don't need to talk much about this game. With GD, like when I start playing GD, there's all kinds of like conversations that we're gonna have with chat again, and all kinds of discussion of externalized monologue that I'm gonna have with you guys. So externalized inner monologue, that is.
The scanner just lit up like a Christmas tree. We got a swoon incoming.
But yeah, I mean, I could have been playing GD for a while now. It's just no, GD after I finish this. I mean, no, I don't want to finish the game tonight. I'm just saying, like, I want to do these 3 challenge points that it said, right? It's like I need to reach level 18 with the turrets and
I'll take this one.
something. I already forgot again. Mine 150 nitra?
Hello and good boy.
I think it was that, right? Yeah.
Alien scum.
No, Hades after this. Yeah, Hades after this, but this is not in the ARPG slot. We're still playing ARPG Grim Dawn, but then when we have ARPG downtime because we don't want to continue with the ARPG, then we play Hades instead of Vampire Survivors. Instead of Deep Rock Survivors. I really like this approach, guys. We're keeping it simple. Don't overcomplicate the streaming. I also wanted to make my schedule on stream like a 2-week plan where like we like build everything around the blood donation and like try to come up with like a content cycle that can work or could work. I mean, at this point with me, it's a risk, but it's a chance I'm willing to take. Gunfire. I feel like you guys have too little enthusiasm for gigantic. Gigantic or gigantic? 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 Gigantic. Rimworld? Oh my god. Hellworld? Homeworld? Homeworld 3. Isn't that scheduled and works since like a year ago? No, we never did one, right? Did we do one? I don't think we ever sat down on stream and made one. I mean, I made one like ages ago, but that one didn't work clearly. Anti-Hunter the Turd Hole. What? See, now I was always tempted to get these legendary armors, and now I know armor is just a noob trap in this game.
My favorite type of clock.
Shower my dad simulator. Weird fetish, but okay.
It'll do. Suck on this, you freak.
All tasks complete. Stage finished. The drop pod is prepped and ready. Get on it before it leaves. Here we go. Prepare for impact.
Can fit RuneScape in your schedule for sure. It's a quick and easy game. Yeah, just a nice little in-betweener. You guys are such assholes. Imagine I didn't know.
Time's ticking, Miner. Move it.
Oh shit. No, wait. Oh my god. Not again. No. Oh god. I hate this game.
time, Miner. You have my condolences.
Time to bunker up and wait for the rest of the
It was going so well. I didn't even die.
It's a magma core type of day.
Look, we just need to complete the dive, collect 150 nitro, upgrade the LMG gun platform to level 18. How hard can that be? And mind you, like, the thing is, it's not even hard because I think didn't I complete like at least like one deep dive anyway on this, like during this entire stream? Like I didn't have these 3 goals earlier. Like these 3 goals are completely like completed now and they weren't earlier. So I did that one. So why, how is it so hard? I think engineer is just a shit class. Okay, last try now before Grim Dawn. I said it now. If there's any mods who wanna set up the bet whether I'm gonna die or whether I'm gonna make it, I'll make sure to disappoint you.
You shouldn't need precious minerals. It will get you killed.
Sure, it's the class. I mean, that would explain. I mean, clearly it can't be a skill issue.
Let's get the minerals.
Just trying to figure out. This is like science. We're doing deductive reasoning and stuff. You're no longer a mod? I think you lost mod when I banned you for a second when you said like some Monka TOS stuff in chat. That was just for your protection to delete it. But also looking back at that, it's kind of better for the face of the channel if we don't have a mod that says such things in chat. No offense, I still appreciate you. Give me VIP. That's the man. I can't give you VIP. Chaotix paid 1 million channel points for that. You sent me a gift. No way, dude. Please, no. Don't. Dude, I got gifted like 5 games in the last couple days. I can give you VIP if you do something special for the channel. Like maybe if you like, you know, I don't know. What is something that you could do? Are you good at making art? Are you good at... You could write a script for a video and like write all the, like pre-write all the cringe jokes that I make and stuff so that I just have to read it out and edit it. Trick me into playing RuneScape. Wait, I wanted to do something. Imagine paying points for VIP. It was an option. I didn't force no one to pay. I just put the option out there because I was like, hey, that's kind of cool to have as an option. But I quickly realized after Chaotix bought it. Oh yeah, Steam gift. You give me the Vampire Survivors. Pretty sure you did. Where do you find gifts? Manage gifts and guest passes. I remember we had that same thing last time. Pending gifts 2 even. Hog. Oh, Gunfire Reborn. Thanks, the resting for Gunfire Reborn. Are you serious about this, Chaotix? Am I supposed to accept this, or is it enough to show it on stream? I'm laughing at what Balder like explained about. I'm not laughing about this. Loving German internet, stream keeps buffering. Well, tell Balder about it. Balder has fancy new German internet now. Shiny, fancy new German internet. I mean, I feel I need to know more about this game to decide whether I want to accept it as a gift. Is that fair? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to look at the price tag. I just wanted to. When are we born, guys? I think I was born like definitely more than 18 years ago. Probably more than 21 years ago. So 2001, 1st of January sounds about right. It's just a really clean shave. It just looks bald. It's not actually bald. It's just like shaved so well that it looks like it's bald. What's for dinner? In all honesty, I haven't planned anything. I was gonna, because I know it's Friday night and I know the kebab store downtown is open until 3 a.m. or at least 2 a.m. I was gonna probably hop on my bike and go and get a kebab and get some evening workout. But maybe I'm too lazy for that, and then I will just either make a packet of mashed potatoes or boil some pasta. Probably boil some pasta and make like a simple... I think I still have cream if it didn't go bad, so I could make like a creamy sauce, like with some sauteed onions and Parmesan cheese in there, and just have like pasta with like a creamy sauce. I don't have that much in my fridge. I didn't do groceries. Probably gonna have to do that tomorrow. I was gonna make pizza dough, but I didn't. So that's not an option. Oh, I actually have an excess amount of milk right now. So... Running trailer has been modified. We need to watch that trailer, right? Shower with your dad. 2015. Are stores open tomorrow? Are they not? Is tomorrow not I mean, tomorrow's Saturday. Could be just Berlin Twitch servers. I did like my KBPS. Sure, this is not TOS. I mean, it's pixel graphics, isn't it? Is it TOS? I feel like any game that's allowed on Steam is allowed on stream, or are they like hentai simulators? Or... I mean, this is clearly a joke. This is clearly like satire. This is not like actual real showering with your dad, right? So, like, I feel even if the PP wasn't censored, this is like so pixely and stylized that you can't really say that this is graphic or anything, right? So, I'm pretty not worried about it. But yeah, I appreciate the... I appreciate the gift. I'll savor it for a moment before I accept it and unwrap it. And I'll get some steamy dad shower action in off stream, I guess. As to avoid Monka TOS chat situations. Don't need to accept it. It was just 99 cents. Wait, but if I reject it, then you don't get the money back. Then you have to then you keep the game and then you have to gift it to someone else, or stream profile now says Dad Simulator played 1 minute. No, how? I mean, I didn't play it. I didn't even open it. You get the money back and can stay in your pending forever. Oh, I appreciate that. Maybe one day I'll accept it and just play it and be like, this is actually a good game. Maybe it's actually better than PoE.
Give it to me.
No, I wasn't playing. I mean, I didn't even accept the gift yet. Needs dimmed light, maybe even candles for this game. I mean, it's sort of dimmed. At least it looks sort of dimmed. Oh, dude, fuck you, by the way, for asking the question about dinner. Now I'm hungry. I didn't even realize. But yeah, like kebab would be really nice. The problem is I put new sheets on the bed. And so if I go bike downtown and then bike up here again, then it's probably gonna be a little bit sweaty. So I'll have to take a shower, but it's late and I don't want to wake up my neighbors. I always feel bad about it, even if I'm completely in the right to take a shower at any point in the day, but I know that like it's super loud in the other apartments, specifically underneath me. So I try to avoid it, to do it in the middle of the night. Like if I came back now or in an hour or two, be fine, but if I'm still streaming an hour or two, then go get the kebab, then come back at 2 AM and then I shower, then I'd feel a little bit bad for it. No one said dinner? What? I'm pretty sure Snapchat screenshotter said, "What's for dinner, cat?" You always ask that.
Snapchat screenshotter says, "What's for dinner today, cat?"
I thought for a moment I was hallucinating. Oh shit.
Oh yeah.
Nah, it's a while ago, to be fair. Like I answered to it, it was like 10-20 minutes ago. You all are weird AF? Wait, why? Steam top 250 until April 3rd, 2020. Shower with your dad simulator. Well, thanks to people like Chaotix. Probably one of the most gifted games. Gifted as a joke games of Steam. Like, is it an actual game? As in, like, is there more than like just one level and like you know, is there actual depth to the game? As in, when you play for an hour or two, is there still things to explore? I mean, it must be sort of well done. If like, or are people really just buying it for the purpose of pranking and memeing? Well, I mean, I own it now, so I guess we can investigate. Purely scientific research, as always. I didn't want to shower with my dad. It's just like, I need it for science. Can buy 101 of them for 100 euro? Please don't do that. A video essay reviewing the game.
That's a no-brainer.
Threat level increasing.
I wonder whether there are any good video essays about that game. Like about how it's just so frequently sold and what it actually offers, and then maybe some highlight clips from people receiving the game on stream, or I don't know, stuff like that.
Just what I needed.
Imagine not buying 100.
Drop pod has arrived. Get there now. It will leave without you.
Yeah, we need to get to the drop pod because this has been a previous deep dive problem. Oh no, wait, we can't get the thing. Oh, this is, oh, what a bummer. Maybe I would have even made it, but oh come on, I need to.
You made short work work of stage 1. Well done, miner.
We're also not listening to Forever Exiled anymore, so we can remove that from the screen. See, good streamer. Not been listening to the podcast for like an hour, and I finally removed that on-screen thing.
Next.
There has never been a streamer more competent.
Feels like a brand new gun now. This one almost makes it too easy. I just became a better dwarf.
Your mission is clear. Get to it.
But yeah, thanks for the shower with your dad, in case I didn't say that. I appreciate the gesture. You think at this point it will still be the case? Isn't the game gonna eventually, like, lose popularity? I talked about this with a friend in, like a similar topic in IRL. In real life. Where, like, a friend of mine wanted to sell his Switch, he said, because, yeah. You can still get solid money for it now, but like soon it will probably lose value when the new console is announced, or the new version, or I don't know, whatever it is. And like I relate to that because I had like a very similar... Oh, I died. I didn't even look at my HP. Did I say last try? Like one more. This doesn't count, this was just... I just always get into talking instead of gaming mode.
This is it. Either the dreadnought goes or we send in another dwarf. You'll be on your own in there. Make it count.
Pop the loop up. Let's get the minerals.
And if you fail this one, then... Guys, then it's just really the engineer that sucks. I mean...
This'll do.
Yeah, so I had this drum computer that I could have sold, like that I bought for like, I think 600 with the case and everything. And I guess at some point I probably could have still sold it like for 400 or 500. But I feel like now they're just like worth around 200 only. I mean, I haven't checked in a couple months, so maybe the market changed again for whatever reason, but I feel like the hype around those machines is not there anymore. And I'm not sure whether it will resurge eventually. Maybe there's like gonna be a second.
Surface is too packed for the supply pod to land. Please clear it.
Huge boom bap golden era of hip hop revival, and then people are gonna want to get NPCs again, and then maybe I can sell it again, but I doubt it. It's just there's so many like better ways to make beats, and it's like people have also like learned, I feel, that it's not about having the vintage machines, it's like about having a good workflow, and like you can kind of make any sound with any modern medium.
Wonderful, wonderful warthog.
Prepare to fight for your life. A big swarm is approaching.
I mean, the thing is, like, with anything that's popular with one generation, that a generation grows up with, they're like 20, 30 years later, when there's some people who have managed to amass wealth, there's some people who want to, like, collect or reacquire the stuff that, you know, made their childhood. and are willing to pay a lot of money for that, so... I can totally imagine, like, certain Nintendo stuff if... Especially if, like, it has a tendency to break. To not have, like, that long of a lifetime. Or to have... clear traces of being used. Then machines in a good condition could be well worth something. I mean, that's just talking from a place of logic. I have no idea.
I'm gonna do something epic with this. New bug pop. This works. Yeah. Tough choice.
The bugs are getting worse. Move it.
Oops. Yeah, it's just that I'm so used to playing Driller, I think. I think that's the mistake. It's like, because Driller is the only one that, like, out of the box, without any, like, drill speed or, like, I mean, digging speed or whatever the name is. Mining speed. Can, oh my god, we're not gonna get there, are we? Wait. Oh no, this is right there, and that means we can still get this, but... Oh shit, oh no, I can't. My HP is too low, and I didn't, like, clear the thing. And oh my god, all these bugs blocking the way. Oh my god, that was...
Taking you to stage 2.
Wee, not too shabby. Gonna paint my nails to match it. I'm clocking it to 11.
But yeah, I mean, certain synthesizers from back in the day, like analog stuff, also was like built with flaws. I remember the... Which one was it? The Cork Poly 6. Having a tendency to leak battery acid onto its motherboard. And that's why, like, I think it was the Cork Poly 6 that I read that about. And so, like, very, very few of those things survived from back in the day. There was a time in my life where I really wanted to get like one of those vintage analog synthesizers for the warm sound and all. I still kind of like, if I had way too much money to spare, then probably would get one of those. Just because I can, but I feel like if I had a certain amount of money to put into music hardware or software, like music production equip tools, whatever, it'd probably almost all go into software nowadays. Like, I mean, I like the idea of hardware, it's just software doesn't have the same, I don't know, software is forever. Hardware, I can like lose value, it can break, I can not have space for it, or like, it's like, I already have so much shit in my life that I don't want. Like, what if I have to move, right, and get into a new apartment again? Just, I don't want to have to deal with so many things. I'd much rather, like already now I don't own that much, right? Like, but it's like a lot of just trash to work through that I don't really use. It's just sitting around.
Supplies ready. Clean up the LZ.
I really need to declutter at some point, but it's like, who has time to like set it aside an entire day or two to go and do that? Oh wow, I took so much explosion damage from that thing. I lost like so much there. F. So XP gain bonuses are also not good, they said earlier. Oh, here's life. I'll take the life.
Bloody hell, you're hot to kill. Die, monsters!
NES is not worth more than basic. Well, now, basically 40 years later, adjusted inflation. It's 500. 180 original. You can get it on eBay for that, but if it... Like new and mint condition? I mean, that's the question, I guess. I mean, that's what you're comparing, right? Like, how much was it worth used back then? And I mean, yeah, the original retail price is also always like insanely high and does go down really quickly with new technology. Thinking more like a year or 2 or 3 after release. But yeah. No, I mean, with certain things like mass-produced stuff. Yes, I'm just talking out of my ass.
Here we go. Prepare for
Didn't
impact.
see that coming, sucker.
Objective completed, miner. Get to the drop pod before it heads back to orbit.
Lock it in. Oh yeah.
Maybe it's just... Maybe I just don't like magma core. Maybe it's that.
Gather up your beard and get onto that drop pod. It's about to leave.
I'm a better dwarf than yesterday.
Why is the drop pod so far, dude? Oh my god, I'm not gonna make it, am I? Oh my god.
Stage 2 completed. Taking you closer to your target.
Legendary. I'm raring to try this out. I just became a better dwarf.
Alright, we made it.
The drill, miner. Fulfill your objectives. Let's get out of here.
Made it to the third one, right? Like, we need to still get the gun platform levels. We need to collect Nitra. We almost got class rank 12 on the engineer, so that's good. And we need to complete this dive. I think that was also one of the goals, right? Let's find that Nitra. There's more kite here. Okay, can't stay. Oof. Oof. Okay, more kite and red sugar. Holy shit, dude. Yeah, I just don't like this magma core thing because everything does damage. Like, everywhere is like burning ground and stuff. And you get these explodey thingies here, which apparently deal absurd amounts of damage as well.
Bingo.
is ready. Clean up the LZ.
Oh my god, I'm just taking too much damage. I can't lose all that HP.
The scanner just lit up like a Christmas tree. We got a swarm incoming.
I got it in the mouth.
Oh god, I can... Oh, connected too early. Okay, this is my death. Oh my... Ooh. Yeah, we just need to run and generate HP, right? That's all we need. Oh, here. Sugar.
Just what the doctor ordered.
Okay. I get the epic 50 max HP. Okay. Then we just escape here.
The scanner just lit up like a Christmas
Just let them
tree.
all
We got a
go
swarm
into this
incoming.
corner. Oh, some of them dig? Okay, no, then in that case, let's just... But yeah, at least the HP is semi-full again. Ooh, and there's some more red sugar here.
Oh, I needed that.
My god, I did a oopsie here. That's bad. God. Ooh, ooh.
Feels rare.
I actually didn't lose that much HP. That's why I'm like so surprised. Why I was so surprised when the exploding things in the map, like the exploding pustular things, bubble things, did so much damage to me, because the glyphid exploders don't. Like, you can like get relatively close to them and they explode and just like you're fine.
I'm raring to try this out. Hell yes. Overclock, rock and stone. Just look at that finish.
Get that flamethrower totem. Did I call it a totem? I mean, technically it is kind of a totem, right? Totem build.
Dial it in.
Honestly, not buying into the XP as a noob trap thing. I'm willing to believe armor is a noob trap, but XP can't be a noob trap. Okay, and now I got myself cornered by these exploders. That was a lot of unnecessary HP loss here. I could have gotten out of there with a lot more health to spare.
Just the upgrade I was looking for.
Can save your run if you use them wisely. What do you mean save your run? I mean, I know you can use them wisely to like clear better, but save your run from like certain loss? How? Upgrading the turret because I need that to 18. Can they stop the drop pod from leaving when the timer expires?
Here, proper base, let's get it.
The threat level just went up.
Bring it, baggers!
Well done. Objective completed. Drop pod has arrived.
Bingo!
Get there now. It will leave without you.
My god, this is so shit.
That's one for the books. Taking you to stage 4, miner.
Multiple levels from big pack explosions and the levels can make a difference. Oh yeah, fair. Levels are good. And with every level up you also get like HP, I believe. So yeah, here we directly spent 30. Even though that means we can't get that much else. But
Epic vision. Let me try again. rarely go for this one.
Load up and get going, miner. We have quotas to fulfill.
All right, we need to make that Nitra full, so better just go for it. Directly exploded a big chunk of my life. Nice. Oh, they walk around the burning ground. I didn't even... I mean, it makes sense, but I didn't even realize that. Didn't even stop to think about that at all. Can you use that to your advantage somehow? To create a gap, maybe?
Lock up and get ready.
Loot bug eliminated.
Feel I'm not like in a good spot here. There's a little bit of life here. Maybe we can
Feeling much better now.
arm that aggressively. Oh my god. Oh no, I'm in a between a rock and a hard place situation again. Yeah, I need one more Pocket Bloom, and I would like to not take more damage, but I keep running into monsters. Why do I take such absurd damage values from monsters? I lost so much there. I mean, I gave up then when I saw I had like 24 HP and I was in that shit situation, but... It gets really rough here towards the end. "15 minutes of my life wasted." Oh my god. Mm. Alright, I guess it's time for a little bit Grim Dawn. Even though I'm like actually... We've been streaming for 8.5 hours, but we could do like a couple of zones, just a little bit. Quickly die and move on from the game. No, but I'm like tempted to really go get the kebab. I'm hungry. You reckon I'm gonna die soon? But yeah, I'm also tired, so I also really don't want to get a kebab. Maybe I'll just go to bed. Maybe I could make pancakes and go to bed. It's like a good plan. Get killed real fast, yeah. Just get that out of the way. Oh wait, I double-click Grim Dawn, right? I'm an idiot. Was it Catmaster or OP? I think it was Catmaster. Because if it wasn't the right password, then I don't know. Not a Control-Shift-Escape user. Sometimes. Just click remember me so you don't need to re-enter. What if someone goes to my computer and then plays as me? And steals all my stuff and rips my characters? I like a little bit of brain jogging. Dude, earlier today I got kicked out of all my Twitter accounts. It was so... Alright, I also wanted to check this out. Give me a second. Wait, is the game actually loading? I'm trying to think. Do I want to switch back to ranged? Because we were ranged, that was the original plan, but I remember we picked up this two-handed mace and it was like so much more damage. Like I think we went from like 7k to 10k damage per second. That was like, yeah, fuck it, we're giving up the range component for now. And we'll just do that. Because so far it also didn't feel like super... It didn't feel super rippy or anything. It just... Not like I was clearing everything decently well. I think we were supposed to continue in Homestead, right? I guess I could check the quest log. Checking the abandoned waterfront in Burwich. Oh, I see. We could do that real quick. Side quest alert. Let's go up here and like check for abandoned stuff. Something. Easy. Who wants to play melee? Absolute dog shit. Boots. Well, I guess you need to name lock and connect. Like in a certain other game. Okay, how do we get to the waterfront? Is that north, right? So it's like either here or here. Well, this looks like water. Is this a waterfront? Oh, here, abandoned waterfront, easy. Hey, fabric. Thought this was gonna be a rough quest. Really hard. And all. It's like a cakewalk in the park. A walk on cake. Can I not click this thing? This looks so interactive. Now it stopped glowing, but it didn't drop any... I thought it was gonna drop a lore bonus thing. Unbelievable. Getting scammed left and right here. Come here, boys. Yeah, here's, of course, this is a little bit monka if you're not ranged, right? You gotta be a little bit careful and be like, let's see. Is this guy gonna kill me? Maybe. Doesn't seem like he does damage. How is death only the beginning? The beginning of what? Well. Big pants? Heavy chest armor with plus oak skin. It's a lot of resistance. But nothing else really good. Suppose we're going home. I finally get like this stupid item off of my quest list. Grinding list games. Wait, where's the fabric? Fabric is here, right? This lady is the fabric. Yeah, here's the fabric. Poof! It poofed in 3 places. Wow. Oh, anyway, that's great. So now we can find materials in the Den Smuggler's Pass. We could also return to Douglas and Homestead first to hand in. Oh, I also need to get the thing back. Because I changed my medal or something, right? Because the movement skill is applied to the medal, we need to go... Wait, but this here is glowing. Does this give me lore bonus? I don't get... Why is there the blue glow around these things? What does it mean?
That skill's not ready.
I've cleared out the fields, as you asked. 30,000 XP. $35,000 XP for the Culling the Swarm. Dude, those are the juicy XP quests. This man is not messing around. Hellbane ammo so goated because of the reservation buff? I have Amber on this one. I did have Hellbane on the other one, right? On the ranged one that I had. Oh yeah, I weapon swap. Hellbane's ammo. Energy reserved. Oh, so it automatically reserves that. Oh yeah, wow. So it's basically like a herald. Wow, dude, that's so much. Lightning damage, flat, increased. And even 12% chance to stun for 0.8 seconds is not too shabby. All auras are auto-reserved. You cannot switch them off? Right, true. When you allocate the skill aura is also like directly on. Right.
I can't do that yet.
No, this is all servants of...
Wait, where do I...
Well, look what we've got here.
Wait, where's here?
Come see what's left of my wares.
Rift Tear. Where does it say metals there? Oh, but yeah, if you vendor it, then it doesn't.
Iron well spent.
Making the same mistake over and over. I mean, it's really a trap that with the vendor screen open, you can't right-click to apply.
No,
What was this Kira quest, by the
path
way?
has not been taken. Our victories engraved.
What
Servants
do I
of the
need to
great
do?
fury known
Oh yeah, that's okay. It's going into the desert here. Okay, and now we wanted to go into Smuggler's Pass and find materials in the den. Wait, where is the den? Or is this the den? Oh, I should have probably put the Rift Tear here. Wait, how can you go there? Can you go over this somehow? No, you can't, right? You need to switch that off somehow. There must be something that you can do. Wait, this is just a point of interest? I thought that was always like an area transition. Can go, they must go there? But do I not die to the damage over time? Can I like go there really fast, or it just damages you? And you can flask through it? Just run through it, okay. I thought I remembered that those like are cutting off areas where you're only supposed to go later because of quest state or something like that. Still have the other crystal, you can pop that. Isn't that automatically popped? Wasn't there like some mechanic like that? Oh no, yeah, exactly. I was supposed to put it to my thing. I think we're just fine if we just go with the movement skill and the rift tear and we use life. I mean, how far is it? And I mean, I have so much regen, dude. I could probably stand still on that. Fucking build, dude. I can't go. Ah, here. Epic. No regen? I probably picked something where you gave up your regen in favor of... in the pursuit of greatness. This is a treacherous domain, guys. I'm 100% going to die here, right? Or you think Grimdawn gets right about melee that PoE doesn't? I don't know, I'm not a melee player, I just pick up this melee weapon and it was like 50% better than my ranged weapon, and so I'm melee now. It's not like I'm a melee proponent. I don't know, I think melee combat feels quite a bit more clunky here than in PoE, if I'm being honest. But the game is also ages old. And it's not like, I don't know, I wouldn't put it into the same ARPG section category. I don't know, it's like... It's way better, is it? Oh no, PoE has better animations, better visceral feel. I wouldn't necessarily say that this does melee particularly well. I mean, melee is playable. Maybe it's better balanced in terms of like relative power. But I haven't played enough melee to conclude that. God, dude, these are really big boys. Oh my god, there's so many. I'm scared. Holy shit, dude. What is this?
I can't do that yet.
Oh, I shouldn't have used both my cooldowns. I don't deal that much damage, but they might get like some lucky combo in.
I can't do that yet.
Then oh, dude. Ooh. Yeah, we need to separate them somehow by killing them. Maybe. Holy fuck shit. All this shit looks so dangerous and impressive. Where's your Wendigo totem? I don't think I have Wendigo yet. Right. It's way too much lore to read. That's the biggest problem with this game. Just like item stats. Wind spirits, true. I forgot about those. They were supposed to be on. Wendigo just for like percentage health, I guess, yeah. I even got a plus Wendigo to I got a +1 all shaman, right? Yeah, let's get just one level in Wendigo and Flat region gets better, but it's like buff on the second note gives you leech when you're in it. Last one, Wind Spirits is the best. Is it? That's just damage, right? Like this is like actual resist reduction. This one's good, right? You have anything that gives plus level? Other supports despawns if you equip or remove that item? Yeah, I mean that's what we... Isn't that what we stipulated when we talked about it? I thought that was what we concluded together. 1 point blood pact, yeah, true. I actually got +4 blood pact apparently. Minus elemental res, yeah, but that's not the last one. The second wind spirits, yeah. Okay, because you said last one, so I was a little bit confused. Yeah, this one seems to be the best. I feel like I want to get like good chunk into that, probably a little bit into this as well. Rush 50 points and go for aura. What? Top one, Stormcaller's Pact. Come one with Ultos. I'm gonna get a dried sausage. He has so much damage for where he is. Oh, also didn't get pause the game. Yeah, I got a dried sausage. Organic Landjäger. And I realized I have wheat tortillas. So I just grabbed a stale tortilla from the pack. I'm probably not gonna get a kebab tonight because too lazy, probably raining outside or at least wet. So why am I wear my Wind Devils off now after I was AFK? Because I didn't unequip anything. True, I did put point. Well, I'm learning. Why is this shimmering? Is this an item? Oh, it's an item. Bit sad that ambush is flat chance. Does it not ramp up anymore? Wait, are we done here? It looks like we're done here. Is it here that I talk to the guy? No, wait, outside the Steps of Torment. What are the Steps of Torment? Is that the step? No. Here are Steps of Torment. I need to go all around here and here? Sounds fun. Guys, I have eggs. I have a can of kidney beans that I can prepare. I'm gonna live like a king. Tomorrow for breakfast, eggs and beans and tortilla. Oh, I don't have cheese. Ow. That sounded really bad. Tortilla pizza. I don't have cheese. I have Parmesan cheese. No, fuck it. I wanted to make my homemade mozzarella always. Like, I wanted to make mozzarella from scratch for a while now. It's super easy. You just need to like heat the milk to a specific temperature and then add acid to curdle it. And then it's almost done already. You just need to like take it out and press out the water and then like shape it and like it's like, I guess it's a couple extra steps to get like a nice mozzarella ball, but shouldn't be too hard. And I wanted to practice that because like my store-bought mozzarella is always way too watery in my opinion. So if I make it myself, I can probably, when I get familiar with the process, I can make it in a way where my final product has less, contains less. Okay. Descent into torment. Slay Grand Priest Zartutzalan. Is this dangerous? Sounds like a boss. Let's maybe do the totem over there first. That guy killed me? Maybe I successfully repressed the memories. Okay, that guy immobilizes. That's not good.
I can't do that yet.
Gonna attack my Wendigo totem. Oh
That
god.
skill's not ready.
I'm super careful because I don't know shit about this game. So like anything could be a one-shot, but I don't think that any of these guys do enough damage to one-shot me. I just feel like if one of them like immobilizes me in a bad spot, then like everyone dogpiles on me, then I'm probably gonna die, but might have been on veteran when I died. I only remember my one death to the bees and the death to the guy in that arena that I walked into. Right, I don't remember the death to Zatuzalan. I have no recollection of that. Wensol trouser build, I don't know, is it good? Does it worth? Ooh, that's a lot of offensive ability. But yeah, my current amulet is a +1 all skills, so. Always worth throwing poop. I don't know, it sounds funny to say, but it's like... Okay, if we go low, we pause and we log out, right? It's a treacherous domain. Players deal increased damage. Monsters deal additional damage. Lightning grasping vines is not 2. Does it have lightning grasping vines? Oh right, yeah, lightning conversion for grasping vines, right? Yep. I don't remember. Why do I not have grasping vines? By the way. Was there any like thought process to not picking grasping vines? Isn't that a skill? Here, yeah, we were supposed to grab like 1 level from that, right? You got the amulet relatively recently. Fair. But I was supposed to pick it, right? Like after I got it. Okay. What was this? Cripple the damage of their opponents. Okay. I guess next level up we're getting some grasping vines, right? play safe, play Vines and Storm Totem as main skills. You mean like on the fly, just restrict yourself to only using that, or you mean like change the build around to only use those? I don't know, I really like Primal Strike, I want to go back to ranged. It's just, obviously I'm not gonna pass up a 50% more damage when I get a good melee weapon, but ultimately I'm sure we're gonna get like a good ranged weapon again. Just that this mace was too good to not take. Stop Grim Dawn only when you farm up this. Wilhelm's Wondrous War Gem. Sounds good. Ah. Primal Strike is melee, Vines and Totems Katzer. Yeah, but like, my point is, like, Primal Strike doesn't need to be melee, I could just use a ranged weapon again. In fact, I do have one in my weapon swap, so like, this is the build, right? How I played it before I found that mace. And I think it's actually much better. It's just I equipped the mace for fun because it had a much better damage number, but honestly, I mean, why am I even bothering with like the stupid walking up to monsters when I can like shoot them from the other side of the screen? The thing is, now I can really appreciate this build after having played the melee version.
My energy is low.
And we do need to get like some more energy. At one point in Vines and support skill, yeah, that's what I wanted to do. It still does decent damage. I'm sure with this amulet also it would do decent damage because this amulet adds so much flat damage on top of the conversion, like the electrocute damage. Right, we can get it right now. Wait, where do I put it then? Right click? Wait, where is it? Am I dumb? Why I didn't allocate it? Wait, where did I put my point? Oh, I got Summon Briarthorn. Fuck my life. How can I refund that? There's a way, right? In town. I mean, it's pretty okay. No refunds? Is that like a self-imposed restriction that people play? Wait, we got a point in brute force, just so I'm above 7k HP again.
My energy is low.
Maybe a no refund run is warranted. Maybe not when you're just learning the game. Love seeing new players in Grim Dawn played 2,000 hours. Nice. $2,000 hours in Grim Dawn.
I'm out of energy.
$2,000 isn't that much. Well, for you PoE degenerates, or us PoE degenerates, but in general, putting 2,000 hours into anything is at least respectable. I mean, it's like 1,000 days of 2 hours every day, every single day, 2 hours. Like, including holidays, including any day. Almost 3 years of that. Don't they say you have to do like 10,000 hours of anything to be like an expert or to be good at it or something like that? And 2,000 hours is already 20% of that. Turtle shell is hitting. How do you even play this game for 2,000 hours? Isn't that all like the same? Like when you restart it again? How much does go different between like the average 2 playthroughs? Like you have the different separators here in the zones, or like the layouts are slightly different. Like the paths that you take. Layouts are the same, but the paths that you have to take through them. But yeah, I guess you could do different builds. Yeah, I guess I haven't really experienced the end game, so what do I know? Nice, they spawned the big boy on the other side.
I'm out of energy.
We can clear the small guys here. The fry guys. Oh, I'll still have some fries and potatoes. Honestly, that sausage and the tortilla wrap didn't really do much for me. Only awakened my appetite. Still considering going to grab a kebab. It's gonna be my death now, knowing that the kebab place is open until 2 AM. How can I not go there?
My energy is low.
Try PoE, but I hate the camera on it. Yeah, I guess after you've played Grim Dawn, PoE feels way too zoomed in. Mana issues? Well, it's not mana, it's energy. And it's not an issue because you have infinite potion. You just need to press the potion when you run out and it's fine. Wait, this is... huh? Wasn't I supposed to do something here? I guess that way.
That skill's not ready.
Wait, did I gain a devotion? Oh, I got 3 devotions. To think about something for the 3rd one. Still Mono Shaman, apparently. I don't know, when do you get to pick the 2nd? Leech from Arcanist, okay, sure. That's what we do. Okay, quickly let me think about comboing here a little.
I can't do that yet.
Not looking so bad, is it? Or does he also have like a 2nd phase where he like gets out the best moves and all of a sudden busts my ass? Can sick pick a 2nd from level 10. Okay, I thought that was like some sort of quest or like some sort of labyrinth where you get to pick the 2nd one. I guess. $22,500, dude. Blah 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 blah. Blah blah blah, Mr. Freeman. Interesting. At least the game already allows you to say that's interesting. Oh yeah, also door opening animation. Let's go, dude. 5 seconds at least. Oh wow, and directly get another big encounter. Semi-big. Oh, he does slap. And until you see XP, you get an ultimate from quests. Just let me have my my pleasure. Obviously, you need a lot more later as well. Like, relatively speaking, I think I get some really good chunky XP here. Like, sometimes it was like this much. Like 30% of a level or so almost. Or are you saying later on it's more? I doubt it, right? Because it's also capped at a level 100, so probably not getting like significant meaningful portions of a level later on from quests.
My energy is low.
Yeah, none of these pants are good, dude. My +2 Mogdrogan's pants are unbeatable.
I'm out of energy.
I guess I'm a lot better at this game than I am at Deep Rock Galactic Survivor.
My energy is low.
Ooh. Okay, that guy does damage. Go from the levels and little potion and go from level 1 to 32 in like 5 minutes? What? That sounds crazy. But yeah, that's only like for your second character, not for your first one, right? So it's just like a sort of catch-up mechanic for if you want to play more.
That skill's not ready.
Holy shit, dude. He damages these guys sometimes. Actual Gurk in chat. Can also fight Gurk. He died already.
My energy
And he
is
doesn't
low.
re-roll? What is he? Not a true gamer? mean, if I die, I probably won't reroll, but...
That skill's not ready.
I might. I don't know.
That skill's not ready.
Died already? Why Germans like that word so much? Gurk? I don't know. Gurkenbaum is Austrian, by the way. But yeah, it is kind of a cool word. Like, it does like sound a little bit wonky, not just like for someone who doesn't know the language or the game, but even for Germans, is like you can use it as an insult, right? Like if someone is being slow or like a hindrance in traffic, you can use it as a verb, right? Like someone is gurking around, basically.
My energy is low.
Same thing. He means that he as a Latvian likes to be compared to Estonians and other countries that are adjacent and have cultural overlap. Lithuanians, yeah, those as well.
I'm out of energy.
Wait, am I dumb? And Estonians aren't even next to Latvians?
My energy is low.
No, Latvia is in between the two, right? Like, I'm not good at... Ooh! I'm not good at...
I can't do that yet.
Geography.
My energy is low.
Exhilarating. Oops.
I'm out of energy.
Let's go, you're ranged here? Is he a melee killer, yeah? I mean, to be fair, like for any boss, it would be stupid if I didn't switch back to ranged, even if I stuck with melee for the clear part. They don't speak the same German, they talk with an accent, yeah. Well, to be fair, Austrian is not a different language, right? Is it? Do people call it a different language? I don't even know. I know that, like, Dutch is a different language, and, like, Swiss German is a different language, but Austrian, is it? I don't know. And what's also really common for Germans is mistaking Austria for Australia and vice versa. Or not vice versa. It was like reading Austria and thinking Australia because it's so similar. Because obviously in German, like Austria doesn't... Austria is not similar to Australia at all when you say it in German. It's like Österreich versus Australien. But... yeah, I don't know. In English it's hard to tell apart. And Germans suck at English in general anyway, so... they messed that part up as well.
Can't do that yet.
You get Apothecary, 4 more and you get Mage Blood. I have 2 Headhunters, what? Where do I have Apothecary, what? Are you talking in metaphors?
My energy is low.
When did I get Apothecary? I didn't get Apothecary. You're trolling me.
I can't do that yet.
You have 2 Headhunters. I have 1 Headhunters. Wait, is this not where I come from? No, this is where I came from. That took me a while to figure out. Wait, there's still a chest that I haven't opened. Merciless Raider leggings. Don't look great. Not the best pants, but all attributes pants. Trying to think like whether I like the way Austrians talk better or the way people from Switzerland talk. Probably Austrians. I mean, no offense. I had to pick one. One of the two was gonna be disappointed.
That skill's not ready.
And another one here. Like, how many chests do they want me to open? That's good to know that on veteran difficulty, bosses will regain a portion of their health when you're killed, because if you play on hardcore, then that matters a lot, obviously. Oh shit, dude. That was just very low. Like, as low as I've never been doing this entire experience. Oop. I somehow sometimes think that my W is an offensive skill and I should be using it on top of my enemy. Oof.
My energy is low.
Ooh.
I'm out of energy.
And basically that's what I mean. Every time I run out of energy, I just press 1 and the potion is available. Like, I don't run out of energy that frequently, so it's like all good, but obviously in a perfect world, you don't need to press the button.
I can't do that yet.
Plus right now it's like not up yet, and I'm out. But I also stood still and attacked for a long time there. Normally there's more moving in between and more opportunity to regenerate.
My energy is low.
Ectoplasm. I guess I could put ectoplasm on something. Didn't I have ectoplasm on something that I upgraded, that I equipped, where I lost ectoplasm? I think I did earlier. $18 in Mox pack. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And I'm also enjoying that. I think I got the +2 Mogs from the pants. Can't stop listening to that pedo song. I got a pedo problem. Oh, that's just your problem. Which pedo song? Just out of curiosity. Pedro, okay. That's what I said. What did I say? On all over Twitch. Alright, is it safe to play with TOS and all? Like, I recently this year discovered or rediscovered the rap god on the crab rave. Or not rap god, but it's called crab god, but it's like the lose yourself a cappella on the crab rave instrumental. And it fits remarkably well.
My energy is low. My energy is low. That skill's not ready.
Wait, how can I get through here? Oh, I need to walk around. Nice. It reminds me a little bit of Half-Life, and I can't exactly tell you why. Hearing it on the European hit radio a lot. Okay, my curiosity got the better of me. I warn you, if this is not worth it, then I don't know what consequences to threaten with. Okay, so this is only gonna be audible on the live Twitch broadcast right now. Just for anyone potentially watching from anywhere else. This, like any other background music, will be just in the live broadcast to avoid any sustained copyright problems.
I'm out of energy.
Sounds reasonable. I could put ectoplasm on the metal. Can you have that on top of the augment? It doesn't overwrite the augment, right? Yeah. There was still like one other slot that I maybe can put it on. Rings, amulets. Rings and amulets already have their components. Head armor also has bristly fur. I guess I could get rid of the bristly fur here. But I need to manually, I need to first remove it, right? I can't just, yeah. I need to go back into town and remove it. $75 offensive ability on boots. No move speed. Base during this chorus is chef's kiss like this right now. I mean, it's nice, but it's not like super exceptional or anything, right? I'm just surprised that that's the standout for you. I'm gonna try and make a song with a bass like that then. To steal your affection.
Energy.
The raccoon emote that goes with the song goes hard. Okay. I guess you have to have seen that in order to know. Why is so much shit spawning all of a sudden here? I feel like these rooms are deceptively empty and then all of a sudden you get like a... huge amount of random monsters like just appearing out of nowhere. They just get up from the ground as if they were on the ground before. It's like, oh, lol, look here, we're just lying on the ground. We actually alive. Alright, time for ooh, that's a lot of stuff there. Easy, boys. Maybe not melee on that. Oops. Loaded crackstone. For bad radio. I did listen to some of that. It's like kind of funny, but it's like just such... I don't know. I don't even have an adjective to describe it. 42. Royal jelly. Rare caster chest armor. Also +2 Heart of the Wild. Also chaos resist. Also elemental resist. Also health, but less so. Also health regen, but less so. No physique, but offensive ability instead. And energy regen. Oh wait, actually that might be what I need. It's also exactly 1 armor more, but it requires 333 spirit. Which is a little bit of a scam. 333, so much spirit, dude. Yeah, I also don't have a component on the chest plate. Yeah, this is like a lot of ES regen, or energy regen. This should actually fix the build up quite a bit. Let's see, where's the... Is there energy regen 53.06? Yeah, this is like basically 25% more energy regen going from 42 to 53. G. Of course I lose a little bit of health, but we're still like around 7k. Lose 1 chaos resist, 3 elemental resist, but still capped on the triple elements. And I mean, we could still get the component on the chest piece. Yeah, I mean, fuck it. I can open song requests for a little bit. But I no guarantee, guys, I might leave any moment now. Viewer requests are on. What does queue moderation mean? Require each request to be approved. I trust you. Might be a mistake, but I do trust you. Crab rave spam? No. Wait, oh wait, it's not set to free. It's only via tip right now. Okay, so it's free. Pedro spam. No spam at all, dude. No double things. No Blink 182. I wanna fuck a dog in the ass. No Alabama N-word by Johnny Rebel and Milk. These are literally on my ban list. I mean, it's open. Just try it. Like, type exclamation mark SR and post the link. No fun allowed. I wouldn't go that far. YouTube was only YouTube right now. I need to implement Spotify at some point, but it's like I don't have a Spotify subscription, so. I'm gonna regret this, but like I said, any moment I'm from one moment to another, I might just portal back and be like, hey, that was it for today. I'm gonna go now. Because I'm tired, I'm hungry, and I'm undecided, most importantly. Still hear your random music? Yeah, because it's playing. It's not like instantly when you request a song, it's gonna overwrite. No, it's added to the playlist. And when the song is over, then the next song in the playlist is gonna play. What do you think? Also, how is it random? It's electronic gems. It's the best of the best. The finest of the YouTubes. Didn't know your stuff also counts? It's like the same mechanic. the stream elements media request thingy. But yeah, the song should be over soon. I can't see how long until it ends right now. Also too lazy. Probably 12 hours? More like 13, but around that time, yeah. Yeah, guys, sorry, I should have said that. I mean, song requests are open, but actually none of the songs that you request we're gonna listen to, because we might be streaming for another hour or two, but since the current song is going for 12 hours... Because that's how I roll, right? I like to troll my stream audience. I'm known for that. I'm known for very sophisticated trolls. Like, hey guys, I'm gonna stream in 2 hours. Nah, it should should be coming through any moment now.
That skill's not ready.
Yeah, I'm sorry I don't do it ever again, I promise. I was feeling really bad yesterday. Like I said, that's the least thing I want to do. I know you guys aren't mad if I say like I won't stream, but like what's the point of me even saying I stream in 2 hours and then not stream? Like hype people up and then not deliver? So I deserve all the hate that I can get for it. I'll take it, guys. Yeah, it doesn't really have that generic sound. Did I miss something big down here?
I can't do that yet.
The boss? This has a boss? Dude, why are so many bosses? Like, I don't want to die. What does this guy have? Only melee weapons. Why can I not click? Why can I not learn this one? Oh, because I already learned it. But huh? Well, why can't I find it again then? Can I trade it now and someone else can learn it? Or... powered valve score and leg plates. It's terrible. Aggressive style of blight. Big rear shoulders. And these might be actually... No. Rare two-handed ranged. That's a little bit less damage. Health. Maybe so hard to get like a good two-handed ranged again. I mean, it's gonna get increasingly easier as we get higher and higher, right? Ooh, why am I taking damage? What's that shit? What is wrong with this guy, dude? $300K. Right, guys. Hope you brought some snacks and drinks. Because we're spending the night. I mean, needs to be listed on YouTube as music. Someone uploads it as a regular YouTube video, then it doesn't work.
That skill's not ready.
It is music on YouTube? Okay, that thing's cooked. I don't know what to tell you. Well, you could get snacks and drinks now, but then you miss all the action of this, like, super exciting boss fight here. High mechanic ability and stuff. Right? Very skill, much outplay. Running in circles action, isn't that like what you literally do in every ARPG? Oh shit, I'm getting lazy.
I can't do that yet.
The Executioner executed. Immortal Executioner. Achievement unlocked. Garbage items dropped. Legendary one-handed ranged, and it's trash. Actually, it might be. Okay. Yeah, farming mad legendaries, yep. That's how it looks like. Dude, 5% increased EXP gain. Rare metal. Almost log in. know, I like the full disclosure approach of like, you know, being able to just look at the items on the ground before you pick them up. But, and this is something I have to say, is like, why does it not directly tell me how much it would sell for at the vendor, so I can decide to just take the highest value items? Well, this was exciting, and now we're back in Broken Hills. So we inform Thrawn and Hunter's Blind. It's also a loot key. She find very comfy that just auto loots, or what do you mean loot key? Loot filter. Pickup. Only music except it just doesn't like you, Chaotix. Pickup. Okay. Where do you put that to? Is there any key that is not... Okay, B. Big up. B for big up. You have it on Y. Okay, yeah, but Y wouldn't work for me because... reasons. Wait, where was this supposed to go? Hunter's Blind. Thrawn and Hunter's Blind. I'm blind, not Hunter's. Map local map button and then TP where you need. Island. Oh, the island is Hunter's Blind. Sick. And that's Thrawn. Well, have a good night, Sinal. I'm also like closing up soon. Guess. Bring the materials to Thrawn, gather a bronze claw and spider venom. Alright. I mean, this song goes harder than it has any right to. It's like a really cheap shot at a remix, but like, the combo hits. But where do we go? Speak with Kira and at recamp, assist her. Didn't I talk to her? Destroy the ethereal amalgamation. You are to cross the infested farms and rotten croplands to the west of Homestead in order to enter the gruesome harvest. Haven't I done that? I guess I haven't destroyed the ethereal amalgamation.
That skill's not ready. I can't do that yet.
I wish that the shrines would... Oh, they do change the symbol. If I hover it, it says restored. Okay. It's just like, I felt it wasn't immediately obvious that it was already clicked. Sure. I need to like give one of the mods on the 7 TV so I don't have to manually approve, but they can do it. Yeah, rest in peace DMX, I guess. I suppose. Can't wait for that single with Sean P and MF Doom
Skill's not ready.
and Michael Jackson. Honestly, that would be kind of a cool mashup to make. Sean Price, MF Doom, Michael Jackson, and DMX. This chest has a lot of armor, but nothing else. Ooh, attack speed gloves, which have a good chunk of health. A little bit less LE resist than I have. How are these so similar to mine? It's like almost illegal how similar they are. Just a little bit of attack speed. I mean, I have to take that, right? Because they're formidable. But they're also other things than just formidable. Okay, one affix is like multiple mods. Okay, I didn't know.
That skill's not ready.
Okay, is this where I have to go? Probably. Where's all the scrap? Gruesome Harvest is where I'm supposed to be going, right? I think so.
I can't do that yet.
What a song. Guys, I saw this on another stream the other day. We have to do these song battles. We have to do that sometime. It's like where people from Twitch chat can submit songs. Jack in the Box rap battles again. Yeah, those two. But I was like thinking about like actual like song off battles. Whereas like I'll say, you know, what's the, you know, favorite song of your youth or whatever, and then like people say, like people submit their song, and then oh wait, can you not go through this? Huh? How do I open this wooden gate? Oh, you just click it. Never mind. Is this monster mashup? Ooh. Oh wait, so okay. But and here is also damaging ground, right? So I can't like move. Couldn't move. Just don't want to stand on that ground, right? I mean, the Wendigo totems are gonna... They're gonna make up for everything, dude. Just spam those Indiegogo totems. Well, that was easy. But I can't loot because it's on the damaging ground, dude. Return to Captain Sommer. Dr. Sommer in Homestead. What's that? That looks like a dick, dude. Isn't that a dick? And these two things are the balls? What? Oh, I'm already here. Never mind.
There was much commotion. I see you, Rep. My scouts have reported back from the lands to
30k
the north.
XP, boys.
The situation
Dude,
is
already
tough.
almost 43.
My scouts have reported back from the land.
I will rescue the prisoners, of course, dude. You keep giving me big chunks of XP. Wait, I can see whether I could find the page and we could do like one song competition. We could do like one of those. How does it work? Create game. New game. User login required. I guess Spotify does work here. Give me a second, I'm gonna try this out. Because I don't feel safe to play in hardcore anymore now, and I'm also like kind of winding down, but like I think I want to try this. Maybe we can get enough people together to do this. So just like favorite song of all time, guys. You click the link and then you can submit songs. And can I just also submit? Yeah. I guess I could, like, you could submit up to 2 songs, but like I could do I'll do this one maybe. My headphones are empty. Listening to song requests right now. Yeah, but this would be like a battle, right? Like everyone submits songs and then they battle against each other. And like revoting and all that. I mean, you don't have to do it now. It's like I just wanted to try whether it works and whether it's easy to do. You are all where it says submit, yeah. Does it work? Thought I had the link. But yeah, if you're the only one clicking it, then it doesn't work. Like, we need at least 4 people to submit 2 songs each. Can't, I'm dying? Wait, how are you dying? Did I make such a big misplay in this game that you're laughing about me? In game, okay. Oh, luckily there's pause. Need music louder, or why didn't you say that earlier? Or again? I didn't know it was loud. Is that still too silent? I can go like this. This is like almost as loud as I am, right? Almost drowning out the voice. Yeah, I guess we'll keep that song competition thing for next time. When we're maybe starting with a little bit of more popular game as well.
Safe storage, no questions asked.
That is extremely loud though, then.
It's safe with me, promise. Got something you need stashed? I'll keep an eye on this.
I guess I just keep the blue and yellow stuff. Yellow's lowest tier, not even rare. What do I do with this blueprint that I already learned? Is there any point to keeping it, or do I just throw it on the ground? I feel like I just throw it.
It's safe with me, promise.
Looking for a new you?
Wait, where's the trade? This.
I'll give you a good price on what I've got left.
I guess for most of like these items, there's also no point in keeping them. So just so low level. Gonna find much better versions of these things later on, probably.
Iron well spent.
Ooh, 1750 low boner. That's a big one.
Safe storage, no questions asked.
This ring looks great. Acid damage, poison damage, vile eruption, ravenous earth, poison nova, cast speed, big health. This ring, all damage, fizz damage, lightning damage, trauma damage, electrocute damage, offensive ability, ether resist, elemental resist. That's also kind of cool. How much damage would that be if I like used that? I mean, none of these rings I really want to replace, but this one's +3 blood pack, dude. This one's +3 McDragons, but if I went this, I want to see the tooltip damage or primal strike. It doesn't make a difference? Wow. I guess this has attack speed and fizz damage. I would have like totally bet that this makes a big difference. It's like it looks like so much damage, right? You get all damage, fizz damage, lightning damage, but I guess only the lightning and the all applies because all the fizz is converted to lightning. Can you even hear me talk, guys? I feel like this is like way louder than the music. The music is way louder than me now. Can't mute it yet.
I'll keep an eye out on this.
How late is it now? It's almost 1. Yeah, I think I'm done, dudes. Like, I'm sorry for like cutting off the song, but like I always, the last 3 songs or so was like I listen to this song because it got requested and then I'll end. and now I feel like I need to like listen to everything that's been requested. But I really need to go and like eat and sleep. Don't want to like go too long. I'll save the playlist, right? Like I'll pause it and gotta listen to the last 3. No, dude. I don't even know what to do. I mean, I guess it's only 8 minutes. Okay, sure. We can close it and then we're done, right? I'll just close it. And then we do like another zone or 2. I just don't know where to go, and I'm too lazy to figure it out. So I just want to quit and eat. Rotting crablands. We need to go to Sorrow's Bastion. Find the captured farmers in Blood Grove. That's probably a good start. So we just go north from Homestead.
The one you...
I mean, I appreciate all the songs that you guys request, like 2 or 3 minute songs, so that's really easy. Well, honor your dead. What do you need? I want to go outside, dude. Wait, how can I not go out here? Dup. How do you go out there? This is the real difficulty of the quest, is how do you open the... What is it? What isn't even the right direction here? The northeast door. Gate. Talk to guard. Which one? This guy? He will tell you what you're missing. Ulgrim has requested your presence on the balcony. Oh, he wants... Okay, sure.
Just the person I'm looking for.
Ulgrimdawn.
There are 2 other groups.
Speak to the emissaries. Only 500 XP? Fuck off, dude. He's mocking me by giving me 500 XP. Pick to the people, pick faction, what? What faction? How many factions do I need to pick? What? Kaimon's Chosen and the Order of Death's Vigil.
The one you call Ulgrim has asked to speak with the Order of Death's Vigil.
Wait, what's that
So
good
I
for?
have-
Users of cult vitality and minions will find our arsenal to be of great use. And this guy, physical fire lightning will fit right in. So we want this guy.
Chosen, as the one you call Ulgrim has requested.
Brother Molt Air? What kind of air is molting? I picked the other one accidentally. Nessie. Just auto-clicked. Does it matter? That's probably like the armorsmith choice later. Oh, anyway, it gives 15,000 XP, so... matters for access to certain equipment. It matters for access to certain equipment. Turtle shell level 12, dude. I'm shelling so hard for that turtle. Takes long to gain those levels.
I'll give you a good price.
Okay, now I know, I guess. So I that means I can be extra proud for the levels that I accomplished. I do get 1 point in physique just to get above 7k health again. Oh, we get 9 points here as well now. He's saying not Raging Tempest because we don't need the Ellie resist reduction, so we can max out Brute Force and get like some points in core, I guess. And then get Stormcaller's Pact. And Stormcaller's Pact doesn't even cost any reservation. Oh, exclusive skill, right. And also good.
Nissan, Nissan.
Fuck's that? Okay, this is jammy. This is, I can get behind this. I haven't heard Michelle Tello in years. What is Michelle Tello? I'm just the most culturally illiterate. You don't get more leech when you get more blood pact, right? Only every few points, okay. That means it's not worth? Oh, increased health regeneration with Heart of the Wild. Maybe we get a little bit Heart of the Wild. Ooh, dude, that percentage health is huge. Yeah, I think Heart of the Wild is the way to go. And you said Arcanist for the second class? Shaman all the way, boys. Just get minus RR or Storm Pact. Storm Pact? Or Storm Pact again? Why is there no search window here to highlight? Well, you guys have been very nice to me. and not adding songs to the playlist anymore. And I feel in the service of consistent streaming, I'm not gonna talk about my plans for tomorrow's stream. Resting coming through with the gifts. Say you closed song request. Yeah, I did, but no one tried. Thanks, Resting, for another 5 gift sub. Okay, you get another song request if you want to. The 5 gift subs. A coffee-powered Luthwag Sajo666 Cooking with Evil and Isa Kwikwi did get a random gift sub from Resting. Congrats. Thanks, Resting, for the big... You're out of songs, you only know 5. Hey, should I come up with a song for Resting? What's a good song that you guys are gonna enjoy? Does that still exist? This one. So wait, you just wanted to give me a gift sub on the way. You didn't even wanna encourage me to stay longer than I wanted to. That's so kind of you, Resting. $11-hour stream is plenty. Yeah, I mean, I'd like to continue. I'm just hungry, and I feel like if I eat now, then there's no point to continue afterwards. Like, I should wind down because, yeah, I don't know, historically speaking, should probably take it easy. Oh wait, did you guys hear that Boss Bitch song? I don't know whether you guys are gonna like that. Probably not, right? But it's like, wait, I got one for you guys that I want to share. Maybe you're gonna like it. Maybe you don't. Probably not. It's just Japanese rap, and it's like very. I don't actually know whether I could show the video on. I can't really show the video on. It's probably a little bit too bonka TOS. I mean, it's not Wonka TOS. It's like, Chaotic suggests one.
Hey everyone.
Despacito feat Daddy Yankee parody, The Key of Awesome. What? I don't want that. The famous Promise Tomorrow stream. Yeah, that's why I'm not promising anything. That's why I'm saying, in the best interest of stream consistency, I'm not making any announcements. Like I said, I need to technically go to town tomorrow, but like if the weather is bad, so I'll definitely be streaming at some point. Plus, I really depleted myself on IRL stuff this week, right? Like, I really don't think there's anything other than streaming that I want to do tomorrow. I mean, I already thought that yesterday, and then I ended up not streaming. But right, like, give me a second. I'm gonna play the song that I said earlier, and you can rage at me for it, or you can be happy for the revealing outfits of the ladies or whatever. I don't. We just show you another certified banger here. Hope you're ready, guys. I find it funny. I've never heard Japanese rap. I think these ladies are doing a good job. Yeah, this one I like the least. The singing around. Okay, let me see whether there's someone live for Grimdawn or like for anyone. Like, who are we following? So, is there anyone left viewing that we haven't scared away with the shitty music? Yeah, I'm gonna send you guys over to some good content here. Anyway, I kind of like the beat. I mean, it's like a hard, fast trap beat. Anyway, I'll see you for the next stream. But guys, thanks for hanging out.
I know a lot of people want to send blankets or water. Just send your cash.